Good evening and welcome everybody to the final week of the Rainbow Six Siege Pro League for Season 2. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum. Here's Kickstar, and we're ready to get underway with a fabulous evening of some final playoff games.
Yeah, it is going to be a heavy day today. Of course, we do have Excellence in Vertical Gaming who are going to be making their way through no matter what. But one of the teams between Elevate and Flipside, I mean, it's going to be weird not having one of those teams not at LAN this season.
It is going to be weird, and as we talk about these teams, let's take a look at the brackets for the playoffs to figure out just what went down last week and what's going to be going on this week. Starting off with our first game of the evening will be Excellence Gaming and Vertical Gaming. Now, they both won their respective matches last week. Excellence overseeing their match on Elevate, Vertical Gaming coming out on top 2-0 over Flipside Tactics. That means Excellence and Vertical got into the winner's match. Loser's match, however, will be taken advantage of by Elevate and Flipside Tactics.
Yeah. Again, now the important thing to note here is that there's a little bit of an upset, of course, from Excellence Gaming making their way into that winner's bracket, of course, going undefeated through this whole season. And they didn't exactly have an easy bracket making it here. They beat out both Flipside and Continuum to make it into the, and then later, of course, Elevate GG. So they've gone up against 3 Titans and batted their way into the winner's bracket of the playoffs without any losing at all. Elevate GG and Flipside, on the other hand, have had a little bit of a rough go of it. Elevate GG making their way through a somewhat easier bracket, I have to say. I think they kind of had a nice, smooth go of it. They did end up beating Bittersweet in the losers bracket of their group stage, or the decider match of their group stage to make it here. Whereas Flipside, again, they got that 2-1 against Continuum.
Yeah, Elevate had to go against Infamy and Bittersweet, and ultimately, I mean, those are kind of two.
Yeah,
those were anticipated to be easier matches for Elevate than what Excellence had to go through.
Yeah, or what Flipside had to go through, or what any of these teams who made it here had to go through. I mean, both of those teams, Infamy and Bitter, were the teams, of course, coming from the Challenger League from the previous season. So it was a little bit of a smoother ride for Elevate GG now. But when they made it into the playoffs bracket, that game against Excellence, that was pretty one-sided.
Definitely. And I mean, if you think about it here, we look at our winners matches, our winners final between Excellence and Vertical Gaming. Both of these teams are solely undefeated 6-0 for the entire Season 2 event here. And that means someone today is going to walk away with a defeat.
Now, of course, there isn't a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Excellence or Vertical both. They have made it to LAN. But there is going to be that notion of being, we're the top team coming out of North America. Of course, you're going to get that top 1 seed, but also, can one of these teams come out undefeated? I personally don't think so. I think we're going to see a third map for no matter what for between Excellence and Vertical.
Very possible, very possible. Now let's move on to our schedule for the evening, figure out which game's going to be first, what time it's going to be played, and who's going to be second. It's going to start off with Excellence Gaming and Vertical Gaming. That's going to be our first best-of-3 series this evening. Again, this is between the top 2 teams out of North America, and they are just fighting for the seed. They're playing for the seeding at LAN. Now, Elevate GG and Flipside Tactics will be the second matchup of the evening, and that is going to be one to definitely pay attention to, because the winner goes to Cologne, Germany. The loser sits at home and watches on Twitch.
Yeah, between Excellence Gaming and Vertical Gaming, they're obviously not going to be bringing out... I mean, I could imagine maybe seeing a few little cards thrown out there, but I think they're going to be saving those for LAN. Anything special either of those teams have is almost certainly going to be saved for LAN, so it's not going to be any surprises coming out of that match, in my opinion. But, again, there is that factor of being the #1 seed out of NA, and then also, if one of them can go undefeated, they could be like, oh, we had a perfect season coming out of our region. That would be pretty something. Elevate GG and Flipside Tactics, on the other hand, that's the sort of match that we're talking about, one of these 2 absolute titans of teams not making it to LAN. And you know what? Aside from the teams not making it to LAN, it's going to be really a big bummer not to get to hang out with whomever doesn't make it. I mean, that's always the best part.
I mean, if you look at it here, Vertical, Flipside, and Elevate, those 3 out of the 4 teams here all made it to LAN. They were the top 3 teams out of North America last season. Excellence already said, look, you might have been top 3, but I want to slip on in there. They're one of the top 2 teams now coming out of North America, and Elevate and Flipside are going to have to duke it out for that 3rd spot. Yeah,
and again, we remarked on this earlier, but it was such a surprise, I think, for the community having Excellence Gaming come out on as strong as they have this season. They just absolutely decimated their way through the group stage. And, I think personally, Excellence has a really good chance in this matchup against Vertical. I think it's almost certainly going to go to the 3rd map, in my opinion. And the polls don't reflect that still. So despite the fact that Excellence went through 3 Titans to get here, they beat out Continuum and Flipside, and then later Elevate to make it into this winner bracket of the playoffs. Despite that fact, still it's a 60% in favor of Vertical Gaming. And I think that's, of course, Vertical Gaming being one of those old teams, they got the experience, they got a huge fan base, but at the same time, it's still a case of like, wow, look at what Excellence has shown us. They could win this.
You're exactly right. And, I mean, they're going to go up against their fourth Titan tonight. It's going to be Vertical Gaming. Yep. And so that's who we're going to get into an interview right now with. Let's hang on over to King George and say hello to him. Hello, King George. How you doing today?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
We're doing fabulous. Thank you for joining us. Now, we talked earlier a little bit about your team and how you've been at LAN before numerous times. What I want you to help describe for us and those at home is, how does a team prepare for LAN? Not trying to skip ahead and say that this matchup tonight means nothing, but you have secured your spot to LAN. And so why don't you tell us and walk us through, how do you prepare yourself for that kind of environment?
Well, the biggest thing is, like, once you know who you're actually going to play, you prepare for the first sim you play, and then you can kind of generally figure out like who's going to win the game for your next game after that and who you might see in the finals. And obviously you prepare for upsets and stuff like that too, but you generally have a good idea of who you're going to play through the bracket. So you'll watch over all that team's VODs, try to counter-shot them, come up with brand new stuff just for LAN for that event. Stuff like that's really important, I think.
Do you kind of delve into the bracket and we'll say make your own predictions as to who you're going to be playing in the semifinals or the finals, and how does that go? Because it's a lot of work, I would assume, to prepare yourself for 7 teams and not necessarily knowing who you're going to go against. So how do you dwindle that down?
I mean, yeah, you can kind of sometimes tell like, oh, this team, maybe this team, et cetera, et cetera. But for the most part, you have to prepare for upsets and stuff too. They happen all the time. So you just kind of have to prepare for both teams, and maybe there's one team where you like really go over and really counter-shot them, and the other team maybe you do like a more basic version just in case. And then if it comes to be that they make it through the bracket, this way you have an idea. At least you're not going in blind.
Yep. Now, we had talked a little bit about, and I think your team has one of the best chances out of North America to prepare yourselves, is because you're coming up with a gaming house soon, aren't you? We talked previously about it. Why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we're moving to Las Vegas in like a few days, actually, like the 26th and 27th. So after this match, we're packing up our PCs pretty much and heading out there. We think that the gaming house will give us the time to, like, obviously you can be in the same place at the same time, stand over someone's shoulder and like go over stuff, sit together, watch a VOD in the same room, talk about stuff. I mean, obviously you can do that online too, but there's a difference of being in person, I think. At least I think it'll help. And just being there all the time together and not having to worry about like really anything besides just, hey, we just got to think about our games that are coming up is going to be nice.
Gotcha. And I don't want to cut you off too soon, but so last question is, who's going to be joining you there? Is it just going to be the 5 players? Are you bringing a coach? Is it multiple people? And other than that, 2 questions. That one, and then as that, why Las Vegas, we'll say?
So just the 5 of us are going to go there as a team, and we picked Las Vegas. They have fiber internet. Most of us are from, besides Eclipse, he's from Texas, but everybody else is from like areas where the winters are really cold. So we wanted to get out of the cold for the winter and stuff too. I mean, good weather, lots of stuff to do there. We got sponsors and stuff, paying for the rent and stuff, but the less that you spend, the more that you can, get back in salary or the org makes and stuff. So the rent and like living expenses are very reasonable in Vegas. So it just was a good choice for us, I think. Good fit.
Sounds like it'll be a heck of a lot of fun. Anything else you want to bring up before we head out today, King?
Just good luck to Excellence. We'll see them at LAN either way. So, and then the game to watch is good luck to Flipside and Elevate as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you, King George, for your time. Good luck to your team today.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Gaming house in Las Vegas, going from the very cold winters of the northern parts of the Americas to 110 degrees, middle of the night, Las Vegas. Is that right? Middle of the desert?
If it were me, and it wasn't, but if it were me, I would be going to the cold places. I like the cold. But here's Vertical's roster: King George, Avian, Young, Slashug, and Eclipse. It's gonna be now. Vertical Gaming has been very strong this season. They've not only had a perfect season so far, but they have been extremely dominant, similar to what we've seen from Excellence Gaming. So I think that, again, this is going to be a matchup to watch, but it's also going to be a case of it's not really going to be like too close in that these teams are going to be putting all their cards on the table because nobody's really going to be showing anything special.
Yeah, I agree with you there. This is going to be very similar to how we saw Penta Sisu last season. This is going to be
Two
very
Titans.
similar to how we saw
Yeah.
Flipside and Vertical Gaming actually last season as well. It was matches where not random, but less common things had to happen, where we saw Coastline come out, we saw Skyscraper make more of an appearance, and we saw these different maps come out, and they were just, let's have fun. We saw Tachanka, we saw Blitz, we saw some other operators that aren't very common in the scene, and that I think might be what we'll see here today between these two teams.
Yeah, just a little bit of a mix-up. And it's going to be fun. I mean, it's going to be fun. The great thing about these seed decider matches coming out from each region is they are always fun. There's people always trying to chill out and you know, see what they can mess around with on the other team and just poke some holes.
Yeah, the biggest thing is, I mean, you want to get the win, obviously, but the biggest thing is to not give your hand away or give your card away.
Yeah.
But as we say that, we are going to head into another interview here. It's going to be with Fox A from Excellence Gaming. Fox, how are you doing today?
I'm great, you?
Doing very well, thank you. Now, I had mentioned to you earlier today that I wanted to get to know your team better. I wanted to get to know your players better. I want you to kind of elaborate on sort of the history of some of the players on your team. Where did they come from? How did they get here to Siege? And kind of their history through Siege. So let's walk through that a little bit.
I don't want to leave you short-handed, but I was talking with the guys, and none of them have, like, background in gaming specifically. They played it casually and fun. Geo was on Xbox, so everyone was playing casually. I was the only one, or well, from what I know, from what they've told me, I'm the only one who had a competitive background in CSGO. I used to play ESEA and went to a couple LANs for that. But aside from that, Gurmy and my man only got into the scene last season, and they've been blowing up ever since. Geo's been dominating the Xbox scene, and Brian's, been on the same path as me to try and, find a team that will make it to the top.
Sounds good. So, I mean, you mentioned you've been to some LAN events. Are you going to be able to help prepare your team for the different setting of being at LAN? You've guaranteed that spot, but now it's time to actually prepare yourself for it.
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest part is getting used to earbuds. And I don't think any LANs I've been to is going to come close to like being on the big stage in front of crowds. So I don't know how to, get them ready for their nerves acting up and being nervous. But, I don't know. We feel pretty confident going into it. And whichever team wins tonight, we think that whichever outcome we end up playing at LAN first, we'll put in a fight.
What do you think it means to be undefeated, going 8-0? If you were to beat Vertical Gaming against all odds, we'll say, beat that fourth Titan we've been referring to, come out 8-0 for the season. What would that mean to you and the rest of your team?
That'd be crazy. Coming from last season, 5th place, brand new team, and then all of a sudden we pick up 2 new players and we're electrifying and just beating everyone. That's the goal, 2-0, but. Again, I think we scrim VG a lot, so we know it's going to be a close match.
Now, were they your scrim partners at all throughout the season, or is this kind of a first time you guys are meeting each other this season?
No, far from first. We used to scrim each other a lot way back at the beginning of the season, to the point where we scrimmed so much that we were playing specifically to counter each other and not to like practice our own strats. So yeah, eventually, we had to stop because we're playing today. But yeah, before we were for sure scrim partners, and hopefully after we'll be able to get ready for LAN together.
So it sounds like it's going to be quite a showing then, Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to bring up before we head on out today?
Good luck to both teams, and Flipside and Elevate. Can't wait to go to LAN to see who has the better eyebrows between me or Avian. So that's going to be great.
I don't know. I've seen Avians. We'll have to see in person. But but with that, Fox, I do want to thank you for your time. Good luck to your team today, and hopefully we'll see some good stuff today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. There it is. Excellence, showing that they want to get that 8-0. They want to be that top-notch team, but he expects it's going to be an outcome very similar to us, where it's going to get to that third game.
Yeah, and it's going to be close for sure, but here's Excellence Gaming's roster. Fox A, Gurmy, Brian, my man, and Geo. And like We just heard they have been an absolutely electrifying roster to watch throughout this season. Really did show a lot of teams what for. Flipside and Continuum and Elevate all falling to Excellence Gaming, not even making it to a single third map. Completely perfect season for them.
Yeah, that's not something to be understated, we'll say.
Yeah.
That is a big feat. I mean, how many times have we seen Flipside and VG go head-to-head and come out in a third game? How many times have we seen Continuum and VG? I mean, at the 6th Invitational, they were in the grand final stage, went to the third map. I mean, how many times do you see a 2-0 against one of these teams?
Well, all that really needs to be said is 2-0 Continuum Excellence, and then 2-1 Flipside when they were matched up against Continuum. So
Yes.
Flipside struggled against Continuum. These guys just kind of shrugged them off.
Yeah.
And that's a huge statement after also beating Flipside as well. So I mean, they've very clearly shown themselves to be one of the best teams. Well, obviously one of the top 2 teams coming out of North America. Now the question is, can they prove themselves to be the best? Because I think there's still, again, we talked about this before. There's still a lot of I think opinion slanted towards VG. You know, with the 60% poll in favor of VG for winning this match overall, Excellence, you know, is still a little bit of a name that's not.
I mean, I think the same thing kind of occurred back when Season 3, back when Continuum was first making a name for themselves. A lot of teams would have said, hey, Orbit's going to beat them. Orbit's going to be that team that can then overthrow Continuum. Guess what? Continuum came out of the woodwork. They're like, hey, here we are. Excellence has that same similar vibe, I want to say.
What were they called Season 3? They were called Orbit.
Season 3, they were Orbit until they got to LAN, where they were then called Most Wanted.
We were Orgless GG, because I remember I played the first 3 matches of Season 3.
Then I think they got turned into Most Wanted, got to LAN, and it was Era, I think, for the 6th Invitational.
Yeah, I think you're right. No.
But nonetheless, that is a brief history of Vertical Gaming. But no, Season 3, we saw Continuum come out of the blue. And they were kind of the underdogs, and I feel like Excellence is filling that position this season.
Yeah, and then, I mean, after that, they won the Invitational. Yeah. They won Season 3, and then the Invitational as well, so they had a good run of it. Is Excellence Gaming that team, though, to then go and win this season and the next? Now, the question also, just on the note, one big thing for Excellence Gaming that's really going to, I think it will put a lot of pressure on their soldiers. You talked about it in the interview. Is the pressure of going to that LAN event. Excellence Gaming is going to be going to the biggest, I think technically the biggest LAN event in Rainbow Six history, because it's going to be at Gamescom, and
there's a lot of people there.
There's a lot of people there. Now, obviously, it's going to be quite a lot more than we've had at any event so far, I think. So Excellence coming off of having only one person ever at a LAN event, and it wasn't a significant one. You know, they don't have that experience that Vertical has, that Flipside has, that even Elevate has. I mean, you know, there's going to be a team that doesn't have that experience that won't be making it to LAN today, and that's huge.
That is pretty huge. Now, as we talk about these teams, let's move on into the top 5 picked attack operators coming out of the North American scene. Again, these are all pretty standard, but we do see a couple load numbers here on the end of the board. Let's talk about them here.
Hibana, obviously, at that #1 spot. Great guns, 3 speed, flash bangs to win those engagements, and lo and behold, she can also open up reinforced walls. Hibana is just, I mean, what's not to love about her? Come on. Blackbeard, shield in front of face, win all of the engagements. Yes. Ash, same thing basically as Hibana, but she can open up them soft wells, so she's got a lot of versatility there, as well as clearing out that barbed wire. Sledge also good at clearing out those barbed wires with the grenades. Good consistent weaponry in the L85, as well as the SMG-11 to eliminate just basically a free kill with that. And then Thatcher also clearing out those electronics, super essential. Like you talked about, Sledge and Thatcher seeing a lot of rotation here. Now let's take a look at the top 5 defenders out of North America. It's going to be Smoke, Jaeger, Mira, Bandit, and Valkyrie. Smoke, shotgun, site construction, those gas grenades to hold off a lane for as long as he can, and then also the SMG-11, arguably one of the best secondaries in the game. Free kill, basically. Jaeger, 87.1%. He's going to be that 3-speed with the rifle, the only rifle on defense, as well as catching the grenades with the ADSs, 2 barbed wire, and I mean, you know, again, just to top it all off, the 3-speed. I talked about that earlier. Mira, 70%. She just came in with the last DLC. She's got that one-way information gathering. It's also one of the most indestructible forms of information gathering that the defenders have, as you got those cameras, which should be easily just shot or Thatcher grenaded, twished, whatever. A Bandit, 70.5%. Now that's one of the higher ends of the defense side, for Bandit, because in a lot of other regions such as Latin America, he sees quite a lot of rotation. He'll usually be down at the bottom. But you can see here Valkyrie at the bottom at 65%. She's got that information gathering with her cameras, great MPX, high rate of fire, low recoil, good for the headlining, and then also a C4, so she can play that vertical game quite aptly.
Yeah, the vertical game here is something we constantly see a lot of, especially in the pro scene. Like, we talk about, okay, there are some times we talk about some things we see in some ranks, what are the differences between ranked going to challenger, then all the way up to pro league. Knowing the map vertically is, I think, one of those things that is definitely you need to understand.
It's the type of thing that totally differentiates from almost every other esport out there, and it's one of the reasons that Siege has the highest, I think probably one of the highest learning curves of any FPS.
I would say so.
It's really high up there, if not the absolute highest. And, you know, of course, it does have a lot to do with just straight up the vertical game, the destructibility factor as well, just horizontally.
Yep. Now, we are going to get underway here with our map picks and our map ban, starting with Vertical Gaming choosing the first ban of the evening, and then Excellence goes on to second ban. Now, again, ladies and gentlemen, there are 9 maps in the pool. The bans are going to go back and forth until there's only 3 maps left. After those 3 maps are chosen, one team is going to choose the first map. That's going to be Vertical Gaming chooses the first map to play. Excellence choosing the second. The third and final map will be our decider map, should we get to it. First map that's going to get banned off the board is going to be Cholet, and then Consulate by Excellence. Now, the Cholet ban, we've talked about it before. That used to be Vertical's map, had it not been?
But so did Canal, and they lost Canal in a 5 versus 2. In
against
the
Playing Ducks,
semifinals,
that was
in the Wait, was that was season 3?
Season 3, Playing Ducks at LAN.
Yeah, they were in the semifinals and they lost a 5 versus 2 in the last map, and they could have gone to the finals, and nope.
That was one of the most hyped games I remember seeing.
Yeah. But Canal's not in the Pro League anymore, and Vertical has changed up the roster quite a lot, so obviously they don't want to go up against Excellence's Cholet. Now, these teams both know each other very well, as they have been scrimming throughout this entire season, since they were in different groups. These have been each other's scrim partners, which stands to reason given how well they performed throughout the season. And I think that these are almost all counter bans. These are likely just like, we don't want to bring the other team to this particular map. So it's going to be Border, it's going to be Oregon, it's going to be Skyscraper. Now,
I like that.
This is interesting. It could also be that these teams are trying not to show their cards. Because we talked about this before, this match doesn't mean much. You know, it's an important match for ego and seeing who's the best, but for them, and seeding, of course, that is an important factor going into LAN. But overall, it doesn't mean too much. So trying to tuck away your better maps and like just not show the strats that you have on those, or dissuade, you know, take a look. There's going to be obviously the European teams and the Latin American teams who are going to be watching this match, trying to see what's going on with the ban phase as well. They're going to be like, okay, we don't want everybody else to know that we like to play on Skyscraper, or like we like to play on Coastline, so we're going to try to avoid playing that map.
Yeah, I mean, when you go and look at VODs, when you go and analyze a team and what maps they've played, what operators they've played, it's almost, you can't just take every series and weight it the same as every other game. Like, for example, this series, the teams from Brazil that are making it to LAN, the teams from Europe, the other teams from North America, they're going to be looking at this game and they'll say, okay, they played these operators on these bomb sites on these maps. Okay, whoop-de-doo. They're going to go back and say, look at last week. Look at the first day of playoffs where they actually had to go all out. That's going to be weighted a little bit higher, and that's going to give a little bit more information than tonight's matches.
Interestingly, neither of these teams have had to actually fight tooth and nail to keep themselves in the Pro League.
Yeah.
Like, they have just cruised through the top of the player, like top of the team lists. They went from their first bracket to the winner's bracket to the playoffs winners bracket. So they've had a good go of it. They haven't had to show necessarily any of their like super special trump cards that they've been saving for a long time, and they're still not going to have to do that.
I don't think I mean, we've got Border to start off our game. It's going to be Oregon second map, Skyscraper third map. We're going to get underway with our game right now, the first map of the evening here between Vertical Gaming and Excellence Gaming. Let's head on into the game, see what operators are going to be chosen as we get underway with the first and last playoff day for North America. Or, well, last playoff day, not first one.
This is going to be the last week for overall for this entire playoffs, and after that, we're going to be seeing you guys in about a month at GamesCon Finals. which
Now,
could be great.
Vertical Gaming is going to start out on attack, Excellence on defense, and right off the get-go, we're going to have Frost chosen here by Fox, which, knowing how Fox, I used to play with Fox back in the day, back in beta, early release, he was always a very fast-paced player. Frost doesn't necessarily have that same feeling with her.
I think she does really fit into that fast pace.
You think so? With
yeah,
her low shooting?
Her 9mm is great. It is super good at headlining. 2 armor, 2 speed. I mean, a 2 speed's only 90% as fast as a 3 speed, so you're only losing 10% of that speed, right? I think that
it's also a very low rate of fire, though, weapon to try and go in a quick engagement.
It's so good for headlining, and also I don't know why, but it chunks people down, man. It chunks people down. And actually, I think it kills faster than most people can kill you because something about the DPS, I don't know. It's a really good gun. I know it's got low rate of fire, but that is a really good gun. It's seriously underestimated. I think Fox will be fine on Frost.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
But you're right. You know, he is a fast-paced player.
Defender has left the area of operation.
No big surprises in the operator selection apart from that Frost, though. Avian's going to go up on top of this tower outside of spawn and take out my man. Now
this is that same spot he got on Elevate.
Yeah.
He got Laxing and Skies. Skies was the if I remember correctly, Skies was the Valkyrie first getting picked off. Laxing was, I think, a Bandit.
He's had a lot of work done from that tower. I mean, Avian just purchased himself, puts his talons on top of the bars, and just shoots people who cross between A bomb site and CCTV every single attack round on this top defense. Even on a ventilation defense, people still cross that on defense.
Now I want to talk about this camera here for a moment because you would think, okay, I'm throwing a camera right on the same pole that a standard camera is on, it's going to get shot right away, and that's one of the things that's not happening.
I mean, I think it's being a little bit obscured by the barbed wire. SC4 is going to narrowly miss Eclipse, but it also, this is important, it did notify Eclipse that, oh, they have a camera on me, almost certainly, which means he's going to be playing a little bit safer here.
Yeah, I think you might have seen it. Nope, he does not see it, so Geo and
that barbed wire, man, I'm telling you.
Geo and Eclipse still going to go head for head here, trying to engage here.
This is a lot of aggression that Excellence are putting out despite being at the man disadvantage early on in the round. There's only half the round left. Eclipse is conscious of Geo playing inside of this front ventilation, and he's just looking for these. Actually, I don't think he knows exactly where Geo is. He's just wondering.
Doesn't know. Eclipse is just wondering, but I like the pressure that Geo's putting on down because that's Buck's home. He gets under there, tries to open up the floor, let go of the half wall, make sure people aren't behind it. Geo's the one holding this down single-handedly without throwing a single bullet out.
Yeah, and he's going to go, it looks like we are going to have the Buck actually rotate because of it. Whoa,
no
aggressive play from King. What is happening here?
Very aggressive here.
How did he get in with almost no, what's going on?
There's no barbed wire at all to stop this push. Brian's going to tag one down on a slash, but not before Fox gets removed here by the R4C.
Excellence is being really aggressive here on this round.
Gurmy has been spotted out behind the lockers. King George is going to lock that down with his line of sight. 40 seconds to go. Eclipse is now moving in forward. No frag grenades at his disposal yet, though. More shots going to come on in. King George spots the head of Brian, takes it on out, and Gurmy will be injured and then finish off here momentarily as Geo tries to rotate back onto site. Last man down, a 1-on-4, and this will go into the hands here of Vertical Gaming. But Geo's got a little bit to say about it. Stops one, downs another, but King George just has that laser accuracy. And that will be the death of Geo.
Nice shot there to King George. Let's see it. Good hold down there. So, well, the early pick from Avian obviously gave VG a little bit of an edge there. But right after that, Excellence still getting very aggressive onto the VG attack and ended up losing a couple more men. More importantly, though, no barbed wire like you talked about in through the A wall. But aside from that, aside from the barbed wire, the small office pressure was non-existent. There was neither a reinforcement nor a mirror window,
it was all
nor
soft.
Holes. They hadn't opened murder holes. They just left the walls there, and that is basically your main avenue to holding that A wall push. So, just some serious mistakes coming out there from Excellence. Now, that might just be them playing it a little bit loose and not really minding too terribly if they win or lose that round, but I get that, I respect that, but at the same time, you know, easy solution to easy problems.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like there should have been people in that west balcony or west area by the half wall because Geo was doing a fabulous job of denying the pressure from underneath.
Yeah,
so you should have had at least someone there.
That's another thing is there was no barbed wire, no mirror window, and then nobody playing bunker or by the A wall. There was nothing to stop someone from just pushing on in, and that's exactly what we saw. King George pushed in, got a 3K, easy. Now we are going to have VG play very aggressive into CCTV. We've talked about this hold before. Put that mirror window facing towards the main hallway, and that gives you control over the south balcony door as well as the main hallway, and a little bit of pressure onto offices. So it's a multi-purpose mirror window. Gives you tons of control overall for the whole top floor. And then apart from that mirror window, it's so very easy for a defender to maintain control over the west balcony. But it's going to be Excellence seemingly attacking onto the offices. Now, also similar to the CCTV hold here, VG attempts to play aggressively into Office Sandwich, which I believe they are doing right now. Yeah, it's going to be, it looks like Slashug, I think that is, playing with the Spaz 12 inside of this Office Sandwich. And he's going to be holding out just as long as he can with the support of his teammates coming from Fountain and the B-bomb site. So as you can tell, VG trying to apply a lot of pressure to the entire top floor, really not giving up anything at all for free.
Avian goes for an aggressive peek off the balcony, grabs Gurmy, then gets back inside with a, I think the only health that got taken away was just him falling off the balcony.
Yeah, I'm kind of amazing that he made it out of that with almost no damage. About 5 HP, I'd say, maybe 10. Not going to really change too much in the next engagement he finds himself in. Unfortunate there that Fox8 was not able to secure that kill from that run out. You know, he had the detection, he could have put himself in the angle to find it, but he just simply did not. See, this is what we're talking about. See that run out from Avian? That's why it's so easy for the defenders to hold that west balcony. All they need to do is run around that corner with their mirror window information or camera information and pre-fire where the attackers are going to be. I mean, what can the attackers do? There's no cover. It's basically just, oh, look at me, you've caught me with my pants down. I'm a free kill.
Now, what we are not necessarily seeing here from Excellence is that rooftop pressure with the frag grenades going down onto Slash.
Yeah, they're kind of spread out on this attack. I mean, you can tell they're putting so much pressure downstairs for the roam game, and then they're only just now opening up a wall into office.
There is no roam game. I mean,
yeah,
everyone's on the top floor. You know there's some inside of CCTV. They're in office. I mean, you had Slash easily able to go back from Fountain to Sandwich back to Fountain.
And yet you've got 2 people from Excellence downstairs hunting down roamers. And yes, there's an Ash. She can open up from below, but she's not doing that right now. Nade's coming up underneath Slashug. That's my man on that buck. Interesting he's trying to nade Slashug from below instead of just simply use his buck to try and disable the position. Slash is going to relocate, though. Avian, meanwhile, another kill. That's going to be onto Geo running out through the main door of the bomb site. Now it's 3 on 5.
Man, don't hop through the window. Don't hop.
No.
Here comes the nade.
Wait.
By Slash. Oh, no, he got thrown out. Goes for it. Oh, he grabs it.
Good
and then
trade.
the nade comes on out. Oh, that's a Claymore finishing him off. And a good trade there, as you called it. Eclipse will get that kill down onto Brian, a 1-on-4. And Fox is not able to get it. The pistol kill comes out from Eclipse. And that's going to be round 2 going to Vertical Gaming.
So it just seems they're like a little bit of a mix-up coming out from Excellence. Their attack was seemingly not very well coordinated. You know, they started with some CCTV pressure, and then they pivoted off that CCTV pressure to main floor pressure. And then from that, they didn't hunt down any roamers because they were non-existent. There were no roamers. I mean, we had Avian do some runouts, but aside from that. And then they tried to push her into the offices, and at that point, they'd already lost so many people. There just wasn't enough pressure being applied to VG on their hold. And Slash was allowed to trade himself out where he shouldn't have in his office. Now, it is 2-0 in favor of VG. They seem to be pretty dominant so far in this match. It doesn't seem like Excellence has been able to really consolidate themselves and get a nice coordinated attack or defense down yet. This could be their second attempt for the Armory. Now, last time we saw them completely ignore the A wall, seemingly. They neither put batteries, nor barbed wire, nor mirror window, nor reinforcement on small office, nor did they play anyone in bunker or by A wall. So they were just like, hey, come on into A. And VG took advantage of that and waltzed on into A. So I don't think Excellence is going to make that mistake again.
Hopefully not, but we have seen, actually we saw it before, I think inside of office, it might have been the Latin American team. We saw inside of office, they forgot to put barbed wire through the door Fox is about to go through, this hallway here. And we saw someone just rushing, possibly it was an Ash or a Twitch or whatever, just rushed right in and said, hey, office is now mine, killed the guy in Sandwich and just took it over.
I mean,
next time around, we saw the barbed wire down there. So hopefully these teams are going to make adjustments to correct little obstacles like that.
We've been in a barbed wire meta since the beginning of the game. Barbed wire arguably one of the if not the most powerful defender gadget. I mean, you don't really think about it, but it is so it has such a presence in this game for the defender side and and for both teams really. And having a piece of barbed wire on a door, which you know the attacker is going to be pressuring from, it just forces the attackers to address that barbed wire with a piece of utility, whether it be a grenade or a ash charge. At this level of play, if you try to melee a barbed wire that's properly placed, 9 times out of 10, a defender's going to hear that and get the kill as you do it. It's super dangerous. Now, we do have a roam game coming from Excellence. It's going to be Fox A, and I believe that's my man.
Ooh, Eclipse did not spot Fox, though. He just skimmed on through servers.
A little bit too fast there, Eclipse. That's actually that's gonna mean a lot for Fox A. It means he's not gonna be detected. He might be able to get the flank of Eclipse as Eclipse pushes on into server, because you know he's gonna try and use his bucks from underneath, along with Slashhug, who will use his ass charges. You can see VG, they're going for a CCTV AWOL take yet again. This was previously successful, but as you can tell here, Excellence have actually invested not only utility, but players into holding this AWOL. They've even got holes down in the floor to try and hold it from below.
My man looking like he wants to toss up a C4, sees it. Will he go for it?
This would be a good start, but I think
Perfect.
Ash might be on a table.
I think he is. He
might
might
be,
be, but that's not going to stop my man from trying to go for the shots down.
Yeah, I believe Slashhug is on top of a table, so that's not going to be... My man can neither get the shots nor the C4
Stop
onto
outsmarting the
Slashhug.
pulse there, Slash.
Yeah, that's a really good positioning there from Slash.
Oh, no, but the bullets are still
Ooh.
going through. You can see him there.
So it looks like he might have just hit the foot of Slashhug. It's a nice aimed shot. Gio's going to get the first kill of the round. That's going to be onto Avian. That's the Hibana. That's all of VG's breach potential. However, Hibana's already done her job for the most part. She's opened up this mirror window. Super important. She's also opened up a line of sight onto Bunker. So the attackers are going to be very comfortable having lost their Hibana despite that fact.
Now it looks like the pressure is going to come in from the west balcony. Flashbang's going to go in, and it looks as though we will have a blind Gio. But that's okay. He's tucked around behind the wall. King George again going to go for the peek around by half wall. Moving in forward. Now I don't quite know if Gio realizes he's inside. I think he does, but he's also going to look to the left. There's the shield getting broken up, and he cannot get tagged down. Gio will be removed by Young. That's going to be my man picking up a kill, and Young slashing on down another kill here as he takes out Gurmy with a headshot. Now a 2-on-2, you got Slash and Young, last two alive. Fox trying to rotate back on his site.
Here comes the C4.
Slash comes on in. Young gets taken down, but the plant goes down successfully. Slash needs to hop on out. I thought he might have gotten injured hopping off the balcony, but no, he's got about 10 health left to go.
We're going to see a stick. He's going to stick it.
He will stick it here. Slash, can he get back in time? It's going to be Ash. He doesn't
no,
realize
Slash.
it. He's slashing at one last hit, and that's going to be game. No, that's going to be the round, and Excellence comes out on top. Round number 3 goes to the hands of Excellence. It's now 2-1.
Pros don't fake, Slash. You gotta be on top of it. Pros don't fake. That's unfortunate that Slash took a little bit too much time there to apply the pressure to the main window.
I mean, it was either rappel up onto the balcony,
right,
or rappel up onto the balcony and then rappel into it and expose yourself and die.
Yeah, no, rappelling onto the balcony would have been a mistake, but you know, he could have obviously opened up that window when he got onto the van, and then he would have seen the Valkyrie as he vaulted up onto the north balcony, and you know, he could have killed it. I said it doesn't matter. I mean, that's gonna be the first round loss there for VG. Now, it was a nice try. I like their collapse there onto the bomb site, and the fact that they forced it out to just being 2-on-2, and the last 2 were roaming. You could imagine, though, if they had applied that pressure to the roam game, maybe they could have actually just come out on top through and through. I mean, we've seen so many examples previously in this season of teams on border, especially, collapsing on that first floor roam game, eliminating them, getting them right off the board early on, and then they are in such an advantageous position from them there forward that they just take it to the bomb site is easy peasy. Now,
every single wall inside of the southeast corner of the servers has been reinforced. All 8 walls. That's a lot of reinforcements to utilize.
Yeah, I mean, normally we don't see that, and the reason we don't see that is because most teams tend to want to invest a lot of that reinforcement up here in the top floor. But in this instance, VG has done, well, not that. They've invested simply, I believe, 2 reinforcements upstairs. Those are likely going to be utilized for these mirror window placements. You can see one here where Avian's going to be playing for that run out that we talked about earlier. Wonder where the other one is.
Not quite sure. It has been placed down. We'll have to see exactly There it is.
Oh, look at that. That's okay. So that's the 10th reinforcement. It's gonna be on the B bomb site. Like the way that VG's covering all their bases here. I also like that they're not investing so many reinforcements upstairs, because most teams, when they do that full stack upstairs, and we do have VG doing a pretty significant amount of pressure on the top floor with their player count. Usually they fall off within 30 seconds, maybe a minute, right? They do their best to hold, but they fall off inevitably. And Slashug is going to be one of those. I think Roamer's actually upstairs getting kicked off early on.
Oh, Brian might be spotted inside of the bathroom right above him. It looks like it's going to be...
I think it's teammate.
Is it, oh, it is Geo?
Yeah, as you can see here, Excellence, they've taken control over the top floor there, and in terms of offices, and I think they might actually have some pressure into archives.
Gotcha.
And that's allowing the rest of the attackers to push in through this tellers and bathroom.
My man tags the head there of Young, getting the second kill of the round. Slash was already killed off. A 5-on-3 now. King George has gotten back on the site through the drop hatch. He's going to try to poke a kill in through the wall, and Brian's going to look to try to counter that and put some pressure back on himself. Goes for the peek, couple more bullets might go flying his way. My man's gonna spot him out there with a drone. Eclipse picks off the head of Fox. That's another frag down, a 4-on-3.
Ooh, King George narrowly avoiding death there. He's still got 2 people to deal with from this bathroom though. Very dangerous engagement to be handling.
Here comes a nade from my man. It's gonna go right over the side of the server stack, and that will injure him.
Well aimed nade.
Wonderful time, wonderful aim. Eclipse is going to try to move in forward. Almost gets the head of my man. He has it back on out of there. Leave King George for the Vultures. We have my man now moving in. He knows that, hey, I haven't seen him peek for a while. He's got to be injured. Tags one down.
What a shot.
Grabs the other one next to him. He's injured. Even going to try to swing back through the west stairs. Gets seen, gets spotted, and gets taken down. My man picking up a 3 kill to finish off the round.
Great job to him, man. There, love that with that nade. That was perfectly timed, perfectly aimed to take out King George. Being conscious of the position that is almost certainly going to be played there if anyone's holding in the site.
That recoil on Buck's assault rifle makes me cringe sometimes. Seeing that, I don't know how people control it.
It was great to watch my man try or attempt to control it. I mean, he does a pretty good job of it.
He does. I just don't know how he does it.
Right. I mean, it just takes practice. You know, the real problem with Buck's AR's recoil isn't how insanely high it is, how much recoil it is. Yeah, that is an issue, right? But you can learn to control it. The issue with Buck's AR recoil is because you come off of that recoil on going on to any other gun in the game, seemingly, and you're like, oh, now I have to, I'm overcompensating,
Yeah.
I'm pulling down way too much. So it makes Buck a lot harder to mainline because you have to keep pivoting off of it over and over again. So that round was really well done to my man there. You can see he's doing great things for his team. And we are at a 2-2 scoreline, but if you take a look at that scoreboard again, you can see here that VG very clearly have across the board, look at them, 2 kills to 3 kills between them. Meanwhile, Excellence, they've got 3 guys with 1 kill. I mean, this is just VG really putting together a lot of coordination. Now, Excellence Gaming having won their defense of the top floor. They're going to be defending ventilation now. Now, this is the first time they've gone downstairs into the ventilation hold, and it's looking like a very similar setup to VG with some slight differences. A little bit reinforcements moved, no Mira, instead opting to bring a castle, and a couple of slight alterations to the VG hold. And that's actually, I think, what we've been seeing overall throughout this match, whether it be in a hold or an attack, is just slight variation between these 2 squads. And we talked about it before when before the match started, how both of these teams are scrim partners or were scrim partners previously in the season. They're probably scrimming actually right now. I mean, again,
this is probably a scrim for them.
Well, in essence, yeah, but I mean, as soon as both of them qualified for LAN in the playoffs, they probably went right back to scrimming because they're like, hey, we're gonna play each other in we're gonna play each other to find out what our seeding is, but whatever. And we need to practice, we need to get ready. So I'm sure this is essentially just a scrim. These are very friendly teams. Foxy is going to be challenging onto Avian, who's trying to push into these offices. And you can see, this is the same exact attack.
Oh, Fox has fallen off of the shelving unit down the hole.
A little bit
He'll
of
have to get picked back up there by Brian, though.
Yeah, you can't fall that far, man. That's gonna take a lot of HP off of the Excellence side. But you can see here, VG's attack is essentially the same thing that Excellence just executed in the previous round. Take control of offices, take control of archives, then you have the vertical control over all the way up to bathrooms. And then from bathrooms, you can open up the wall into the bomb site and start applying that pressure to the anchors. And I really do, you can tell the similarities between these 2 squads.
Now, it looks as though we may have had everyone from Excellence vacate the premise on the top floor. They've all gone through the drop hatch, they're back downstairs, and now they're trying to stop this push in from Tellers, which is the Aven and King George trying to execute. We still have Eclipse. He's up here inside of the fountain looking for the crossover for the push from Brian or possibly any member from Excellence moving back over towards the south end of the map. Now as we finish off here, there are 50 seconds left to go. Still a 5-on-5. Fox trying to come on through a hole. Avian doesn't see him, and that's going to allow Fox to move. Oh, he might be seen here. Flashbang's going to come out. Avian goes for a duck shot and moves on over. Takes off the head of Fox. That's going to be the first frag of the round. A 4-on-3 now. Looks like another one might come on out of the woodwork, but no, my man says sit down. And now he comes on up, getting the kill. A 4-4 now. There are 30 seconds left to go. Splash and Geo going to go head-to-head. That's going to be one head taken out. Now a 3-5. Eclipse still trying to come in through the drop hatch. As he dropped, Brian picks up the kill with the SMG-11. King George swacking on over with the shots from Blackbeard's weapon to take off Gurmy. A 3-on-2. King George and Young, last two alive here for VG. Looks like Flashbang's going to force Brian to sit tight for a few moments as he comes onto the hole. Geo looks from above, picks up that vertical game. Last man alive is going to be Young, but he gets taken out of commission here by my man to finish off round 5 in favor of Excellence.
So what happened there for VG, they had control, they had the positioning, they just got a little bit confused. Honestly, they got a little bit confused on what their attack was supposed to be there. They forfeited control over offices and archives, and their push in through the main tellers and bathroom just stalled out. It's completely stalled out. They started to get picked off one by one by the Excellence defense, and they all spread out, started to do their own thing, and it just basically, like I said, attack stalled out, they started to falter, and that was really the end of the round there for VG. Now, for the first time in this map and match overall, Excellence have their lead. 3-2. Now, those first two rounds, Vertical Gaming seemed extremely dominant. And it's taken a turn for the worse here for Vertical. Excellence stepping way up.
Now, I mean, seeing this scoreboard and seeing that for Excellence, you've got a member that has 6 kills, a member that has 7, that's my man and Geo. To me, if I'm Vertical Gaming, I need to step it up and say, look, these are the 2 guys we need to take out, and then we'll have an easier time trying to win these rounds. Because right now, those are the 2 teams, the 2 players that are quote-unquote carrying the rest of Excellence.
Yeah, arguably, yeah, absolutely. Arguably, you're right, but also, you know, you got to keep in mind for the first 2 rounds, VG basically shut everybody down from the Excellence side, and since then, it's been 3 rounds in a row for Excellence, and just because all the kills are on those 2 guys doesn't necessarily mean they're the only ones putting in work. And also, I'd say if those 2 guys do get taken out, I don't think they're necessarily going to shut down Excellence overall. I think that somebody else will step up because, you know, it's just been 2 rounds of losses, and then Excellence have been winning landslide for these last 3. It could just be a case where the other guys on the team, those other 3 Excellence players, just haven't had an opportunity to get too many kills. And not trying to force it out or anything is the right way to play as well. So playing it nice and slow here, Excellence are going to be taking onto the offices. They have control over those east stairs and then open up this main office wall. Slashug is playing with the MPX now instead of the Spaz, and he will be going for these long angles. I love this mix-up. It's catching Excellence a little bit off guard, but no, too aggressive there onto my man. Mehmed will hit the shot. So Slashug did manage to light up my man, but that is a huge mistake.
He's going to go fall off, get picked back up. There's plenty of time here, although it will waste like 20, 30 seconds because they're going to get the rappel and pick him up.
It's the right call, let's be honest.
It is.
Now, I do think here that was a really big mistake there from Slashug, and that's going to put Vertical Gaming now, they've lost a lot of pressure. Office's control is completely forfeit to Excellence, despite the fact that they're getting slowed down because of that reset. They still have the control. And Gurmy now is going to pick off Avian, as Avian attempts to rotate to assist this hold. And now it's all kind of just falling apart here for VG. Slashug needed to waste at least another 30 seconds there inside of Office Sandwich.
Slash did have a great idea. He had the great opportunity. The plan's going to go down here momentarily inside of the archive. King George going to toss out a C4. Tags the kill there onto Brian, stopping that plan. There's going to be that gas grenade that comes out. Young going to get blinded up by yet again another flashbang. Fox realizing, hey, I can actually set this down. I think he's got a lunchbox in his way. There he goes.
He will get it. There we go.
He will set it down. And we will have King George again trying to put some pressure onto Gurmy. He will be injured and then taken out, but it looks like a trade comes on out. Fox gonna fall off the ledge and get injured. It's all here up to Geo, and I don't think they realize it just yet. And it looks as though they're gonna go ahead and pick up King George. You also have Young who's here. The last man alive is gonna be Geo. He comes on swinging, tags one. Can he tag another? Young's got 1 bullet health left to go. He's gonna look for a flashbang, moves on in. Geo looking to get the shots down to Young. Can he do it? Tosses out another flashbang, gets one. Can he get another? No, the defender's gonna get it. Geo, he gets the 1 kill, but cannot get it in time. That's gonna be Eclipse tagging down the diffuser. We're at 3-3 now.
What an attempt from Geo. Very potentially could have been a clutch, but it wasn't okay.
A little bit too much time with a flashbang.
Yeah.
That was just a little bit too much time.
Okay, some people are going to be saying, oh, he flashbanged himself and that's why he lost. No, honestly, the reason he lost that is because he pulled the pin for the flashbang in the first place.
Yep.
The flash neither assisted nor was the detriment. It was just him taking the time to throw it. If he had simply rushed in, pre-fired the corner, he would have won flat out. Both Young and the defusing player, or the disabling player, they were lined up. He just sprays the corner, he wins. So it was a nice try there from Geo, but I think he got a little bit ahead of, or I think he was taking the other guys a little bit too seriously there. He really just needed to go for the pre-fire.
Now back to the conversation with Slash and how he had kind of been we'll call it over aggressive. That play wasn't necessarily
it wasn't the wrong one. It was just
it was the fact he pulled off too soon. He thought he got the kill there onto Buck, wanted to not overexpose himself, so he went back and realized, oh crap, I didn't get Buck down all the way, so he went to re-peek again, and that's what cost him.
Well, whatever the case be, I mean, it was just he just missed it. I mean, he missed the shot.
Yep.
Through and through, he missed the shot. If he had hit the shot, yeah, it would have been great. He would have got a kill. But you know, again, the job there is to waste the time. You know, and the fact that he didn't really put his team in a slightly worse position, which, you know, they ended up winning from regardless, which was great job to VG there. Honestly, it looked like, by the way, on that note, a round overall, Excellence had that round. They did have that round.
Yep.
Just a couple mistakes like right next to each other, and it suddenly slipped away from them. Also, great retake there from VG. You saw that coordination between King George and Young peeking onto the Blackbeard. That should have been the sort of thing where Blackbeard just wins one engagement, then he wins another engagement. Because of that coordination, though, from VG, that wasn't allowed to happen. And that's what you got to do against the Blackbeard. Yeah, I think you know he's going to hold that angle.
I think it was Fox that had fallen off the balcony, tried vaulting over.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a mistake there.
Yeah, little opportunities that are missed, and hopefully they won't occur again, or else that might spell doom here for Excellence.
I mean, we're seeing what we expected to see in this match overall, by the way. 3-3. It's been a total back and forth fest, and it's been coming down to the last straw in every single one of these rounds, seems like. Foxy is going to try and active bandit, and he will
he'll get the second one. He'll get the second set because they realize VG what they're doing. They're going to put a first one down, set it off, then tag a second one down.
Yeah, it means there's only one set of Habana charges left on Avian, and he's got to use that for the mirror window. I don't think he's going to, though. He's going to go straight for the main wall. That means the mirror window will not be opened up. It's a very dangerous play there from VG. Not being able to open up that mirror window is going to slow this down. However, Slashhawk from below will be able to open up the mirror window himself. That's great. See, that's what you need to happen.
Now my man's going to go out for a peek here, potentially from the middle passport room. He's looking on over towards the center office and then gets picked off by Slash. What a shot! I want to say there was a one-tap, but he's down 7 bullets in his weapons. If he's going to go peek on upstairs, looks for the shots down there onto Brian and onto Geo.
This is great pressure that Slashhawk is applying right now to the main site, just aside from, of course, the roam clear. That's put his team in a really great position.
Ooh, looks like a nade will force Gurmy out of position, and that will be it for him. King George smacking down another kill there on a Fox, potentially. No, Slash picks it up from underneath. And now we have Geo inside of Fountain. He's going to hop back onto his Yokai drone. Brian's going to try to stop the defuse plant with a gas grenade. And again, more shots coming down from Slash from underneath. Last one alive is going to be Brian. They know he's in here, 5-on-1. VG wins this round, and they have gone up to match point now, 4-3.
So VG's take there really just mostly came down to Slashhug's work from below. Great job to Slashhug opening up that mirror window, and more importantly clearing out that roamer, denying the C4 from below. That was huge. And because he opened up that mirror window, all VG really needed to do was just push Sean into the bomb site together as a team, all 4 of them. And that's exactly what happened. They won their fights, and simple as. Ventilation room workshop now going to be VG's defense, as they were successful in that armory hold. And there's a match point here. If they're able to successfully defend this ventilation, we'll move on to map number 2. Or we can get overtime here if Excellence managed to push it forward. Now, VG was unsuccessful previously when holding this bomb site, and it was a take from Excellence straight in through the bathroom, as well into a bomb site, as well as taking control of that offices and archives. Now, I'm sure VG is going to be expecting that same attack again. I wonder if Excellence is going to provide that same attack.
I think VG, I mean, they're changing it up a bit. King George is going to hop on Castle instead of Mira.
Yeah.
And last time we saw the Mira placements, there was one inside of A facing B and another one on the west wall facing the balcony. This time, though, they're holding things a little bit differently.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, a little bit of mix-up. It seems like that a lot of their focus is going on to that denying the teller stake, and that's what Excellence took the. Again, that's what Excellence did the first time. And VG's got to be expecting that. So it really comes down to Excellence. Are they going to mix things up? Are they going to read into this counter and go somewhere else, or will they fall into the trap? More importantly, I guess, is if they fall into that trap, are they going to be able to fight their way out of it? Because we've seen some pretty spectacular trap setups so far in this match, and we have seen the team who has been supposedly trapped fight their way out of it. So anything's possible.
Now, Avian is tagging along here inside of the offices. Tags off one drone, looks on through the hole. It's been opened up. It's going to be as aggressive as Slash, and now he's just holding on to another drone. Going to come on out.
He's already taken out 2 drones. He's going to get a third. Oh, maybe not, as Geo manages to get his drone by Avian. Now, that each drone is very important, of course. It gives a lot of information. But Avian going to take out Fox 8, trading it back for Slashug. So Slashug's up the board for this roam game early on, which means that Avian had to fall off of the offices. Oh, this
it's going to be aggressive. Oh, he tags down the headshot on a man. What a shot. She is going to be inside a Fountain to get the refrag, and that's going to be a 3-3 now. Still over half the round to go. Castle by King George will then remove Geo. That's a picked up kill. Nice frag.
So despite Slashug unfortunately not getting much done in his roam game upstairs, Avian basically got 3 kills. He only got 2, but he lit that Thatcher up to like 1 HP, which allowed King George for an easy refrag. So now VG in a very comfortable position because of Avian's fantastic roam game.
Now Gurmy's going to look in towards inspection, which is where Eclipse is sitting. He might tag him off here, right on top of the conveyor belts where Eclipse is going to be standing. Gurmy moving slow as a worm over here. Goes for the shots and actually just takes off his hip. That's going to be a refrag down with 2-2 here. Young is going to sit inside of the bathroom with a shotgun in hand. I believe they have opened up the castle barricade, but it doesn't look like they're going to flow that way. Gurmy's going to be at the bottom of west stairs. King George has that upper angle down onto him. Once he sees that barbed wire, you're going to see him go right to the corner, possibly go for a pre-fire drop shot. Brian is outside of that west doorway.
A bomb has been located.
So you can tell here VG's conscious of this B-bomb site attack, and because Castle's from above, he might be able to apply the vertical pressure to deny this defuse plan.
Ooh, he sees it, goes for the shots and hits him on down to about 5 health. Brian is unfortunately not going to walk away from that one. Young coming in hard with a shotgun kill, takes him on out. Last but not least is going to be Gurmy. He's inside of inspection, moving down to the bottom of the west stairs. 20 seconds to go. And it looks as though Young going to whip out that SMG-11. Flashbang's going to come on in. Gurmy now moves in forward. Above him is still going to be King George.
Bomb located by attackers.
He has to go on through that gas grenade.
He's
Another
too slow.
flashbang comes in through. Young dodges it, moves in forward. There goes the Deagle shots down onto him. He's going to try to get this planted, and from above, King George will rain down the bullets, and we are going to see Vertical Gaming secure map number 1 in a 5-3 fashion. And that's going to be not an undefeated season so far for Excellence. Vertical Gaming still trying to secure that 2-0 victory.
And they could very well do it. Good performance here on border for Vertical Gaming. They won some rounds they really shouldn't have. Most notably that last armory defense. Wow, that was a great comeback. A couple mistakes here and there from Excellence, and I think it just came down to Vertical not making the same amount of mistakes. I think I saw, if I were to reference one big mistake for Vertical Gaming in that match, it was just the Slashug push too aggressively in offices, and apart from that, it pretty much almost flawless. Like they were really on top of their game today.
They
now,
did very well.
What happened in the last game was, and let's take a look at some of the highlights while we talk about it. What happened in that last round, actually, excuse me, was basically Vertical Gaming Avian specifically stopped that roam push or on the top floor from Excellence, so they had to come off of that Teller's attack through the bathroom. Because if you don't have vertical control, you can't execute that attack. Too many holes from above, too risky. And they started to mix things up, go for a B attack, and basically at that point, I mean, Vertical still has that vertical control,
Yeah.
so they're going to deny the defuse plant even in B. And exactly that happened.
Now that was my man's 3K we just witnessed there inside of the servers, and my man and Geo doing a lot of work for Excellence, just not able to pull it all the way through. Good C4 from King George here, and
This was the round.
this is Geo's attempt at trying to get that 3K to finish off the round. The first flashbang, not the best position. Second one is kind of what did it in for him. Two flashbangs,
Yeah.
a little bit too much.
It wasn't really about the fact that he flashed himself. It was that he took the time to throw. But what a shot from Avian, by the way. This was his 3K, really pushing it forward for his team. It was about the fact that he took the time to pull the pin for those flashbangs. In a lot of other games, grenades are like, throw, and then you're right back into it. In this game, it's pull the pin and then throw it. It takes some time. You know, you have to actually work up the set up that nade and get ready, put yourself in a great position, and you have to go through the motions, right? And it took a little bit too much time. He could have clutched that out if he just went for it.
Yeah, I feel like one flashbang would have done the trick had it gone through the doorway into the back.
He
of the
didn't even,
other.
arguably,
He
didn't even need to throw the flashbang.
But at the same time,
because
he didn't know how much health the other guys had. If it was two full operators,
partially true. I mean, we saw, obviously, the Blackbeard's probably like, oh, smoke's lit, but it doesn't matter. It was a nice try.
Game went in hands of VG. We're going to get underway with our second map. Let's head on in. It's going to be here on Oregon. We're going to have Excellence start off on attack, VG on defense. We are going to head to, I believe it was the top
Top
floor.
floor.
Need to
yeah.
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
First stop here from VG is going to be that top floor. No surprises. Now, teams don't really... There's a little bit of a mixed match of preference between the basement and the top floor, but I don't think it really terribly matters. But most teams are perfectly capable of defending both equally.
Now this is, I'll call it a little bit of a different reinforcement for what I'm used to seeing on a top floor hold, is a lot of holding. It looks as though with this reinforcement they're planning on holding the meeting hall, which typically we've seen the meeting hall just be utilized for a quote-unquote kite game from Kitchen going all the way back to Red Tower.
Well, on the note of that kite game, I think that those reinforcements are going to allow you to do that kite. You know, it's gonna if you're worried about pressure from the tower, that's going to alleviate a little bit. You know, just in case somebody waltzes into tower and melees a hole in that wall, they won't have a one-way angle. Well, not an actual one-way angle, but they won't have an advantageous angle to work with anymore. And I think, yeah, no, I mean, when we're talking about the top floor, it's not a lot to reinforce overall. It's usually excess reinforcements for the defenders, so may as well reinforce in meeting hall and attic if you're going to be trying to go for a kite out of the kitchen. And I think that makes sense for VG. They don't have any no, they have one roamer down in the kitchen. It's going to be King George. Ooh,
Slash going to use his own C4 there. That's going to be used to possibly kill off anyone who's trying to hit the castle barricade.
Didn't happen though. Interesting they use the C4 instead of just bringing King George upstairs with an impact grenade ready to burst onto the Excellence attack.
Fox going to toss in one flashbang here and potentially rush in.
Slash is playing very aggressive and dangerously here. He did equally trade his HP with the Thatcher there, but honestly overall, all it really did was spook Excellence.
We're going to have Fox try to open up some more of this wall, go for a shot. It looks as though Gurmy taking Blackbeard's gun and taking out King George. Eclipse will get the refrag on the Fox.
Great run out there from Eclipse.
Gastonade comes out from Young. He's in the
A little
back
bit
stairways,
preemptive.
hallway. Now we are seeing that Red Tower pressure a little bit. They mainly just want to make sure that there's not going to be a flank or some windows being opened up. Brian tried to clear out some of the attic, which it looks like that was successful.
You can see Eclipse is rotated downstairs. Meanwhile, a Slash is going to take out Geo. That's just through that little angle there, that pixel angle, onto the south side of the main west window. Geo was playing just a little bit too aggressively on this main west window. Usually you're going to leave that up to your Blackbeard to get done, and now Gurmy, as you can tell, is taking up that position. Eclipse being allowed into this tower is going to give him a flank opportunity if it should ever be called out that someone's repelling on those B windows, which is very dangerous for Excellence. Excellence is not in a good spot right now. Oh, he actually rotated off of tower. Interesting.
He did. He's underneath inside of the kitchen right now. My man's already looking for it. Season goes for a couple shots, tags him in the shoulder blade, forces him out and over towards Classroom.
Excellence is going a little bit too slow on this attack. They have the man disadvantage, and more importantly, there's only 30 seconds to go. It looks like their attack might just be through that main west window.
Yeah, now Gurmy's going to be gassed out of that window. Slash is going to move in forward. It looks as though he can he'll sneak his way here right under the windowsill. With
Dangerous.
15 seconds left to go, you're going to see Slash most likely go for a knife here onto Blackbeard as Gurmy hops on into the window, and he will get knifed right there in the booty. Now a 1-on-2. Last man alive is Slash. He needs to stay alive. Brian's actually moved his way into the middle dorms. Gurmy's repelled on inside, and he goes tags on one down. Can he tag it up? The Deagle shot from Gurmy, though. That will tag down Slash. Excellence is going to secure round number 1 here on Oregon.
No friggin' way. What a shot here from Gurmy to bring his team back into that round. Whoa! Okay, so that fell apart from VG real quick.
Yeah,
Slashug almost managed to bring it back. But I really love the initiative there from Gurmy, whipping out the Deagle, going for that quick rush. And usually you'll just see a Blackbeard kind of stall out in that situation and just not make it to the fight soon enough.
He didn't have the diffuser. I mean, there was nothing else he could do. He
Right,
can't
no. What I'm saying is normally a Blackbeard will just try to either A, take off their shield, or B, rush with the shield,
Yeah.
and they'll just not make it in time. So good play there for Gurmy. Going Deagle to Deagle and coming out on top. Love that.
You got to think about it, that if Slash was not as aggressive at the very beginning to get down to 30 health, it would have been more than one Deagle shot, and that could have been the end of the round and in his favor.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about earlier is, you know, the aggression not necessary from Slashug. And in this instance, it actually did technically, that little action there from Slash lost them the round. Can you believe that? It all comes back to peeking out early onto a Thatcher and losing all that HP. Now it's going to be a top floor defense from Excellence as well. They are actually going to be bringing a mirror instead of a castle. I like that they're using these mirror windows upstairs. It isn't absolutely necessary, of course, but the castle didn't really do much for Vertical Gaming in the last round, so I think that bringing the mirror window is probably going to be a little bit of a better preference there.
We are having a lot of soft wall destructibility brought onto the attacking side of VG, bringing the Buck and the Sledge together.
Yeah, which is good that there's no castle very clearly here.
Whoa, some shots. Oh, a very aggressive Fox. That's what we're used to seeing from Fox playing the Jaeger. He hops on outside onto that north balcony, I think west balcony, and sees the head there of Eclipse and tags it down. That's one of the primary soft wall breachers gone. So it's possibly there by Slash to get his kill.
Certainly worked that time.
It did this time. Now he doesn't need to be over aggressive. That's one member off the board. That's actually IQ, which means most of the Valk cams are going to be safe for the time being.
Well, the one that Slashug just threw is going to get shot. Let's be real. I mean, it's on the floor. It's, like
it's right
Geo
there.
can see it right now.
I don't think Geo actually cares about it at the moment.
Yeah, well, I don't think he actually saw it, but it was in his peripheral at least. Whoa! There's the aggressive run out from Slash, using his Valkyrie cam to take the kill on a Geo.
I don't think he'll see it now either.
This great play from Slashug onto this main west window to the A bomb side is going to put them now, and VG that is, in a 5-3. Good solid man advantage here to start it out, and this is the same way that Excellence won the previous defense round.
Just hopping out of the big west window.
Yep. Well, not necessarily. I mean, it's just that aggression, really, between these two teams. That's what's allowing aggression, man advantage early, and then you just hold. You just wait, you hold. And
I think it's a little ironic. We just saw, I think it was my man, or sorry, Brian, used those Hibana charges to open up the castle barricade, which had one hit on it. They just 11 hit that. I think that was going to be Avian that did it.
All that work all for naught.
Oh, my man tries to get up to the ladder of Attic King George's right there to knock his head down. Last two alive going to be Gurmy and Brian. Still over a third of the round. Brian is now very skeptical about trying to go up there.
Yeah, the only way for Brian to apply any pressure to that King George castle is to come up the ladder or rotate all the way outside, and he doesn't really have a lot of time here. 59 seconds. He's got to make a move now.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not much Excellence can do to salvage this round. We are going to see Brian head on over to the dining hall, and
just a kind of a case here for Excellence of just wait until the round's over, try to get a couple kills on the board, you know, pad those KDs a little bit. The comeback here is possible, but it would be very, very difficult, especially with only 30 seconds left. That's barely enough time
Slash is going to get another knife kill here onto the butt of Brian, most likely. No, he's going to be over-aggressive, goes for the peek, and gets taken down.
Yeah, I'm sure that one of his teammates are going to get that refrag, though.
Yep. 10 health left on Brian. He's going to try to hop into the window. Eclipse
There it is.
peeks on out. Gurmy then will get sideswiped here by Young. I think that was from the white stairs.
Top white stairs, yeah, it was a nice angle. Look at this, between the dresser
Look
wall
at that little sliver.
and the little leg there of the bunk bed. That means that there's almost no possibility for the Blackbeard to get the shot back. You're not going to hit that shot. It'd be very difficult to adjust in the middle of a fight to that. And that's just, you know, reading into the fact, hey, I'm challenging a Blackbeard. I can't take a fair fight. Now, 2-1, first round on the board here for VG. Great play there from Slashug in that early round. It's going to be laundry room defense now from Excellence as they were successful in that top 4 defense. This is the first time we've seen the basement held, and it's going to be in round number 4.
And then Mira finally does make an appearance here, and again we're going to see VG pick up the same 5 operators.
Well, we saw the Mirror earlier from Excellence when they were holding that top floor, but you know, I think it's only Vertical who right now who hasn't showed us that the Mira. But
really, okay.
Yeah, but it makes much more sense having that Mira downstairs. You know, it's
You're
gonna
right.
be
You're right. We did see that Mira.
more aptly used, I suppose, is what's really going to come down to here.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Interesting. It looks like we might see some heavy meeting hall pressure coming out from Excellence.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
We
Yeah.
say that, but they've been barricaded, reinforced a lot of stuff, but no
Yeah.
one's up there actually holding just yet.
I'm sure they'll probably have someone find them themselves there at some point. It seems like it might be a little bit of a heavy west roam. I'm not sure what's going on here for Excellence. Okay, let me see what's going on. Wow, some very aggressive play into the west lobby from, or not west, sorry, just the west side of the building here from VG. Barely even 30 seconds progressed, and VG already have control over Kitchen. This is actually really big. I love that drone game coordination for VG. King George and Young, you can see they're clearing out all the way from Kitchen into meeting, and now Slashug's going to know what he's going up against, which is going to be a Foxay roaming inside of the meeting hall. And actually a Geo as well. And then my man's going to be playing it up inside the tower.
Now Fox is trying to shoot through this soft wall of pantry up towards the drop hatch, which is where Eclipse is. Or was, we'll say.
Yeah, the attackers are not pressed for anything really here. They've got the information, they've got the time, they can just slowly execute this take and force those roamers down, and it looks like that's exactly what they've done. Excellence has almost entirely fallen back into the bomb site. It's all down to my man now as the last roamer to try and delay just a little bit more.
Now that castle barricade on the wall of the front lobby sometimes goes actually in favor of the attackers.
Yeah,
Then
actually,
you don't have to worry about a peek from
Yeah.
meeting hall. Like oftentimes an attacker, a smart attacking team will say, look, we can get in meeting hall, we can clear that out from kitchen, let's leave that barricade there.
Yeah, it's the same thing as a west lobby on Chalet castle barricade. You'll see that west lobby door reinforced with the castle barricade, and then, all right, the attackers are just going to thermite into trophy since you can't stop that anymore. So yeah, that barricade is actually pretty much, it's an interesting one, and honestly, I don't think it's the good one for, I don't think it's a very good one for Excellence. But despite that, VG's going to open it on up so they can watch their flank a little bit more aggressively, especially considering they have that control already. You can see here that Excellence is going to be trying to apply some pressure into the attic and get this late roam game off. We'll see if VG's ready to receive this. Yeah, Slashug is going to be in a position to receive this roam.
Now my man's going to go for the peek here. I think Slash might have seen him. He's going to hold a very small angle, spots the head of him, tries to take it off, but right now that's just going to be a stalemate. 30 seconds left to go. Young is working his way down the main stairwell. There's been 2 gas grenades tossed out, which means there's 1 left in the hands of Brian. 20 seconds to go. Still a 5-on-5. We're going to have to witness this go down to the final seconds. Young does have about 60 health left. He's going to have to go on through here. I think that might have been the last gas grenade. Tries to toss. No, there's no more left. C4 is going to come on up, and he calls it fake. And that's 1 down, double down there. That's going to be a wonderful job by Brian. Slash picked up a kill along with Avian. Gurmy tags 1 down. He tags 2. Brian picks up a double kill. What a round to finish it off for Excellence. Round number 4 going to their hands. 3-1 now.
Great job there for Brian, really holding that together for his team. And what a spontaneous round. Just slow, slow, slow. That explosion. All 5 of the attackers and all 5 of the defenders clash in what seemed like, I think that came down to about a 15-second engagement between the two teams.
I'd say about 15
About
to 10
15,
seconds, something
yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Between 10 and 15 seconds, and then everyone was dead. It was a great attempt there from VG. I think they just took too much time with their clear of the roamers. Really was what it come down to. They I think afforded too much attention to the roam game overall, and arguably Excellence forced that out. You know, they did not relent with their roam game even after falling back to the bomb site. They still continued to apply pressure. And that really put a lot onto the shoulders of Slashug, who was trying to hold that flank single-handedly. Then everybody else from VG trying to push into the bomb site was conscious of, oh, Slashug's contesting right now. Slashug's contesting right now. They took their nice and slow time pushing inside, and it just did not work out. Now, 3-1 in favor of Excellence. Looks like we might see map number 3. They've only got to win one more round to put it on to match point.
We are going to spot out here from Excellence the Jackal Glaz combination, which we talked about multiple times in the past. Is Jackal's now being paired up with Glaz due to the fact that he's got smoke grenades in his arsenal.
And, you know, it used to be the case that smoke grenades were such a commonplace appearance in the Pro League. I mean, you saw them almost every single match because you got Thermite bringing them. You've got Ash bringing them. And now it's the case that, no, it's in fact, it's flashbangs that you see commonplace. As the operator selection hasn't changed for the most part based on that, that adjustment. But, you know, it is really great to see when smokes do make their way back. You see this almost always it's just a Jackal Glaz combo come into play. And, you know, it's really great. This Jackal Glaz combo is not only really great at clearing out the roamers, but it's also really great at just getting site pushes because that smoke Glaz combination is so powerful. Still, even after his nerf.
Yeah, King George was trying to be over-aggressive and fight Geo out by the white vans. He got a little bullet in the chest, but again, that's not going to do as much damage as pre-season 1 or pre-season 2.
No, he would probably be down right now if it were pre-nerf.
Fox gets the kill there onto Eclipse and gets traded back by Slash, and then yet again another refrag coming out from Gurmy.
So you gotta, yeah, Excellence is feeling really good here. King George is gonna be on 1 HP, and he's likely to be collapsed upon at any moment now.
We say that, but as he gives away his position, my man will be taken down by a headshot from King George. A wonderful pickup frag at 3-on-3 now. Still half the round left to go. Classroom wall, that might have been Classroom wall or the box getting opened up.
Oh, King George is trying to salvage this.
Oh, can he get back up? Oh, he chopped down one little nick too much, and that's gonna force him to be taken down. Brian, though, picks up that kill.
Still winnable though, despite the fact that King George missed that last bullet onto the Hibana.
Took him down very low.
He put Hibana on 1 HP, and with a Hibana and a Glaz both on 1 HP, all Young really needs to do is smoke out that Gurmy, and he will win this round just off smoke. He can win it just off gas canisters.
Oh, they're going to get picked back up here, and that's going to be a lot of time wasted. But again, there's only 2 members left for the defending squad. They know they're going to be on site. The roam game isn't going to be that strong now. And with that, it's going to be up to Young and his gas grenades to hold off this push.
Yeah, to be honest, that pickup was the right call. These attackers have plenty of time to execute this attack. They don't need to stress themselves here. 50 HP is going to be much more comfortable. Now, they do have to worry about the fact that there's 3 gas canisters, and he can chain them to the point at which, like, he will not have 1 second of space for Brian.
There's the first one. Oh, he might get it down. The smoke grenade's going to blind him. And so he will actually get this plant down in time. Brian just securing it. Now, he doesn't go for the fake. He does go get it successfully up into the corners where he'll sit. Rain down from above will be where Gurmy sits, and he's going to be looking down through the drop hatch, looking towards the laundry cubby. Now Gurmy's still trying to hold him to the angle. Young goes for the shots, but he doesn't get out in time. Brian picks up one, Gurmy gets the other, and that's going to be a nice clutch moment here for Excellence. They're now on match point of map number 2. It's 4-1.
That's an example of smoke grenades there being very useful for the attackers. So, of course, great collapse onto the roam game early on for Excellence, but when they came into the site push, that smoke grenade from the Glaz is the only reason they won that round. Straight up, only reason they managed to salvage that. And it looks like we will be having a rehost here, ladies and gentlemen. That's okay. Excellence are going to be at 4-1 regardless. Scoreline's not going to change, and they've got to be feeling pretty good here on Oregon. Now, again, to touch on that last round, if that weren't for that smoke grenade, would have lost that round through and through. Blinded Young made it so he didn't know where to throw his gas grenades, and because of that, they managed to get the defuse plan.
Yeah, I mean, that's That's very unfortunate because I mean, when you have 3 smoke grenades or 3 gas grenades on smoke, there were what 20 seconds
Yeah,
left.
to be honest,
it's
I
like
was
you toss
really
one out,
surprised.
you make sure
Just
both
roll
your
both.
corners are covered, and then last one, you wait until the smoke dissipates and you hopefully get it.
Yeah, I was really surprised there by Young that he didn't just kind of throw his gas canisters and, you know, cover all of his bases with so little time. But it's not really going to matter. I think that clearly what we're seeing here from Excellence is that they're very dominant on
They are.
Oregon. They just seem to be the stronger team. I mean, 4-1 right now. It's going to come down, I think, just to skyscraper play.
So I think what's going to happen here is Vertical Gaming is going to lose this second map, and that means we're not going to have a single undefeated team yet.
Yeah.
I think your team during season 2 of last year was the closest team to ever being
came the
undefeated.
closest.
You were 1 map away,
We
and it was
lost-
during this final playoff game.
We
or
lost
playoff.
one. This was year 1, season 2. It was technically the same team that is VG now. We were called Orbit GG at the time. We won every single map until the very last map that we played in that season. And keep in mind, back then you played every team in the league.
Yeah.
So it
All
was
7 other teams. It was
Yeah.
7-week longs. It was a
Yeah.
round robin structure.
Yeah.
Not a bracket tournament structure like this.
yeah.
But you played every team, and it was a 2 map series, not best of 3, just 2 maps. And you played, I think it was Flipside, and you won the first map. Second map was on Clubhouse.
And we lost that one on Clubhouse due to unfortunately a little bit of a fuse exploit. It was
Well-
really unfortunate. We lost our Smoke, who was playing inside of the church, trying to hold against the church wall take. And this is back when the meta was put your thermite on church wall and open that. Remember that meta? Oh my gosh, that was so long ago. And because our Smoke got taken out early, do that exploit, fuse coming through the reinforced wall, then it opened up the attack there for Flipside, and they got the defuse plant, and we couldn't get the retake on the final round of the map.
So that looks like these 2 teams, Vertical Gaming and Excellence, will likely head back into that same kind of scenario where they're 1 map away from having the undefeated season. We are going to get underway in just a moment. We're still waiting for the rehost to happen as the teams are going to funnel back in.
I don't think
Oregon,
anyone's had an
however.
undefeated season yet.
Not that I recall at all.
It's going to be really fantastic when we see our first undefeated season, but keep in mind, it's getting harder and harder for teams to get an undefeated season because the competition just keeps getting stronger.
I mean, especially when you've got what we call these Titan teams on either side of the group stages in every single region.
I mean, we're talking about Excellence or Flipside today are going to not make it to LAN.
Yeah.
Like that's
Elevator Flipside.
Elevator Flipside, excuse me. That's in it by itself kind of a little bit mind-blowing. You're expecting to see both of them at LAN. You know, it kind of going into the season, you're like, okay, they're going to make it. Continuum. I mean, come on. You know, everyone expected them to be making it to LAN this season, and
I mean,
they're just not. Again, 2 seasons in a row now.
yeah, in all honesty, nothing against Continuum, but they seem to have their ups, and then they just seem to be in a low spot now.
When
I mean-
season 3, year 1,
Yes.
and then Invitational, and then suddenly
It's
not
like
make it
what
to either
happened?
of the next 2
And
LANs.
I think, to me, what I feel happened is not that Continuum changed up rosters and are not playing up to their level. I think it's these other teams are now seeing how much effort, how much skill it takes to play at this high level, and it's making them thirsty for more. It's making them hungry to play at this top level, and that's why we're seeing so many teams come out with these new strategies. We're seeing this season alone, I want to say nearly 50% more bomb sites chosen than we've seen in the past season.
Yeah.
And this is just tremendous. I mean, to me, it's just like, you see these teams coming out of the woodwork saying, we're going to come up with these pocket strats. We're going to come up with these different elements to this strategy. And I think that's what's going to lead teams to then come out on top.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, it's really crazy high levels of competition, and you know, I think it really comes down to our new bracket system as well.
Yep.
You know, we used to use round robin, it just be based off points, and people would be a little bit lax in certain fights. Like they're going up against this team, and they'll just say, it's whatever. You know, we actually had a couple situations way back, season 1, season 2, when I was playing, where it was a team would actually be coming up against us, and they would just give up. Like they would fight hard. Don't get me wrong. They're not trying to lose or anything. Like they're not throwing or anything. But they'd be like, we can't beat these guys. We can't beat these guys. I actually talked to a couple teams who would, after a couple matches, where they're like, yeah, no, we weren't expecting to be able to take you guys on, but we tried our best and we put in our A+ effort. But now what you've got is, with the way the elimination system works, is like, no. we're coming to this match with everything because we don't want to get eliminated from the Pro League this early on. No,
Yeah.
we're not getting we're not getting taken out and we're losing in our first bracket, then losing in the loser bracket. That we're done. That's it. You get 2 matches in Pro League, and then you're done.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to be that guy.
Nobody wants to be that because again, you're playing week 1, week 3, or week 2 and week 4, and you're out in a 7-week series or a 7-week long season. But to touch on that note while we wait for everyone to funnel back in here, there's been some confusion in the past about who makes it to season 3, who has to fight in relegations, who has to do who has to do the legwork to make themselves back into the Pro League. It's a little bit different than season 1. Season 1, it was in the Pro League. If you placed 7th and 8th, you were automatically put down into the Challenger League. If you placed 1st and 2nd into the Challenger League, you were automatically put up into the Pro League for the next season. That's not how it works this season. This season, it's a little bit different. You're never guaranteed a spot if you're in those bottom 4 teams of the Pro League, and you're never guaranteed a spot into the Pro League if you're one of the top 4 teams in the Challengers. Basically, the way it works, there's going to be 2 sets of relegations. If you're in 7th and 8th, coming out of the Pro League, which is Omen and Infamy.
Right.
They play 7th and 8th in Pro League. They will then have to fight teams 1st and 2nd place coming out of the Challenger. It's not a guaranteed you're going down and a guaranteed you're coming up. So they're going to have to go into a relegation. Then we have a second set of relegations for the 5th and 6th place teams. That's going to be Continuum and Bittersweet. Those 2 teams are going to be 5th and 6th in the Pro League. They're going to have to fight 3rd and 4th out of the Challenger League, which I don't think those have been decided just yet. They might have been.
So Bitter and Continuum, we're going to have a little bit of an easier go of it than Infamy.
Potentially, yes.
Of course, but it is still going to be a very a close, I think, from the level of competition we've been seeing coming out of the Challenger League.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of teams have been seeing a lot stronger. I think we're going to see Continuum make their way into the Pro League. And of course, that raises the big question: is Continuum going to make it to Season 3 finals, or are they going to struggle to do that yet again?
I think that's a lot of speculation to have in one 5-minute conversation.
So far away, yeah. No, I think we, you know, of course, that's way off. You know, we haven't even seen relegation start. We don't even know who's going to be playing against Continuum yet. And then, you know, more importantly, this season hasn't even ended.
Yeah. But, I mean, when Bittersweet does go to move the conversation to Bittersweet, when Bittersweet does go to play some of these Challenger League teams, it's going to be very similar, I would say, to some of the teams that they played last season because they came from the Challenger League. They know who's down there. They know the type of competition.
We've seen Bittersweet and Infamy both do very well within their Challenger League meta. Now, the Challenger League meta, on that note, from both of those teams hasn't been propped up well against some of these other Pro League teams. Like what we've seen them bring from the Challenger League into the Pro League just hasn't been working. But it does work well against itself. So I think those 2 teams are going to be really chopping through people in the relegations.
At the very least, what it's done is it's thrown a little curveball into the meta where we're seeing different things come out. For example, I think one of the mirror windows we saw, trying to think where it came out from. That was the one on Cafe. Sorry, that was Panics on Team Vitality.
Are you talking about the far east of Freezer looking towards
Freezer
the
looking
piano?
through Freezer looking in Piano top floor. That was from Team Vitality in the European region, but almost every team's doing that now, or a lot of teams are at least aware of it.
Not every team's doing it. Yeah, everyone's aware of it, and you know, I think a lot of them do try to work it into their play, and it has been really successful when we've seen it. You know, of course, that's a great mirror window that just affords whoever's playing on the A-bomb site or / white hallway basically full control over the top floor, aside from the main white hall, and that can be remedied by somebody playing on the white stairs, of course. So
yeah.
I mean, if you have someone on the white stairs and you have one person playing the A-bomb, with that mirror window, you have full control over the top floor, just looking away from A towards B, towards Cigar, towards Piano. You know, you just have full control.
They do. I mean, that's the purpose of the mirror window. Give you full control, not necessarily physical control, but full control of being able to stop a push coming in. One of the things, though, we talked about the bottom 4 teams out of the Pro League and what happens to them and their relegations. The top 4 teams are guaranteed into the next season Pro League as long as they maintain 3 original members from this roster. So that means Elevate, it means Excellence, it means Vertical, and it means Flipside will all be here next season at their chance at trying to go to Brazil. Their chance, not guaranteed. You know, regardless of how you do in Season 2, you're not going to be guaranteed a spot in Season 3 land until you get to the playoffs.
Yeah, we've seen. I think the way that it also works is as soon as the Pro League starts, you play your first match. Then everyone on your team is then be considered an original member. So as soon as you play your first match, you can actually still technically rotate 2 players out of that.
Correct.
So like you could rotate 2 players before you have your 5 original members from the previous season. You rotate 2 members, bring in those 2 guys, then
play your first game.
Play your first game, season starts, and then you have 5 original members, and you rotate 2 other members, and you can have a 4-man new roster.
I don't necessarily
with only one
know
technically
who wants to change up 80%
Yeah,
of
right?
their team.
Nobody wants to do that, but
Especially if you're one of these top 4 teams that have done so well.
it's possible though.
It is possible.
But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get back into the match. It's going to be on Oregon. Excellence is, of course, up 4-2 VG's 1. And it looks like pretty certainly we're going to be seeing Skyscraper played as our 3rd and final decider map in this series. However, you know, if a team's going to come back, I'd say it's going to be VG here. They've got the skill. They've got the potential. They're going to be attacking onto the top floor.
VG's commonly been one of those teams that loses the first few rounds, gets a feeling for the team they're playing against, and then counter-strats mid-game and comes out on top. Now that was, I'd say, the old VG before we had King George come into the mix. King George has since brought a very different kind of mentality to the team, and it's worked out tremendously well for them. Here, however, they are seeming to struggle on Oregon against Excellence.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Now we are going to see Excellence hold down
5
the bottom,
seconds left.
or hold down the kitchen on main floor when bomb site's top side. Looks as though my man
Attackers
will
have recovered
stick
their
himself in
diffuser.
here. Now last
Attackers
time
are
he picked
moving
up
out
1
to
kill into
locate a
King
bomb
George
diffuser.
playing the Blackbeard, and then rotated on out, and ultimately, this is where it was a flawless round, I think, for Excellence.
Yeah, Excellence had a really good time at defending this top floor last time they were here. They got that early kill at the start of the round. I think it was a run out from Foxay.
Onto
And
Eclipse.
there, then there was my man, like you said, getting King George, and then after that, Excellence just waited. And VG got down to like the last 30 seconds, started to try and push, and it was not nearly enough time. And of course, they didn't make that comeback. 3 versus 5, it's not going to happen.
Now Eclipse is going to move his drone down here through the bathroom corridor, spots one of the rotation holes from a man, realizes, okay, he's backed on out, try to push on in. He opens up some of the wall there, make sure that no one's going to be tucked around inside of the corner.
Almost looks like a kitchen attack here.
Possibly.
So yeah, VG just doing that standard west side kitchen clear. Trying to, no, this attack works really well if you can actually get the roamers who are playing down in the kitchen. If you can kill them, put yourselves at the man advantage, it works wonders. But if said roamers are allowed to play it safe and get away, escape that angle, and not fight you directly, and just waste your time, then you effectively, as an attacker, getting this control, it does almost nothing for you.
Now my man's sitting on a very peculiar position here at the bottom of the main stairs. I don't know if he's going to get droned out unless the drones are going to go upstairs towards him.
This is also good. Eclipse opening up at the top of white stairs, that's a lot of control that the defenders won't have, because that top white stairs position is arguably one of the most powerful positions on this whole defense here.
Now we are going to be seeing my man still stationed on the stairs there. Foxay using his Valk cam placed by Geo to just get a full line of sight, a very good amount of panoramic view.
Good start for Avian. He's going to take out Geo.
Swapping mags.
Looks like that was the top of the white tower into the A site, A bomb site.
Nice. A little bit too, a bit of an aggressive play there from Geo. 45 seconds to go though. Excellence, all they really need to do is wait patiently for the VG attack to force itself in. They are running very much out of time here. And my man, if he is able to get a nice, well-timed flank off, he's going to put his team in an even better position.
Now, if he moves into kitchen, he will be seen here by Blackbeard. King George already holding, oh yeah, it looks like Young might be holding down the angle. Gurmy though, picks up a C4 kill to Slash Hog. 20 seconds to go. My man's gonna back on over to Classroom. King George peeking on in through the A window, trying to hold down the rotation, but with the mirror window there, it's not gonna allow King George an easy push in. Bomb's gonna be in the hands of Avian as he comes on up the stairs. Young gonna follow suit. The man comes up from behind, tags one down, goes for Avian from behind, looks to the side, gets King George down, it looks like Diffuser gets fallen. Gurmy picks up a team kill after taking out one member. That's going to be a knife from a man to win round number 6. Round number 7. That's going to be a 5-1 victory here for Excellence. Round 7, 5-1. Or 6.
6.
Round 6.
Yep, you were right the first time. It is going to be round number 6, and that's a 5-1 victory. That was very dominant there from Excellence.
Yes, they did a very nice job there collapsing, and ultimately, I mean, my man had perfect timing. He looked like he was about to go a little bit early. Young was inside of the dining room looking in towards kitchen. Got droned out, realized, hey, let me back it up a bit, waste a little bit more time until they're forced to go for that commitment up the stairs. He did so, picked off Young, and
really
moved
good
in
pacing.
forward.
And apart from just the pacing from a man, I mean, overall the defense from Excellence was well coordinated. And I mean, everything from Excellence on Oregon. They seemingly really did have a grasp on Oregon. Obviously, that's going to be one of those maps that people are not going to want to bring Excellence to. But now, I believe we're going to be moving on to Skyscraper. Skyscraper is going to be our map number 3 for this series. And before we get there, let's take a look at some of the highlights here on Oregon. Now, it was a good overall match. Of course, there were some close rounds for VG, like this one right here, where a Slash Hug almost managed to bring it back for his team. You see, though, because he's on 50 HP, one shot from that Deagle did actually eliminate him.
Yeah, I think a Deagle, if I remember correctly, does like 64 damage or something.
It's
at
pretty
point
high
blank.
up there on the spectrum. It's, I think, one of the top. It is certainly one of the top damaging pistols.
Double highlight there to get rid of IQ with the C4.
That's really nicely
mean.
Well placed there for C4 from Slash Hug. See, that was the example of Slash Hug actually doing some good work on that main west lobby window, or not west lobby, excuse me, just west side window. That was the one round that VG actually managed to win too. That defense of that top floor there.
And here's that well-timed flank from my man. Picks up that kill into Young, moves on over, takes out King George as well. And just ultimately, my man gets the 3K
Turn it around
there.
for the knife. What a great job there.
It's like, I got you! Knife him right there in the side. That will be the map number 2 going into the hands of Excellence Gaming. Map number 3, as we said earlier, will be on Skyscraper. And ultimately, what this means is that there's not going to be an undefeated team here this season.
Yeah, a little bit of a bummer there, I suppose, not seeing an undefeated team. You know, it's going to be really cool once we see, out of any region really, a completely undefeated team. We haven't seen it yet, and I don't think we'll see it for a while, but it will come around eventually at some point.
Eventually.
It's a lot easier now. Technically a lot easier in this current system that we have. Yeah, sure, the matches are way, way fiercer because teams are trying super hard to win everything. But also you play less matches.
You play less matches, and ultimately, I mean, even if they come down to a super close series, every game, if it's the closest it can possibly be, it's still a 4-3 at one point or another. Most of the time comes down to a one-on-one and a 4-3. Who's going to win that last fight? Will you take it to 5-3 or will you make it 4-4?
Yeah, I mean, if we were still using that round robin system with the teams we have right now, oh my gosh! If we went back to that, no one would ever go undefeated, ever. It would be impossible.
Very difficult. Now, again, talking about Skyscraper, one of the less common maps, one of the lesser common maps we see here in the Pro League.
I think we've even been seeing Coastline a little bit more than we've been seeing Skyscraper.
I want to say so as well, like, especially from the decider matches and early playoffs. We've seen more Coastline than we have Skyscraper.
Last week we saw Coastline in every single region, I think.
I think 2 weeks ago it was the deciders.
No,
to find third and fourth.
Was it the deciders or was it the play? No, you're right. It was the deciders. So 2 weeks ago,
yeah, the deciders to get into the
Coastline
playoffs
in every single series except for possibly Europe.
Yeah, I think Europe chose Skyscraper instead of Coastline on that one.
Yeah, it was Skyscraper instead. So we saw some big upsets in that decider, and that was those teams in the decider bracket who needed to decide, you know, if they were going to go, be eliminated from this Pro League, or if it was going to be, hey, let's push on in the playoffs. They were showing their cards, their hands a little bit there, saying, all right, we're going to
That's
try
where
to
we
force
saw,
Coastline
if I remember correctly, Flipside and Continuum.
It was Flipside and the Brazilian team BRK.
Yes.
They both
came out on top.
They both brought Coastline to the field.
Yep.
And they showed some really cool strategies. Both of them pretty much the same actually, strategies wise. I think they probably coordinated that. And that was them again. That was them showing their hands, being like, okay, we've practiced Coastline and we feel confident here. We want to give ourselves that map advantage moving into this best of 3 and try and push ourselves into the playoffs. And obviously it was necessary there for Flipside because Continuum very clearly were not ready to play on Coastline. And even then, despite that, it went to the third map.
It did. We talked about this actually off stream earlier today. How does a team know when to show their hands, when to show their cards, and when not to? Like we talked about. Okay, you just mentioned we saw Flipside play on Coastline. Did they show their hand, or was it just a fluke and they did very well?
Clearly, they showed their hand. They
showed their hand on that map.
Yeah.
Do we see teams showing their hands last week to make sure that they secure that land spot? or do they hide it? Are we going to see Flipside or Elevate show their hand like fully?
Flipside and
They're gonna
Elevate are
have
both
to.
going to show their hands fully. Yes, they have to.
They have to.
Abso-freaking-lutely. There's no way either of those teams hold back an inch in this next matchup we're going to see today. Now, these two teams right here, they're having a lovey-dovey fest. They're just kind of, you know, going at each other.
Lovey-dovey fest.
They're friends. You know, they both want to win, but it doesn't really mean too much. They want that seed, but it doesn't really mean too much. And we are...
We are going to get underway here, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be here on Skyscraper, map number 3, Vertical Gaming versus Excellence Gaming. In the battle of the two top teams coming out of North America, let's take a look at the operator selections, starting out with VG on attack, Excellence on defense.
Yep. And
Rook.
it's going to be karaoke, of course.
I see a Rook.
Yeah, a little bit, I mean, you know, it's so weird to say that Rook is abnormal, but he is. He's absolutely abnormal in this current meta. You see more often if we're going to see either, between a Rook and a Doc, you're going to see a Doc 9 times out of 10. So seeing this Rook, I mean, obviously they have a plan for the impact grenades.
Did people tell me that that in his profile picture there, in the operator selection screen, that picture of his elite skin looks like an astronaut's helmet? To me, it looks more like a fishbowl upside down on his head. I'm an aquarium fish kind of guy.
That's how a child cosplays as an astronaut, don't you know?
Yes, that actually is very true.
That's how you got to do it, man.
My head was never small enough to fit into one of those, so I've always been a big-headed kid.
I never wanted to pretend to be an astronaut. Never did that.
I was
but
more of a magician as a kid.
No, I feel that. I respect that. Now, again, it is going to be a top 4 defense from Excellence. No surprise there. This is the bomb site of preference for almost every single team. You got that secondary bomb site downstairs in the kitchen barbecue for the, which could be the majority of the rotation here.
Gurmy's going to be tucked around inside of the pantry hallway, reception hallway, which is not necessarily a common spot, but it is very open, and a lot of the times you will have drones passing through here like a highway, so I don't necessarily know if Gurmy's going to get the luxury of standing around here the whole time.
VG's not pressuring too hard in delivery. I'm not sure what's going on there. It looks like it's just going to be a straight take onto the balcony. And we've discussed this before, how sometimes Skyscraper can devolve into just, hey, take from the balcony, take from the balcony, take from the balcony. And 9 times out of 10 when this happens, the attackers lose, straight up. Because when you're forcing in through nothing but the balcony onto a top floor attack, defense, yeah, you just funneled, exactly. You can see here King George using his levitation skills to pressure onto that bottom north stairs window. And basically that bottom north stairs window, but by cutting that off, he's going to make it so Gurmy can't rotate back into the site. That's really good pressure there from King George.
Yep.
You can see Gurmy. Now, he's stuck here. He doesn't really have a lot of maneuverability. He's going to know where the attackers are using his pulse sensor, but he can't do anything about it. I mean, if he challenges King George, he straight loses. There's no way he wins that fight.
The one saving grace he has is to hop out the window, get the side flank on George, but again, I think George is going to hear that.
He could, in theory, also kind of hook a C4 up onto those guys on the balcony above him. Now, of course, the balcony's not destructible from below, as far as I can tell. But he can hook up a C4. He can make that arc
right
happen.
above him, there's the C4 getting placed. It's pre-placed right now. Gurmy's just waiting for that perfect time. Shot's going to come in through. He realized that his life was almost in danger. So he blew it a little early, but that's better than leaving it there for the whole round. Now it looks as though Slash and King George are both going to pinch onto Gurmy. They know he's here, so King George has his eagle eye right down onto the corridor. Clip's going to try to bait out some more of those gas grenades. 50 seconds left on the board, still 5-5. Flashbeam's going to come out from King there onto the B site. And Smoke is now being met there with a drone trying to kiss him on the face. Looks like Gurmy tagged on outside. Geo picks up 1 kill into King, but not before Brian gets laid out flat by King George. Gurmy coming on up the north stairs, tags 1 down, almost all another, go for the tag, turns his back at the wrong time, Eclipse picks it on up for the refrag trade, a 3-on-3, 20 seconds to go. Fox has moved on into the yellow cubby, and I believe we have a Thatcher, I think that's Young, inside of the B site. He's going to pick up 1 kill, go for the plant down. 2 members left, going to be Fox inside the cubby. My man's going to be, I believe that's going to be coming from Drum Room. Picks up the kill on a Young. Diffuser was not successfully planted. They're going to moving forward. Slash gets the trade there on the Young. Last man alive is going to be Fox. Plant goes down, it looks like, and there is Eclipse. I don't know if Fox is going to see him in time. Goes to the shot. Oh, the plant goes down, and there's the refrag coming out. Slash gets the pistol kill. Attackers will win round number 1. VG comes out on top.
Wow, what a series of events there. So the first thing that started that cascade of trades was King George falling off his hold of those bottom north stairs. Because of that, he got the kill on the player inside of the B bomb site. But after he got the kill on the player inside the B bomb site, he got refragged. Then, more importantly, there was no one holding that north stairs rotation yet again. So the Pulse was allowed to come up and take out somebody, one of the attackers playing on the north balcony. And after that, we saw the aggression from the Sledge rush on in and get that refrag onto the Pulse. So just a back and forth cascade. Then we saw some engagements happening into the Geisha room, and it came down to a 2 versus 1 in favor of the attackers. That was VG. They got the defuse plant with very moments to spare. Well, no moments to spare. Exactly 0, actually. They cut the diffuser plant, and right after that, Slashhog managed to get the trade from his Thatcher teammate who had planted. So just a series of trades, really, in that round, and it all started. King George came off of the North Stairs hold. Now, we are going to see VG walking away with that nice little 1-round lead, and it's going to be Excellence onto the attack at the same bomb site at top floor. Again, no surprises.
I want to see where Slash tosses out this camera instead of Dragon. I oftentimes get asked, where's some good Valk cams to get placed in Skyscraper?
Freaking everywhere, dude.
Everywhere.
You throw a camera outside on Skyscraper, and it is hard to find. I mean, there are
surprisingly,
so
we don't
many
see IQ, though.
You know, we've seen IQ a couple times on Skyscraper. I think the reason we don't see as much IQ play on Skyscraper as we would expect is because it's Skyscraper and we don't see Skyscraper. it's less about IQ, it's more about Skyscraper not being played often.
It's not you, it's me. It's not you, it's me.
Yeah, so this early aggression from Foxay is actually not to be underlooked or overlooked, because the fact that he was allowed to vault in like that means that VG very clearly doesn't have any presence on that roam game. And you can see here he opened up, I believe that's underneath yellow corner, which means that when the push comes from Excellence into the bomb site, there isn't going to be there's not going to be a corner for VG to safely hide it inside of A. So that was a really good early Ash charge there from Foxay. Even though you can see he completely defaulted off that presence, he still it still means that VG can't play in that corner. And that's huge. Now, Excellence just going to be defaulting it back to the normal take after that Ash charge. It looks like actually Slash is going to read into this, I think. Yeah, he's going to be like, okay, well, you opened up the floor, but you're not playing it anymore.
Note to self, people playing against Vertical Gaming and Slash, if he's still alive,
he's going to be thrown under a window.
Treat every single window you vault in like there's a frost trap.
My man reading into that, apparently.
Yeah, he's going to hear that wiggle on through the hallway, or wiggling through the room to the bottom of the windowsill. Geo, though, picks up a nice frag there onto Eclipse, coming on out of the terrace to Drum.
That knife that Slashhog got earlier on the west window.
That was Capital, yep.
Yeah, that's what VG would call the snake knife.
Is that Snake Nade's
yeah,
proprietary thing?
He started that out, yeah.
Okay. Now there are only 3 members left here on VG. King George meeting a little bit of a skirmish. Skirmish going to come up the north stairs, tag a couple shots towards Avian, but misses each and every one of them. The man picks up the kill with the AL-85 on a Young. Looks like Foxay and King George going to go back and forth. King George loses that engagement. Last being realized going to be Avian, and there's going to be a flawless round for Excellence as they just force their way onto site, taking out every member of VG.
So it's worth noting there that Excellence here, okay, very clearly, first of all, seems like this map is, to start things out, attacker sided through and through. But the more important thing there is, like you said, flawless round for Excellence. They didn't lose a single member, and they had a very well coordinated attack there. I really like their early aggression downstairs, disabling the yellow corner. Once they disabled the yellow corner, it's just a collapse onto the A bomb site. Really well coordinated. Love it. Whereas VG, they had to struggle to take into the B bomb site, and they had to keep getting those refrags after refrags after refrags. So, despite it being, whoa, is this invitational, VG?
I was going to say, is this an invitation where we're seeing the Monty come on out? I remember seeing Monty push on up the north stairs.
Yeah, we haven't, well, he didn't push up the north stairs. He came from the north balcony into the A bomb site. We haven't actually seen much Montagne play since Invitational. That was, of course, a whole season, and actually, well, almost 2 seasons ago, basically.
6 months.
This season's just about done. So, yeah, it was quite a while ago. But you can see here very clearly VG coming back to the basics, coming back to their old tried and true, and we'll see if it works here against Excellence, although I have to question whether it's necessary or not. as again, they did win with their standard take previously. And if that pattern continues, then that's all they really need. I mean, obviously, Excellence, they haven't rotated off of the Geisha, or sorry, not the Geisha, the Tea Room Karaoke defense. It's the same thing, so in theory, if Excellence executes the same way, sorry, if Vertical executes the same way, they could just make this work. But, I mean, I guess adjustments are good for the fluidity of a win.
And it could also be the fact that they don't want to necessarily show their hands in this match, so they're going to go with a tried and true method of 2 metas ago, going all the way back here on Skyscraper. They could just be saying, hey, this is something that's worked in the past, let's just throw it together, see if it works this time. Woo! Paul's being over-aggressive, tries to go for the shots there onto Eclipse, but Eclipse was ready for it.
Eclipse wins those. He hits those flicks. He must have, what was likely happening there is Eclipse heard the heartbeat detector be put back away, and that's big, that's really loud noise. And he's like, oh, this window, he's gonna vault out of this window, and he was certainly right about that.
Attackers have located a
Probably
bomb.
went for the pre-fire as soon as he heard the heartbeat detector. Now Avian's gonna be pressuring onto this north stairway. Ooh, gonna be taken out by Brian. That's good aggression there from him. The longer Brian is allowed to stay alive on these stairs, the worse. So I think Young was just down there from the east side of the building. Yeah, this is my man peeking through this east side wall, taking out downing Young. Meanwhile, Brian's going to get his second kill of this round. It looks like this might be the first defense, successful defense that is, for either team, going in favor of Excellence.
Now it looks as though Young is going to crawl his way all the way back to the, I think that's the south balcony.
Could you imagine if Brian ran out right now onto that west balcony? He could have swift double kill, but it's not going to happen. And King George is going to make his way upstairs here. He's going to start pressuring onto the B window. This is what happened last time. King George was allowed to pick off Brian, and then VG just kind of filed on into B and got those trades. My man's going to reestablish this angle, but Young's going to be ready for it this time, and he will get the kill. That's actually a really important kill there, because now not only is East pressure alleviated, but also more importantly, the man count swings back into an even.
Ooh, looks like a shotgun kill from Brian takes out the Blackbeard. King George moving on into the B site.
Brian's on fire for this round.
Yellow Cubby's going to have one member in it. Brian gets taken out there by Young. A knife from Fox goes on to Avian. Last member alive was Young, but coming out there will be bullets from Fox to finish off the final members of VG.
So I think that was a 3K for Brian and a 2K for Fox. Well done to him. Well done to both of them, actually. And there you go. That is the very first defense win there for either team. Going on to Excellence's side. That's a pretty big leap, and you have to imagine that VG is going to be able to reciprocate said leap, but it's going to be difficult. As the last time we saw Excellence attack onto this bomb site, it was so dominant. And it's going to be, again, same bomb site, Karaoke Tea Room. I think that most teams heavily prefer to defend the Karaoke Tea Room to any other option on this map.
Attackers need to locate and
I think so, and typically after this site gets successfully defended, we'll see the bomb site go downstairs to the barbecue and kitchen area. Every now and again, we'll see the exhibition and display, or exhibition and trophy, however you want to call it. But typically that barbecue kitchen is the second favorite bomb site.
Yeah, and I think between these two teams, it's going to be the same way. It's just barbecue kitchen, unless they have something special to show us on one of the other bomb sites, which is entirely possible. I'm guessing they probably practiced this map together. I mean, you could tell, actually, you can tell by the way that it's played, it reflects each other. I mean, yeah, no, Excellence and VG definitely both seeming like
5 seconds to insertion.
almost like brothers in a sense in terms of their teams, how they play. You're seeing a lot of you can see a lot of similarities between them.
Left the area of operation.
Okay, so Excellence, if they win this round, are going to put themselves at 3-1, and they have been very successful in this again previously. Fox is looking to go for that same aggressive Ash charge underneath the yellow corner, and if he does this, he again will disable that yellow corner for play from VG, and it doesn't look, nobody from VG is in a position to stop this. There's no...
Yeah.
Oh, actually, there's holes in the floor here from Avian. Avian's going to be ready to receive Foxay, but he will look away just the wrong moment, and because of that, Foxay has made his way in. Oh, just... Did you guys see that? Barely.
Oh, and that's going to tag Slash down to 25 health, a little bit less than 20 health. Now, the importance of that whole, not necessarily, yes, it will stop someone from being inside of that yellow corner, or at least it'll make them risky, but at the same time, all they have to do is stick a drone down in there, and the drone can look on up for, and someone who's dead off the board can get that information, call out one of the defenders sitting in the corner.
Going live. Activating drone.
A bomb has been located.
Now we do have Eclipse inside of the drum room. Fox is going to be underneath of it, looking like he's going to come up the middle stairs.
Clear. Reloading. Cover me. Deploying drone.
Avian gets a nice shotgun kill into Fox, though. That's going to be Ash off the board. Now, Gurmy's still trying to work his way up the north stairwell. He realizes that, hey, oh, there's a Valkyrie camera right above him. I think Gurmy finally saw it right there, lit up right in front. There he goes, takes it on down. A 5-on-4 now. And a lot of this wall has just been terrorized open inside of the B site.
Drone activated.
This might be a defense win here for VG despite the early aggression, but no, Geo's starting to get this trade back, making it happen. That's Eclipse playing onto the drone, or sorry, the drum, and Geo bringing it back for his team. That's very important frag there. Oh, another kill there from a man onto Young playing in the B-bomb site, and now pressure is starting to be alleviated.
King George will pick up kill on a man after Sledge had been injured, had been disoriented with the yokai. Looks like another burst is going to go on out. Gurmy again still feeling a little bit woozy over there. He's now going to have to fight off for about 10-20 seconds or so. Plant's going to try to go down as a cover comes out. Geo goes, downs him and finishes off. Slash, more bullets coming in through. Looks like it might tag the shoulder of King George. Plant successful. And it looks as though there's going to be a nice shot. However, King George comes out on top. And it looks as though it's going to be King George and Avian. Last two alive. King George down to a very little health. Avian coming out the north stairs. They're going to go for a continued dual peek here. One out the window, one out the door. Avian's going to go for the shotgun kill. Misses his target. King George comes swinging out. Looks like he's going to go for the diffuser, but fakes it. And Geo realizes he's tucked around in the corner. He's going to come on out. Oh, he gets rid of the Claymore in time. King George, look at the shots coming out of the window. Look at it. Ladies and gentlemen, the hip fire shot there to get rid of the Claymore. That will allot him enough time and enough surprise to win round number 4. Vertical Gaming now ties it up 2-2.
Okay, so Excellence won that round, and then VG won that round actually because King George, straight up. That was just basically just King George stepping up, getting that 1 versus 3 clutch by himself, destroying the Claymore to get that vault out. What an excellent play there from King. Now, what it should have been a 3-1 lead. It should be a 3-1 lead right now, but ladies and gentlemen, it is a 2-2. Now both of these teams have successfully attacked and defended the karaoke. And now we're going to be moving on to the second defense site for Excellence, which is going to be that kitchen barbecue.
I'd like to know how many hits King George was on the diffuser when he faked it, or when he got up off it. Not necessarily
like
faked it, but when he got up off. However, he did ultimately get the clutch there, one of a kind. Now, as we said earlier, bomb site for the secondary location will go downstairs into the kitchen and barbecue. Typical spot here, and wonder if how much vertical pressure we're going to see. Gurmy and Fox are currently top side, and it looks as though they're going to be reinforcing, possibly with some mirror windows. We'll have to see where those go in the future.
5 seconds remaining.
We see here one getting placed off. That's actually going to be an odd spot. Definitely not a common one, looking from the middle stairwell into the tea room.
Yeah, some mirrored, definitely some odd mirror windows going on there, but that's just going to be, I think, a little bit more control towards the east side of the building there for Excellence, and that's important when you're holding a kitchen barbecue. You have to maintain that east control, because it's a lot easier to maintain east control when you're defending top floor, as you don't have to worry too much about defending on the bottom floor, obviously. And defending east from top floor is as simple as controlling drum, which is, you know, you could do that by holding a 90-degree angle. So it's a lot easier to hold it up. That mirror window is going to alleviate some of that extra pressure, which is applied as when you're holding downstairs.
Drone's ready.
PG looks like they're just trying to take from the top down here. Once they have control over Geisha Room, they're going to start opening up holes. And as you can see here, Excellence actually isn't roaming upstairs aside from Gurmy inside of Drum, which is different to say the least. Usually you see a very heavy investment from the defenders in the top floor when defending Kitchen Barbecue.
Yeah, he's seemingly very exposed up there, having three
Well-
large avenues come towards him. You've got the
He can
east side,
fall
the west
off.
side, and he can fall off.
Attackers have
But
located
that's
a bomb.
definitely not a typical spot we see anyone, especially a one-speed.
Yeah.
Reload.
He's not going to have a lot of options in terms of rotation. In fact, he has one, but he's already utilized said option. And there's only half the round left here for VG, or a little bit less than half the round, actually. They've really got to make this. They really got to make this push happen sooner rather than later. They have control over Geisha, but that's not really going to afford them much. As you can see here, Excellence has 3 people ready to pounce as soon as VG drops into Kitchen, so they're not likely to get that defuse plant easily, despite having this complete vertical control.
It looks as though Young or Slash, they want to drop. I can sense it in their bones, and they're just waiting for that perfect opportunity. Flashbang's going to come on out. Brian will get flashed out. Gas grenade is going to go exploding. Another gas grenade gets tossed on out. Now 35 seconds left to go. Last flashbang comes out. Brian does not get flashed in time. Therefore, the falls will happen. Slash going to move in forward. Tags on down. Looks for Brian. Picks it on up. And Gio gets tagged down as well. A wonderful double kill coming out from Slash. Pistol kill from King George will remove Fox. And Gurmy gets a 1 trade onto Avian. A 2-on-4 now. Diffuser did get planted, however. My man picks off 1 kill, trying to make it back into man count. Goes for a second, but misses the target. It's going to be a 2-on-2 now with Gurmy taking out the head there of Young, Slash, and King George. Gurmy will fall as my man gets to the last man alive. Gets a couple shots there on the Slash in the side. You have 2 members from VG. Diffuser has been planted. There's about 25 seconds to go. And Gurmy, I'm sorry, my man, last man alive, still fighting tooth and nail against Slash here inside of the kitchen. Goes for some shots, King George. Oh no, looks as though my man picks off 1. Goes for the revolver shots above, but he does not have enough time.
Yeah.
This automatically goes to Vertical Gaming, regardless if this kill happens or not. There it
Both
goes.
of them will survive the round, but that doesn't really matter. It will be a Vertical victory. Good execution there for Vertical. I like the attempt at the defense there from Excellence. They were obviously planning on collapsing on that kitchen as soon as the defuse started coming through, but the problem that happened is Vertical just basically stacked all 5 players straight in. Well, not all 5 actually. 4 players straight in through the Geisha. And that amount of pressure is not easily alleviated or collapsed upon by the defenders. Too many bodies really from VG for Excellence to handle. Plus that great push from Slashug into the delivery hallway. If that hadn't happened, then if he hadn't got that swift double kill, then it still could have been an excellent collapse there from Excellence.
Protect your bombs
Definitely.
from being defused by
That's,
attackers.
I mean, that was just a pristine gunfight that you had to win, and Slash came out on top.
That's the right way to do it. Now, 3-2 Vertical. This has been the slugfest that we saw in the first map so far, but this is about where Vertical Gaming walked away with the lead. The question is, will Excellence keep it going and push it to overtime? Now, interestingly, we've not seen overtime yet between these 2 teams.
We have not, and
First map was definitively in favor of VG, and the second map was definitively in favor of Excellence.
yep, each 5-1 if I recall.
No,
Five
5-2,
seconds to
5-1, I believe.
You're right.
Excellence 1-2 in
Correct,
the
it was-
first map.
Attackers have recovered
And then,
their
so, I mean, Excellence has been feeling pretty strong here so far on map number 3 as well. I do think that this is probably going to be our overtime map here, ladies and gentlemen.
That camera right there is why you bring in IQ.
Yeah, so
Right here.
we're talking about how easy it is to play. Like, there are so many spots to put cameras on outside on Skyscraper that will afford you plenty of information, and you can tell here, VG are going to use it to get some great runouts. My man just barely.
Oh,
out.
Kitty
Oh, he's going to go for the ball.
He grabbed 1 kill, and that's going to be the sledge off the board. 2 frag grenades on as Brian gets the knife kill.
So aside from just the man, actually there's a trade back from Foxay, so that's actually going to be really bad for VG. This is probably going to be this trade back here in terms of rounds from Excellence because of those 2 kills. Such a man advantage in the favor of, okay, so a 5-4 is not as bad as a 4-3. A 4-3 is definitely in the favor of the team with the 4, because at some point you start losing so much control. Having only 3 players, the defenders there's a lot of pressure on them now. I like what Eclipse is doing here with these holes, although I don't know that it's really going to change much to be completely honest. I think it's mostly just a distraction, as King George is playing aggressively inside of the T. If an attacker comes around the corner, they're going to see those holes and fixate on them, which will give King George the ability to peek around the corner.
Now, as soon as the tip of this gun is spotted or bullets are seen, Eclipse will either wallbang or get this shot down onto Brian.
You see the bullet tracers coming through the wall, but he's going to stay firm on. Wow, it's all down to
Gurmy
Eclipse
and
now.
Geo picking up Young and King George. Last one alive is going to be Eclipse.
I don't
He
think he
gets
knows.
one, but a 3-on-1 now.
I don't think he knows he has the diffuser there, so he's going to get
Not.
aggressive.
Fox
on
A
the
going to be at the
box.
bottom of the stairs. Flashbang comes on out. Not even necessary as Fox picks up the kill. Round 6 goes into the hands of Excellence. It's a 3-on-3 now, or 3-3.
Yeah, and this is that's kind of honestly what I expected there. I mean, obviously both of these teams feeling very strong right now. No match point going to be coming out yet, and I do think we're going to see overtime here between them. It's going to be Excellence back onto the defense. They're going to be able to defend Karaoke T-Room, which they have had mixed success here, of course. They lost their first attempt. They won their second. But arguably on that second defense attempt, they were pretty strong seemingly against VG. However, the way that VG attacked this on their second attack is they brought that Montaigne to the field and went for a little bit of an older push that really did not work at all. And as you can tell here, VG have opted not to bring Montaigne this time. So I think they're saying, okay, yeah, that clearly did not work for us. Let's not try to force it again. So this could be VG winning this round and then walking away with their lead, as they'll probably be able to. So if VG wins this round, put themselves on 4-3, that's going to be match point. Then if they go on to win their defense of the kitchen of the karaoke room, then that's going to be, well, that's going to be the series in favor of VG. But the big if, of course, Excellence has been putting up a great fight throughout the series, and of course this specific map.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Now, looking at VG here, they are starting on the south end of the map, working their way up to the balcony of Geisha.
Oh, this time they're actually going to spot Gurmy and light him up, but I don't think it's really going to matter too much here. It's just going to mean Gurby's going to be forced to go somewhere else and roam a different portion of the map. He's lost one HP's, one bullet's worth of HP, but that's really not a big deal for Gurmy. Playing Pulse as a 3-speed operator, that's not what you're relying on.
Looking on over here, King George is going to hold down that corner, or hold down that corridor again, which he had to get off of. I think it was round number 1 previously, and that allowed for Gurmy to get the entry on up to the north stairs, pick off a kill. Now yet again, another good Valk cam coming out of Fox A. Just easily spotting this out from Eclipse. Says, hey, there's 2 on this balcony. It's going to be Eclipse and Young. And we'll see if we can get these kills down. A minute and a half left to go in the round, ladies and gentlemen. At 5-on-5 still to ensue.
Yeah, this is actually pretty typical between Excellence and VG. They do very much stall out on each other here. And this isn't a case of the attackers being too slow or the defenders being too passive. It's just an understanding for both these teams of what each other are doing and being inside the other team's mind. And they're trying to find the best opportunity to work through how Excellence defends, and Excellence is trying to find the best opportunity to capitalize on when that's what I'm talking about. That's that opportunity right there. Geo really capitalizing on it, going for a quick aggressive rush there. We'll take out Eclipse.
Now he knows that Avian is inside of the Geisha room. Some bullets just went flying into his side. Avian looking like he's trying to tag 1 kill. Slash gets the kill there onto Gurmy. That's the Pulse out of commission. We are going to see this looking like it's Brian going to have a heck of a time trying to hold down B. That is his second gas grenade, I believe. He might have 1 left in his arsenal. He does. He's got a hole opened up so he can drop it in the north stairs if he needs to. But right now, the castle barricade on the window of B is getting opened up. Young meleeed that open. King George now going to be here. Last gas grenade goes on out. Flashbangs come on in. Gets him just for a split second. Now he's going to duck on down, get back on up inside.
No gas grenades anymore.
Avian's going to push inside, go for some pre-fire. Brian comes out on top. Young then shoots to get the refrag on down. King George did pick up a kill. 2-on-2 now. Man's trying to get back onto site. Looks like Diffuser going to get planted here in a moment. My man needs to go for a push. There goes one in. Looks like Geo will not get the kill. My man goes for it. Can he get King George down? Goes for the shots. Tags him down. Gets him. Can he also get Young? He's got to push in right now to get it. He gets the pistol kill, and that's going to be Excellence. Going up 4-3. Match point, series point here on Skyscraper.
great job there from a man getting that clutch. Really did seem like a VG win there, but again, they lost. So the problem with VG attacks that we've been seeing happen quite a lot is that they win, they take control but via refrags, right? Forcing their guys into tricky positions, they lose them, and then they get the refrag, they get the trade. And that's great, that's all well and good, but when it comes down to the last couple seconds and you have to get that defuse plant, you only have one man advantage. You don't have enough time to have, you know, 2 people fight 1 guy. So yeah, despite the fact they had the man advantage there, it just wasn't enough. Not enough coverage there coming out from VG. Not one extra person to get that kill after King George got down. And now Excellence Gaming are on match point, and all they need to do is successfully attack a karaoke defense here from VG.
I mean, you heard it from Fox earlier in the interview that going from a 5th, 6th place team in the Pro League last season and quote-unquote being a very, we'll call it, not well-known team. Some of the players, yes, they're known, they've been in the Pro League before, but the team itself and this combination of players is not very well known. To come out and possibly be the 1st place team out of North America is a feat that not many people and not many teams can say they've accomplished.
Can we see that scoreboard again?
Attackers
Look at that scoreboard. Look at my man and Geo right now, putting up quite a lot of work there. And King George as well. I mean, we've been seeing some pretty incredible clutches for both of these teams, of course. And it's a lot of these rounds have come down to 1 or 2 people really just stepping it up. Fox is going to be going for that early aggression yet again. Looks like onto the underneath the yellow. Now, of course, his teammates are going to drone him out. Make sure that it's clear. You know, that he can actually go for that. I think that actually we will have someone from VG attempting to stop that. It looks like one of the 3 speeds between either the Jaeger. Yeah, it's going to be the Jaeger. He's actually playing on the drone drop down, as you can see there over by Drum. He's going to be waiting for that Ash to rush in, I think. Maybe trying to drop down and pick her off. I'm not sure. Can't quite see him. Nope.
Gurman's going to be on this west balcony, similar to where King George sits, and just watching for some of the rotation pattern. My man looking around says, hey, is there a Valk game out here? Most likely there is, and he just is not able to see it yet.
It's a very aggressive play here from Slash, and it will be capitalized upon by Geo. Good job to Geo there. Double Claymore.
Double Claymore.
We're not taking chances anymore with King.
Crisscross applesauce. You can see it right down there at the windowsill.
So directly countering King George, as you can see.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Inside the mind of King George.
That's a good double up, though. I think that's actually the right call there from Excellence.
A bomb has been located.
I gotta imagine after losing that last round, they're like, no.
I just want to see.
Never again.
I want to see like 2 more. Just go like 4 Claymores all at the window.
Okay, that would be just overkill. Come on, man.
Hey, it's King George we're talking about.
The only way to counter 2 Claymores is to like throw an Impact or a C4, and that would counter 4 as well as it would counter 2. It doesn't look like Foxy actually did that to Ash that he did last time, or the last couple times underneath yellow. But that's not gonna matter, as Brian's gonna take out Young, and now it's a 3-on-5. Looks like Excellence is gonna deny this overtime here for VG.
Very possible. 55 seconds left on the board. King George, Eclipse, and Avian, last 3 alive on VG. Fox is going to go up the north stairs, try to get a couple shots there on Eclipse. Looks as though King George gets one on the Gurmy and gets traded down to Avian, picking up the kill there on a Fox. 3-on-3 now. However, Eclipse has been injured. That means Avian now needs to cover and allow King George to rotate over, try to pick up his teammate. But right now, I don't think he's going to get safe enough or feel comfortable enough to do so. 30 seconds on the board. There's one enemy that's been detected outside. Oh, they are going to go for the pickup. Eclipse navigates back into the corner. My man tags 1 down. Avian still tucked around. My man goes for a 2nd kill there. Picks up Eclipse. That's 2 down. King George last man alive. My man gets a triple kill to get a clear Excellence, winning this map, winning this series, making them the 1st place team out of North America. A wonderful clutch and a wonderful round set of matches here from Excellence.
Not one single overtime in this entire best of 3, and Excellence managed to come out on top against all odds. 60% hold victory for VG to... and it didn't really seem like to the 40% of Excellence, and it didn't seem like people thought that Excellence could take out VG as a squad, yet here they are standing victorious in this 2-1.
13 kills from a man on that series.
Well done.
Tremendous feat. Like you said, it didn't even go into overtime.
Not once.
And I got to say, that is one heck of a showing. I wanted to say this before, but I didn't want to jinx anyone because we know I jinxed Adam last week. My man, I don't think I've ever seen him off his game. I don't recall a game where I'm like, my man, what are you doing? What are you doing? But he's always been on his game whenever I've seen him
Well,
play.
you know that the next match that you see him play, he's going to be off his game suddenly. What have you done? Let's take a look at the highlights from Skyscraper, ladies and gentlemen, to lock out this series. See how it was that Excellence managed to take themselves from a team that, let's be honest, not many people knew much about, to now the #1 seed in North America. What a fantastic feat.
That's also to mention the upset of the polls. We saw a poll earlier that gave about 60-65% in favor of
VG.
Vertical winning today.
And I mean, it's that experience where people are thinking about. It's that it's the fact that they're a team that have been around for a long time. They have a wider fan base, of
King
course.
George, you're nutty, dude.
Yeah, that was just an insane play from King George. Let's be honest. This match would have been over much sooner if it weren't for plays like that from King George or Slashuk. I mean, equally so, though. I mean, my man, you know, it wouldn't have been a victory at all for Excellence if it weren't for my man. And on that note, this run out from Slashuk definitely favored defenders, taking out my man there.
I mean, to me, that's typical Slash.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why he was brought onto this roster. We talked with King George first play day we saw VG play, and they had said we brought Slash onto the roster because we like his aggressiveness. He wasn't fitting well on Continuum last season. He was a very passive player. He was played on site.
Yeah.
It wasn't the Slash that is able to roam free and do his jazz.
Yeah, you got to be able to play as the player that you are, whether it be an anchor, whether it be a roamer, whether it be just an Ash Jaeger main. I mean, you got to be able to fit into your role, whatever role that be. And Slashuk seems to have been able to come into his own here on VG and has been putting in some great work.
Yep. And so that's going to be it. Our first series underway. Now, ladies and gents, for those of you just tuning in, Excellence Gaming did win 2-1 over Vertical Gaming. Both teams are still going to land. This match was only to decide the seeding as to who's first, who's second. That not only dictates the, like I said, the seeding for this coming LAN event, but also you need to know who's first and who's second for the potential group stages of next season. You need to know what group and what bracket you're going to be in. So with that, ladies and gents, please stay tuned. We're going to take a short break here while we get underway with our second series. So a few minutes from now, you'll be back here with our lovely faces. Stick around, ladies and gents. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are on the final day of the typical games here for the North American scene of the Rainbow Six Siege. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum. Here's Kickstar. We just got done getting our top 2 teams out of North America, and
nope, just hope for a good match. Thanks for the fans in the chat, and yeah, that's it.
Awesome, Mint. Well, thank you very much for your time, and good luck to your team today.
Thanks, you too.
Thanks. I want to see everything from this series, and it sounds like Mint and the rest of Flipside will do just that.
Well, it's worth noting that I've never seen Mint so very focused before. Mint's usually a pretty calm player, and let's take a look at this roster first before we get into that. Flipside Tactics, Mint, Pojoman, Hot and Cold, Adam, and Shala is going to be the Flipside Tactics roster. So yeah, Mint's usually a pretty calm player, pretty calm individual. You know, I think from every interview we've had from him in the past, you know, he seems pretty relaxed, you know, just hanging out, you know, trying to, you know, do his best, but I could hear the urgency in his voice. I could hear the focus today. You know, having heard what he just said about how this has probably been their hardest grind week ever, I think we're going to see a very strong Flipside today.
I think it takes a special kind of person to admit that they had slacked off and that they're coming back ready to go. Because they said they did slack off a little bit previously, and that's why they're in this position as opposed to playing in our first series against Vertical Gaming.
Right. And,
or, sorry, against Excellence.
Right. And of course, you know, there is the case that it is that elimination, so there's so much pressure. Now, the question for me is, and we'll go on to the other side of the fence soon, but the question for me is, have Elevate put in that same amount of work? Have they put in the same amount of practice hours as Flipside have? Because very clearly, Flipside is prepared for this match.
I want to say they are, simply for the fact that they knew last season during Season 1, they knew that they dropped the ball when they went up against Continuum the first time. They came back around 2-3 weeks later against them again. They were ready to go that time around, and that's when we saw that cafe switch where they ultimately came back, took them on that map. I think Elevate has the potential to, but again, it's going to be up to what do we see this time around. Let's take a look here at the Elevate roster now, as we don't have an interview lined up just yet. Skies, Shuttle, Laxing, Chapstick, and England.
Yeah, Elevate GG, of course, that team that switched from Xbox, but that was ancient history. They've been a PC team for a long time now, and they've had a good showing of it. They made it to the last LAN event despite getting eliminated in the first bracket. They still did make it there, and they had a good showing in North America, and now this is their there's their chance to make it to another PC LAN event. They are, of course, technically the final Xbox Invitational champion, or at least for now, they are a very strong team on PC as well. So, Skies and Laxing, of course, going to be that roamer duo that's been putting in a lot of work throughout the history of Elevate GG. Shuttle, Chapstick, and England going to be a little bit more of the Anchor 3 team. And, you know, of course, we talk about that Laxing Skies roam duo being so very influential in these rounds.
Yep.
If we get to a map like Chalet, Consulate, you know, they're going to be really shining through there.
Yeah, I mean, that roam duo, we talk often about, we saw a lot of it with Bittersweet, we talk a lot of it about synergy and timing. And we always go back to, when we talk about Elevate GG, we talk about Skies and Laxing. And that's because the combination of those two players are basically the epitome of a core duo roam game. And that's how we want to keep hammering that down, is pay attention to those two. Pay attention to how one might bait out another and allow for a crossfire to happen. And that's what we're going to be looking for today between Elevate and Flipside. Now, we are going to get underway with our map bans here momentarily. It's going to start off with Elevate GG, and Flipside Tactics is going to follow up with the second ban of the day. Again, bans will happen very similarly as they did in the previous series. 9 maps in the pool. 3 are going to get banned by Elevate, 3 are going to get banned by Flipside in a back and forth kind of fashion. So there's only 3 maps left. Then those are going to be the 3 maps we play on.
This ban phase is extremely important. These two teams rely a lot on the maps that they manage to get themselves to.
That's definitely we know you're good on that Flipside. We'll just knock Coastline right out of there.
Yeah, Flipside have shown their proficiency on Coastline in the past. That's how they made their way into the playoffs, going up against Continuum in that 2-1. They won very hard on Coastline. Cafe going to be a ban. That's to counter Elevate, of course, because Elevate's had fantastic play on Cafe in the past. Consulate, very clearly to counter Flipside, as Flipside is great on Consulate. Clubhouse, I think that's a preference pick for Flipside. That's not to counter Elevate at all. Bank, that is the counter flip side, who again have shown proficiency on Bank in the past. Great Jackal play there. I think that was also in the CTM matchup.
It was.
Now it's going to be the final map.
I think it's going to be between
Flipside.
Chalet and Skyscraper. There it is.
There
Chalet.
it
So
is.
that is the map that we were just talking about. Elevate has shown a lot of good strategy on. We always know that Lax is going to be on those back stairs. But
Honestly, I feel like it would have favored, to be fair, I feel like it would have favored Flipside if they had just let that slide through.
I think
I
feel
think
like
it probably comes down to Elevate probably counter-stratting Flipside's holds on Chalet, because we know Elevate to be the counter-strat team.
Yeah.
And it stands to reason that they're not going to want something that Flipside knows is out there in terms of how they play. I mean, Flipside's always been a good Chalet team, similar to like VG or Sisu. So, but also Elevate's been playing it a lot lately. I'm not sure.
They have.
I think
Now,
it's just a preference.
That means we have 3 maps left, and those are, we'll say, ironically enough, the same 3 maps from the previous series. It's going to be Border, Oregon, and Skyscraper. Let's take a look at our first map. Elevate's going to go ahead and choose it. It's going to be Skyscraper, which,
wow.
I don't know how that's going to unfold, because we haven't necessarily seen these 2 teams play Skyscraper yet, in my eyes.
Nope, I don't believe we have, and that's going to be quite an interesting pick there from Elevate GG. It's likely that they've practiced pretty hard on that particular map, and they are trying to bring it to a very specific outcome here, similar to what we saw from Coastline and Flipside in the past. Border going to be Flipside's pick, and it's going to be Order for our Decider map. No big surprise there. Flipside could have gone for... Actually, I think that arguably Oregon making its way through here is actually going to really hurt Flipside. I'm interested to see... Okay, Elevate's been pretty good on Oregon in the past. The fact that they allowed that they picked Skyscraper instead of Oregon is somewhat interesting there. That means very clearly they practiced hard on Skyscraper. Border being the pick from Flipside, that's going to be a little bit more of an even match. But we are going to be getting into Skyscraper in just a second here, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll get just right into the action. Skyscraper, of course, the map that was just the Decider map previously in that last series we saw, is going to be the map to start us out here, as it is Elevate GG's pick.
Now, as we funnel on in, again, this is map number 1. Yes, we're going to see a blitz. And here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Elevate going to start on attack, and Chapstick is going to play that blitz operator. Flipside going on defense, going more of the standard 5 picks. I don't know what... we didn't get a chance to interview Elevate, unfortunately. Chapstick, why do you...
He was targeting you,
he was targeting me. He was getting that rise out of me, and he successfully did it.
You have been intentionally targeted. They know this about you.
I will allow no more trolls to happen in my direction anymore.
I guarantee you they're laughing right now.
They are.
They're like, oh, Blood's definitely talking about this. We're going to see in 3 minutes. We're going to see.
Production's in my ear right now saying they're laughing as well. So with that, ladies and gents, we are going to get underway. And here we are, seeing a top floor tea and karaoke room hold, which again is one of the most standard holds that we've seen come out.
I think we've seen almost no variation on this point when it comes to the first bomb site defense. We've seen sometimes a kitchen barbecue defense first, but only in an effort to mix up the operator selection. That's it. That's exclusively. Like every time it goes to the Skyscraper, almost it's this is our first bomb site. No big variation when it comes to operator selection on either team. Of course, there's no blitz, so that's not happening.
Way to rub it in.
I like I like the way that Flipside's setting themselves up here on this hold. They are putting a mirror window on the A wall facing towards Geisha, so once Geisha has been lost control of, they still have control over it. But look at what I say. Once they have no physical presence inside of Geisha as the defenders, they will still be able to influence the push into Geisha. And you can see there's another mirror window on the stairs adjacent to the Geisha room. As you can see, whoa, this is an interesting push here from Elevate. Coming in through the east side, this is new.
They are not going for a balcony push on the north balcony. Instead, it looks like they're going to be pushing in through the terrace and into drum.
This is usually not done by the attackers because it's so easily held from the defenders. All they really need to do is take control, maintain control over drum. But the thing is, if Elevate actually managed to take control of drum and start pushing from this east side, it will work against that mirror window you can see there on the stairs, actually render it useless for the defenders, which is really great for Elevate. However, they are going to have to contest that A bomb site mirror window. So a little bit of a misnade there from Shuttle is going to take out Laxing's drone, which is going to force Shuttle to drone instead. kind of a misplay there. But still half the round to go. The attackers have plenty of time to execute this attack. Unfortunately, they again are still going to have to contest this smoke in order to get things going.
And that would typically be the job of Shuttle or Skies to go underneath and open up the floor, because that is a breachable floor underneath. However, it looks as though Skies is instead just going to be pushing in forward. One gas grenade gets tossed out by Hot and Cold. Still 1/3 of the round left to go. Ooh, a couple shots will go in. Laxing realizing exactly what that wall is being opened up for. There it is, a good job there. That's going to gas out a couple members here from Elevate. Give Laxing about 50 health, and there it is. Chala doing a fabulous job trying to keep that wall intact. 40 seconds to go, and this push looking like it from Elevate will unfortunately be throttled forward. Skies picks up one kill to Pojo Man from the north balcony. They're going to push on in. Skies gets a double, and then Hot and Cold comes swinging around with a trade of his own, but again gets traded out here by England. A 2-on-4 now in favor of Elevate. Adam will get removed here by Chapstick, going for a drop shot by top of north stairs. Chala's last man alive. They know he's in here. Couple shots go in through, and Shuttle picks up the final kill. That's going to be Elevate winning round 1 very decisively.
Yeah, an abnormal setup there from Flipside, not going to work out too well for them. I also like an abnormal attack there from Elevate, just straight on into Drum, and from there, a collapse from the north balcony into the A-bomb site. They had full control. They didn't lose many players in their engagements, and Flipside really didn't put up much of a fight. Karaoke Tea Room now going to be the hold from Elevate moving forward, and they seem pretty strong in that last round. Now, we didn't get to interview Elevate, of course, but you have to imagine they put in the same amount of work that Flipside did. Clearly here, it's been displayed. Now, this is the map that Elevate picked, and they very eagerly picked it at that. Like, you could tell by the speed at which they picked it. It's just like, boop, we're playing Skyscrapers later, ladies and gentlemen. It is happening. You cannot stop it now. So you have to imagine it's probably going to be a landslide here for them. This is going to be that one map that Elevate likely wins, just to start off this best of 3. And from there, I'm guessing it's probably going to be a border victory for Flipside. So we'll go to map number 3, and we'll slug it out nice and slow on Oregon.
Yeah, we did talk about how the polls for this series were in favor of Flipside winning by about
60%,
60 to 30, something like that.
60 to 40. Well, 65 to 35-ish, just about. I think in favor of Flipside. So, and again, that's but so I mean the polls were 60% in favor of VG. So, you know, I think that despite those polls, I do think that Elevate are going to be able to can definitely put up a fight. Also, more importantly, the VG Excellence match was not nearly as important as this match. This is, again, Flipside's going to make it to LAN, or Elevate's going to make it to LAN, not both. Yeah, it's such a shame that they both can't just make it. It's really, truly a bummer.
Let's make it a 9-team LAN event.
Yeah, let's just do that.
Just screw up the entire bracket system.
Well, it would have to be, 8 for, because it'd be 4 from, it'd be 8 and 6. I'd say it'd probably be...
It's too late for math.
It'd probably be an 11 or maybe a 12 team, because you'd have to have 4 from EU, 4 from NA, right? And then you have to give some more to Latin America, of course. Because you couldn't just like make it like that. England's gonna get the first kill of this round onto Adam as Adam attempts to push in to the top of those north stairs. Not gonna work out too well for him. And you can see Mint trying to follow that up, but he's gonna still have to contest with England.
Just getting cast on out, moves on down, but as Smoke peeks up forward, Mint manages to snag another kill there. Right down onto him as he peeks on over. Now that's a 4-4 man count even right now, 1:15 to go. Pojo Man trying to push in his IQ from the north stairs, fighting the shots there on the Skies, who's in Geisha hallway.
Love that play there from Mint shooting through the floor, not trying to contest that smoke directly. And now Flipside trying to use the north stairs as best they can here for control. Although Laxing's going to get another kill onto Mint, and it's just starting to, again, slip away from Flipside.
Now Hut is on the north stairs. He knows Chapstick's inside of yellow. He's going to be looking towards him. Pojo as well, trying to challenge this onto Skies. Looking like he's going to rotate over here, possibly to the B site. Chala saying, yeah, I think I've got control of it. We're going to move in. The diffuser is in the hands here of IQ. Now, Flipside will need to gain control of Geisha if they want to get this plant down. Otherwise, it looks as though, oh, a wonderful shot there by Hot and Cold.
Whoa, what an angle.
That was from the Geisha window in through the wall by the stairs to pick him off. Actually, yeah, that was.
He was all the way in A, I think.
He was in the top of the stairs there.
In the hallway, yeah.
There comes the C4 toss out. Pojo Man goes down, but so does the plant. That's a 2-on-3 at the moment. Shuttle going to try to go for it. Moves in forward. Chala's got the window still as Hot and Cold has moved into Geisha. Pulls out the bearing 9, has a mirror window at his benefit. Laxton going to then toss himself over here to the hallway. Chapstick as well. Now this stalemate is going to go in favor here of Flipside if they can keep this. However, Laxton's going to take down Hot and Cold. Going to hop out of the window here, try to go for a crossfire. Looks to see if there's a Claymore. He cannot tell. He's going to risk it. Pushes on out. There's the Claymore kill. Mint will tag it down. Chala gets the frag there onto Chapstick. Round 1. Round 2 will go to Elevate.
You can see how cautious Laxing was trying to be with that Claymore check, but unfortunately he did not have time to check around the corner, and because of that, some good coordination there will result in Flipside getting their first round, and it's going to be now a karaoke tea room defense yet again from Flipside. So, no victories yet on the hold upstairs, and it's going to be repetition to see who is going to be the first team to come out on top in the top floor hold.
Yep. That second round did go to Flipside, not Elevate like I previously said. So there it is, 1-on-1, 1-to-1 right now. We're getting into round number 3. And again, this top 4 bomb site hold. Nothing.
It's not gonna. I mean,
yeah, it's not gonna
we've
change.
talked about before how like the right thing to do when you lose a floor is to just go to the other bomb site. Just mix it up. You're not gonna be able to get that floor victory. That's fine. Just go somewhere else. But when it comes to this particular map, I would honestly say that the karaoke tea room is definitely the better bomb site.
10 seconds left before
through and through for most teams.
5 seconds left before insertion.
No real changes here in the Flipside setup. Not sure we saw that same mirror window by the stairs. That stairs mirror window actually ended up being detrimental to the Flipside hold overall. There's still that. Nope, it's going to be actually reversed this time. Interesting. There's also going to be that same exact A bomb site mirror window. I really do like that the Flipside has adjusted this somewhat, reversing the window facing now towards Drum, which means if Elevate goes for that Drum attack again, it's going to be pretty hard counter there. And it looks like they might be setting themselves up for that take.
Now Skies is going to work his way through Dragon into the terrace. Now, I like how quickly they're managing to get themselves over here, but in case there is a roamer on the defensive squad over in Exhibition or over inside of the display case, he's going to be able to cut off that rotation. And that's what we're seeing here from the speed of Elevate. They're trying to make sure that if there's a rotator, if there's a roamer, they're able to cut off that rotation, create that crossfire, and get the trade. Adam is downstairs inside of the restaurant. He's going to be looking to stay over there a little bit, possibly playing some vertical game from underneath as the north stairs door is going to be right there.
Adam's just trying to maintain control so that Mint can later come up with that C4 from below to deny that diffuse plant that will inevitably come once the anchors die off. Flipside, meanwhile, still holding against that push from Elevate coming from the Drum specifically. That's going to be all falling down to Hot and Cold on that smoke. To try and delay as long as possible. Half the round has already progressed, so he's got his work cut out for him, sure, but not nearly as much as it could be, as you know, previously Elevate were very much more efficient on their Drum take. This time it's taken them a lot longer.
And they are trying to spot out the pulse they have. Shuttle's going to drop here momentarily. Looks as though the floor has been opened up, and Mint is going to navigate back into the kitchen.
So that was that Mint C4 that unfortunately is not going to end up doing too much other than distracting Elevate.
Now Shuttle will progress on forward. He spots it on out. Looks as though Mint realizes that he's got pressure being placed on him now. Now if Shuttle doesn't pay too close attention, it looks as though we might have Adam coming on down the stairs. Goes for the kill. There it is. The nice side swipe, blind fire. Wonderful shot there to land it on down. Now Sky's going to land a couple bullets in through the window of B, but gets tagged on down. He's going to be injured. Not removed from play just yet, but it's not likely he's going to be in the rest of this round.
Yeah, with only 25 seconds to go, Elevate now,
Chapstick
who
is
only
gonna go
have
to
2
pick him
people
up.
alive, need to make this pressure happen.
Hot and Cold gets a gas kill there into Laxing, and then Adam gets traded down by England, who picks up another kill onto Hot. You've got a 3-on-3 now, 15 seconds to go. Chapstick forces his way in to pick the head there on the Chala, then gets traded down to 2-on-2. Pojo Man's got the upper advantage here, goes with Hipfire, grabs it down there, and that's also going to be Mint taking out England. Flipside's going to win round number 3, 2-1 right now.
Great defense there from Flipside. Now, this is, again, Elevate's pick, and now they've lost their lead. It is going to be Flipside walking away with a 2-1. And we're going on to round number 4 here. The hold there from Flip was very good, but I think it really could be attributed, that round loss there for Elevate could be attributed to them. They were much less efficient when clearing from the east side into Drum. Then from Drum, they didn't manage to make anything really work. When they rotated onto that north balcony, they didn't have enough picks or man advantage to make that pressure happen onto the bomb site and win those fights, get those refrags. More importantly, they hadn't really done much with that roam game. Now, they did end up pushing a lot of players downstairs to try and attempt to get or take care of the roam game, but unfortunately, it really didn't work out for them. A little bit of a time wasted as well as manpower wasted resulted in Elevate now losing that lead again. They are going to be going back upstairs for their defense, and hopefully they're going to be able to trade it back here, put it onto 2-2 on their map pick. Well, if Flipside managed to walk away with this lead, put it onto 3-1, it's going to be looking pretty dire for Elevate PG. No real surprises here coming from their setup nor their operator selection. Although they do have a mirror window inside of the Geisha room facing towards the hallway. And that is, you know, the thing about that mirror window is if the attackers have control over Geisha at any point, it then becomes detrimental to the defenders. But also because the wall is opened up to the right of that mirror window, it then becomes, you know, it becomes subject to the mirror window inside the A-bomb site, which the defenders will almost have throughout the, certainly have throughout the entire round.
Now we do have England, who's inside of the site of B. Again, that's where Smoke previously was last time when he got into an engagement there with Mint. Looks like Skies, ooh, will be head tapped there by Hot and Cold. Wonderful shot through the window of B, in through the doorway. Skies will be feeling that one for a couple rounds.
Looks like that B window that A site mirror window has been opened up. Skies forfeits that was in fact a nice shot, and it definitely was.
There's one Valcam spotted out. Hot and Cold called it. Says, hey, Smoke is in the same spot he was last time. Mint, go for the kill. Now, last time Adam got picked on out.
He did manage to get 1 kill, but you're right, he did get eliminated inevitably, and it looks like it might be the same thing here. Nade's going into yellow corner, not going to find anyone, but they are applying a lot of pressure here to Elevate.
Ooh,
England's going to alleviate some of it there.
Grabs 1 kill there with the SMG-11. He's going to have Pojo Man now looking in his direction. He has Diffuser in hand. Mint needs to go from underneath. But right now, they're still laxing down there, so it's not necessarily going to be the easiest job to do. However, Hot and Cold sneaks his way in, tags the kill there on a Chapstick. And that's going to be a 3-on-4, almost a 2-on-4 now that England's got bullets coming up from underneath. Chala's also getting the pinch down onto him. Castaneda's going to come out, push him back, give him a little bit of cover, but not enough as bullets still go flying in through the window. Shuttle's going to be by the Geisha hallway, and England's still trying to make an avenue through, looking to see if someone hops in through that window, who would get the shot. Now Pojo Man and Hot and Cold will go there. However, more bullets come on flying. Shuttle with an MP7 kill and Hot and Cold. Another SMG-11 kill from England will tag down Pojo. A 2-on-3 now, 45 seconds left to go. Mint still having some trouble trying to get England out of position. Chala picks off the smoke finally. More bullets coming in through it. The main hallway is going to be collapsed upon by the members here from Elevate. Shuttle's now dodged himself into the T room inside of the yellow cubby. Mint knows it. Laxing, however, is going to use that mirror window to his advantage. It's still, oh, it has been opened up. However, there's going to be a couple shots possibly put on through. There it goes. Chala gets spotted. However, he's going to take a couple bullets into the back, and Shuttle now will be zapped a little bit here by the shock drone. Mint moving on in, and it looks as though the drop shot's unsuccessful. Last man's going to be Chala, who gets taken out by Laxing. And that's going to be Elevate securing round number 4. It's now 2-2.
So Elevate unable to really take care of that B player. That was England. Because they weren't able to take care of that B player, the pressure from the north stairs didn't happen. And because the pressure from the north stairs didn't happen, when Flipside tried to vault into the A window, they were simply taken out by the players, well, playing inside of A. because the north stair pressure didn't exist, and players playing inside of B because they couldn't get rid of that B player. That crossfire between those two defenders did allow them to stop that attack outright. And a little bit of a stall out from Flipside will result in the scoreline again, finding itself even at 2-2. Barbecue Kitchen now going to be the defense from Flipside.
Now we did see Skies rotate off of Ash at the last moment to pick up Twitch.
Yeah, a little bit different there from Skies, but you know, if you're not feeling the Ash, that's understandable. And nobody's going to be playing on Elevate now.
There is no Mira, so it looks like the Twitch's main focus is going to be getting rid of some of the bandit charges. Either that or identifying the yokai, which ultimately is going to be a tough feat here.
You know, I've talked to Skies personally before, and he really actually doesn't like playing Ash. He just plays Ash because his team needs him to.
Ash,
Someone needs to play Ash, and he's really good at playing Ash, but he's not a huge fan, you know. He needs to play more versatile roles. Definitely, he just likes to play more versatile roles. And you know, in this instance, he's going to be playing that Twitch, which has a great gun, but also much more durable, able to win those fights out, and more fights at that. So you're less likely to die instantly after your first engagement. Well, as this round starts out, Elevate GG just going to be spawning almost entirely on the west side of the building, which is pretty standard when it comes to this take. Now, whichever team at this point, given that it's 2-2, manages to walk away with a very, well, any 2 rounds in their lead, that's going to put them on match point. Any more than a 1-round lead will almost certainly result in a map victory outright. So this is where it begins. The team to win this round and then the subsequent round wins the map, almost certainly overall.
Definitely very close. Now it looks as though, even though bomb site's downstairs, we are going to have, I think that is 4 members from Flipside, top side. They're holding down Geisha as well as the Tea Room.
So this could be read by Elevate, and they could just simply push into the B-bomb site, especially considering they have Shuttle here now, where Shuttle is directly above the B-bomb site. Or actually, forgive me, the A-bomb site. So as long as they have control over Karaoke, they can simply plant in A.
Yeah, they will have to be careful though, because Flipside knows that that's definitely a. I think what they're trying to do is make that somewhat of a kill box, in the sense that they have the hole opened up from Geisha. Chala is now going to hear this barbed wire being opened or being destroyed here by Shuttle, so he's going to be very cautious trying to peek on out from this corner now. Shuttle's going to give up that angle as Chala now realizes, hey, it's a little clear. First kill will come out from Adam there onto Skies. And Shuttle's going to try to pre-fire this down into the Tea Room. So Frag's going to come on out. Pojo Man's going to take a brunt of the bullets here. 5 on 4 still ensuing. 45 seconds to go. Chala still trying to hard bandit swap the Geisha window as England has popped inside. I don't know if Chala's going to go for the peek here. He goes for a drop shot, comes out on top. Wonderful kill there. Goes for another kill. Shuttle wins that engagement over Pojo Man with a headshot. Now he's looking for some more people inside of the Tea Room. And unfortunately, will not see it, but a team kill. Shuttle with a hipfire shot on the chapstick that drops Diffuser, and that's going to force Shuttle to be just confused out of his mind. He gets taken out as well. Lacting popped on in. He doesn't know that to his side is going to be Chapstick or Sir Chala. And unfortunately, there's going to be the trade. Chala comes out on top in that engagement. I think that's going to be a 3K for him. Wonderful job by Flipside coming out with that win. An unfortunate team kill.
An interesting stack there for Flipside. 4 players up in the top floor, but it worked out tremendously as Elevate, well, they tried to take the top floor. And Flipside just waited patiently, traded the kills back, and as you saw there, that TK cascaded the victory for Flipside. Now, 3-2. If Flipside is able to win this next round, I have to say, I think it's going to be a Flipside map number 1.
I agree with you. It was a little odd to see 4 players topside, especially 3 inside of the Tea Room.
I think it might have been a direct counter because, I mean...
I think it might have been. What I really liked about it, though, what I saw happening there was that allowed Echo to be covered by a couple teammates who could then maintain his line of sight or eyes onto the bomb site, which means that if he calls out, hey, bombs or diffusers getting planted, guess what? Then he's able to still get safe. The rest of his team can then rotate to retake, and he's able to just stay alive and then disorient, allowing the team to rotate back to site.
Yeah, I also like that it gives Flipside Tactics some explosive defense from just, I mean, you saw 3 people inside of T. Nobody expects that. Nobody.
1,
So,
maybe 2,
yeah.
not 3.
And you saw 2 of those defenders were playing inside of yellow. They were trying to stay as hidden as possible. So as soon as Elevate takes out the first defender coming out of T room, they're gonna be like, okay, we got him. And then as soon as one more comes in, oh, okay, wait, there was another one. We got him. And then a third one, they're gonna be like, whoa, what the heck is going on here? And at that point, you know, that third person at least is gonna be able to give in some spontaneous explosion of a play, and you're able to get those frags back. So this is why you bring IQ, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, on Skyscraper. Obviously, seeing those cameras and now being able to destroy them.
What is that skin Pojo Man has? I use that pistol every single day in my life, and I don't remember ever seeing it.
It's been out there for a while. It's a pretty freaking nice skin. I think I have it. Honestly, can't remember what it's called. Apparently, Skies is stuck. Not sure what's going to be going on with that, so we'll just continue on the round for a commentary here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see what the admins decide there. The flip side is going to be attacking here onto the west side balcony. TKL coming out from England onto Skies. This again, I guess he was stuck. Adam going to get another kill onto Laxing, and now a 2 versus 5 is going to come out here as Adam gets another kill. Yeah,
he has been injured in the process. Hot and Cold's going to allow to be pushed into the T room now.
Still going to be a 2 versus 5 though, as there's no one from Elevate in a position to get that refrag. Seems like it's cascading away from Elevate, unfortunately. It looks like this is going to be match point, as I don't believe a rehost has been called. I don't think it's going to at this point, but again, we'll see what our admins decide.
Now a 2-on-5, still half the round to go. England underneath of the bar will pick up the kill there.
Attackers have located a bomb.
And he's still looking on through. He knows that he's been spotted out. He knows that the kill has happened. We'll have to see this. Still a 4-on-2. Chapstick has a couple bullets flying his way. Looks like Flashbang's coming in as well. Chala now looking in through the drop patch. He's also being pinched on by Hot and Cold. All right, so there is going to be a rehost happen.
Yeah. Looks like this round will likely be reset. We'll get the exact details of it, of course. It seems that Skies was stuck after he dropped down from the bar. I'm not exactly sure the nature of the issue, but regardless, there will be a rehost.
Yep. Now, typically, again, we're waiting for the admins to kind of just make the final call as to, is it going to be reset fully in the sense of, is the round just going to be blank? You're choosing the same ops, whatever bomb site, or is it going to be a little bit more specific? Generally, what happens, and this is just from previous experience with admins and making calls similar to this, is that it's rehosted. The bomb site has to stay the same, as well as the operators. Now, that's a general comment. We are just commentators. We're not the admins. Admins are actually off-site reviewing this right now, so they will then portray that to the spectator who's going to be creating the lobby, and to the players who will then choose and follow the rules of the admins.
Right, and we'll see exactly what it is they choose here moving forward. But the score is still going to be 3-2 in favor of Flipside, I believe.
Yes.
And as that round had not ended, nor I think it will influence the score.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to stay 3-2. It's not going to go to, oh, quit round or whatever it is. It's just going to stay 3-2.
No, it's going to be 3-2.
But with that, I mean, we saw the bomb site. I believe it was downstairs, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it was in the kitchen barbecue.
Was there anything specifically different about that defense hold that we got a chance to see before we got the rehost?
Well, Elevate was playing it really loose upstairs. They had that rotation hole from the drum into the T room. They were pretty heavily invested upstairs as well, similar to what we saw from Flipside. But overall, nothing new, no.
All right, so we are getting members back into the lobby right now. We'll be starting up just a moment. Again, to kind of reiterate the importance of this match for those of you that are just joining us, seeing these teams play. This is the second series of the evening. It is Excellence, I'm sorry, not Excellence. It is, Elevate GG and Flipside Tactics going head-to-head. This is going to determine who fills that third spot to come to Cologne, Germany for the Season 2 LAN event. The loser, unfortunately, will not be attending this, and they still have their guaranteed spot to next season of the Pro League, but you don't get a chance at that juicy money all the way at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, there's quite a lot more in it if you actually make your way to the LAN event, of course. I mean, just making the hop from you know,
Fourth to third.
Fourth to third, yeah, that's a big leap by itself. Then if you make it past the first bracket of the LAN, that's an even larger leap. And if you can make it into the finals, oof.
So I think, because I think this is the same prize pool as Season 1, the number one team that wins.
I think it's gone up since then, although I'm not sure about the exact details.
I think Season 1 and 2 are the same. Season 3, it got up Season 4.
It keep going up,
yeah.
That's what I know. And we'll take a look at the exact details later on when we get into the match.
But basically, if it is the same from Season 1, or if it's more, you can up your estimate then. Season 1 first place team got $75,000. And so that means if you place first at LAN, guess what? You're walking away with at least that much, if not more. Second place, I think, walked away with around 35, 40,000, somewhere around there, about half of that. But ultimately, I think if you made it to LAN, you at least walked away with $5,000 to $6,000 for your team.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent sum if you make it all the way there. And, you know, of course, we are looking like we are going to actually get back into it. Ladies and gentlemen, the scoreline will very much continue up from 3-2. Elevate's going to be back onto defense, and I'm sure that it's probably going to be the same bomb site. It's going to be the same operator selection, something like that's going to be coming out here.
Yeah, we'll have to confirm that once we get into the match. But again, it is going to be 3-2. All right, so
confirmed, same op, same site. Yep. Just been confirmed in our earpiece, guys. So yeah, we'll continue off where we left off at the beginning of the round.
Yeah,
you know, no big variation there.
Yeah, nothing too big. So we are going to get underway. Let's get back into the game. Operators are going to get selected here momentarily. It is going to be under round number 6. 3-2 in favor of Flipside Tactics over Elevate. Again, this is map number 1 in this best of 3 series. Let's have a look at round number 6 here.
So, as we previously discussed, same ops, same site, same operator, everything, just, you know, repetition of the last time.
Bomb located by attackers.
Now, what's obviously not necessarily forcefully and has to be the same is the defensive strategy. What walls you're going to reinforce, that sort of stuff. That's left up to the team. But stationary stuff, such as the bomb site and operators, do have to stay the same. As we see here, Laxton's going to reinforce that bathroom wall, which from some teams has actually been left open and it's made more of a kill box. But they are sort of insisting to reinforce it and allow for a pinch, we'll say, if an operator on the attacking side wants to push in.
5 seconds.
I'm curious to see if we're going to see the same amount of investment upstairs that we saw from Elevate last time.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Flipside collapsed pretty concisely onto that top 4 T room and got a lot of control early on, eliminating those players who were playing inside T room. And if Flipside choose to go for that again, or sorry, if Elevate choose to go for that defense again, I think it actually will work very much against them. So having that knowledge that that's not going to work for them and being able to adjust off of that is actually really useful here.
You can stop now.
Now, looking like we are going to see Flipside try to take top floor control. You got the Claymore at the window of the karaoke room. Drone's going to be going in to look at the Geisha room. They realize there's going to be the rotation hole, and there's going to be most likely a pre-fire through the window. There it is. Now Charles waiting for the rotation through. Shuttle navigates into the middle of the hallway. He now gets into the T room here. And we also have, I think that's Valkyrie inside of the cubby. Looks as though Adam gets dropped on down. He's got to get picked on up here by Mint, who's moving over towards him.
A little bit slower of an attack here from Flipside this particular round. Elevate definitely putting up a little bit more of a fight. I mean, exercising their muscles here a little, and you know, maintaining more control than they did previously is the most notable thing here. What happened last time was Flipside just collapsed super quickly into the T room. Got 2 kills early on, and then also combined with that TK because of Skies, the glitch, resulted in it being a 5-2. This time, not so much.
Ooh, there's going to be Laxton getting injured. Adam pushes on in. Nade's going to finish him off, though. Oh, no, not instead. Adam's going to go for the shot there. Shuttle gives away his position, says, I'm hopping on down off the drum. Moves on down to the half bar, and still gets taken up by Mint. Wonderful shot there. I want to say that was on the north balcony out front.
Yeah, so we are seeing, actually, again, a 5-on-3.
Now England is tucked around there. He actually watched his teammate flop over the bar as he got back to safety. And Sky's going to be inside a restaurant. You do have Chapstick inside of the pantry, which Hot and Cold looking like he's going to push in front of the vents unit outside on the south end of the map. Flashbang's going to come on out. Adam doesn't realize that there's going to be England inside of the bar. You also have Chapstick as well inside of Pantry. That's 2 members. Sky's going to be hard right inside of the restaurant. It's just going to be one drone to spot him out and allow Adam to get this pre-fire on, but I think Sky's going to get a little aggressive here first. England, though, takes an SMG-11 to Adam's face, takes him on down, a 4-on-3 now. Min trying to go for a fragger. He's got to look to his side. Sky's again getting very antsy, it feels like. Min picks off one. He has to go through the smoke grenade. Look to tag down Mira. Last man's alive is going to be Skies. He's inside a barbecue, a 3-on-1. He's got to go for the push. Realizes there's the play. No, he takes it down, but the trade comes out. Chala picking it off just in time. Flipside now winning is 4-1. They are now 1 round away from securing map number 1 here.
So all Flipside
4-2,
really
not
needs to
4-1.
do is now consolidate themselves and win this next hold. Now they are going to have complete freedom to choose, I believe, the bomb site. And yeah, so that last attack round, what happened there? Well, Elevate, unfortunately, lost control over the top floor, then were unable to stop the tsunami, which was Flipside collapsing down from the top floor. And it's really, that's really what you expect to see. Once the attackers on this particular bomb site have control over that top floor, it's very simple. You just go on downstairs and start that collapse, and that's exactly what happened.
And the score is 4-2, not 4-1. So Flipside Tactics still on match points, but Elevate's only 2 rounds away from taking this to overtime.
At 2 rounds, it's still a long stretch. And the important thing here, I have to say, is the fact that we are seeing Flipside in the lead on Elevate's map. And it was clear at the beginning of this map that Elevate have put in quite a lot of work in trying to make this, well, their map. And it's just not happening so far.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Now looking like Hot and Cold's going to be in a very similar spot to where he was previously, tucked around behind this mirror barricade. Mirror window.
Stop worrying about grenades now.
This is the same setup that Flipside has brought to this bomb site before. Didn't work out for them the first time. And it's, you know, it's been a bit of mixed results here. That mirror window inside of the A bomb site has been pretty darn useful, though, in the past. Especially considering that's where Elevate's been attacking from most of the time. They try to go in, well, the first time and the second time. And looks like it's going to be the third time as well. They're going to take from the drum. Push in to the A wall. Now, again, this has not been working for Elevate. They've been stopped cold by that mirror window every time. They've won the first round, of course, but again, the push itself straight in through onto that mirror window hasn't really been the result, or the reason why.
What they need to do, though, is figure out where Mint and Adam are, take them out of commission, and try to open up the floor from underneath. Then they can open that mirror window, easy peasy lemon squeezy, push on in, but this is what's basically holding it together, is the pressure being underneath, but Mint and Adam look like they're going to push back upstairs and forfeit the downstairs pressure.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I like this adaptation coming out from Elevate, pushing down into the lower floor, establishing that control, and they can actually apply some vertical pressure up now. They have a Buck and an Ash both. They're going to have to contest Adam first, though, who's wasting a lot of time here. He's inevitably going to die, but he's wasting so much time.
He is, and that's also not necessarily, oh, Adam has been injured off. I was going to say, not necessarily allowing them to open up this floor, which we're going to watch Shuttle do momentarily. He's going to go for the yellow cubby first. Shuttle actually, like you said, picked up that kill into Adam. Still 60 seconds to go, and the floors will begin to get opened up here.
So I've just done some research, and the total prize pool for this season is actually going to be $237,500, or $237,500, yeah.
Now 40 seconds to go. We're going to see a shot down from above, raining down onto the head of their Shuttle. Hot and Cold gets traded off, though, and then yet again another trade going to come out from Mint. He's now managed to get his way over here inside of the kitchen. With 25 seconds to go, Laxing has diffuser. Looks as though there's also Chala who's downstairs. Pojo Man needs to hold down the fort as Laxing comes up the north stairs along with the rest of Elevate. They're going to work their way into B, I want to say. No, it's not. Sky's going to rush in forward here. Pojo Man comes out. Oh, a little 3-tap there onto Pojo's face. Another one from Skies. Last one alive is going to be Mint. He gets a C4 kill into Laxing though, and he's got two more kills to go from the north stairs. Now Mint's gonna move on forward, looking for the shots. He's now looking to see, he's on top of the table. Spots Skies, he tags it down. Now a one-on-one here, he will let Diffuser get planted. That is okay, he can take a one-on-one. He knows that he's got the advantage. He's got the heartbeat sensor. He knows he's over there inside of the yellow cubby. He knows he's, oh, can he go for the shots? Now Chapstick gonna be behind the bomb site, still looking around. He's gonna go for the shot, the pre-fire. He's now got an upper advantage. He's gonna pull out that heartbeat sensor yet again. Goes for the hip fire, goes for the shot above the head. Just a little peek over the top of the doorway. Left and right. He's dancing here. Goes for the shot. Can he get it? No, he's going for the hip fire and he misses. Chapstick comes out on top. Elevate, not ready to give up just yet. A 4-3, still trailing by 1 round.
So, just some great play there between Skies and Chapstick, and I have to say, excellent gunplay to Skies specifically. We'll put Elevate now back into this match, 4-3. Flipside still have the ability to finish this off with a victory, denying that overtime, but they've got to win this next attack, and lo and behold, Elevate's going to be able to go up into the top floor yet again.
And we are seeing Capital brought out here, and that's not necessarily an op that we've seen utilized too much this map. So Adam is going to play just a variant of a role here tonight, and we'll have to see if he can pull through. Now looking at this defensive setup, we know England's going to be inside of that B site. He's going to be right on top of the north stairs, as always. We've seen that position kind of held 2 ways. One, by a smoke that's actually opening up the floor and playing actively, looking down. And the other way is keeping that floor intact and actually playing against the wall, which is what England has been doing time and time again.
Flipside going to be taking on to these west balconies again. This is just the start of the attack here, where they will poise themselves to continue to take onto the bomb site.
Bomb located by
They don't have a lot of control inherently, and they're not really seemingly trying to push onto the bottom bomb site, or the bottom underneath the bomb site, which is it's the way they've been doing this take so far in this map, but it's still so dangerous. Compartmentalized, but it's so dangerous. If Elevate tries to put someone like a Pulse underneath, which they don't have, but if they were to put a Pulse underneath, they could easily get a C4 kill. And you know, really swing the round back into their favor regardless of any angers lost. Unfortunately, that's not what Elevate's
Chala's going to hop in. A nice trade. However, Chala gets England down. Gets finished off by Skies after he was injured there in the engagement. 4-on-4, but losing the Blackbeard early on, not necessarily the best thing, but Smoke has been taken out of commission. England is gone.
It's about an even trade between a Smoke and Blackbeard, let's be honest.
The barbed wire does get destroyed there with a frag grenade. Pojo Man and Adam here on the north balcony. You have coverage from behind as Adam's looking in toward. Oh, I failed.
That's really unfortunate. That's
gonna have to toss out his second one.
You don't have time to go and pick that drone up, unfortunately.
Ooh, a self-nade by Pojo Man. Not quite sure what he was trying to do there, but unfortunately he's going to eat that cookie. Now Chapstick still inside of the yellow. There's the para-kill from Adam onto Skies. Wonderful kill. A 3-on-3 now, even after that team or self-kill.
Yeah, that trade was very essential here to keep Flipside in this round, but I don't think it's going to be enough. I think Elevate's too entrenched.
Now we do have Laxing underneath. Mint looking like he might be trying to challenge onto him, figure out where he exactly is. Adam has hopped into the bomb site, waiting for a possible C4 bait out from Chapstick.
You can see here that all Elevate really needs to do in this situation is wait it out, and they're going to do just that. We are going to have pressure to the B bomb site, but I think Skies is going to be able to alleviate that.
Laxing will pick up the kill there onto Adam. Shuttle has a very good spot there. He's right on the side, which is though Mint. Oh, he'll be seen. He'll be injured and will not be killed off, but he's too far away from Hot and Cold, and it will not work out in his favor. Shuttle gets a double kill after Hot and Cold picked up the trade onto Laxing. That means Elevate has taken the last 2 rounds, turned them in their favor. We're now headed to overtime. It's 4-4.
At some point as an attacking team, you lose a lot at some point as an attacking team, when you have too many people down on the board, you don't have enough players, you can't really execute a concise attack. There's not enough manpower to make that push happen into the bomb site, and that's exactly what we saw just happen with Flipside. Because they lost so many players, and honestly, that self-nade from Pojoman, because of that specifically, they didn't have enough manpower to make a push into the bomb site. If they had just gone for a full, ragtag, just straight push in, it would have gone into a refrag contest, and they would have lost inevitably. So instead, they tried to split up and tried to surround the remaining defenders, and the same exact result happened because they took the 1v1s and they lost them.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that means, or not unfortunately, it means, unfortunately for Flipside.
Fortunately for Elevate.
Yeah. Fortunately for Elevate, we are going to head into overtime. It's 4-4. Again, this is map number 1, and I don't think we expected anything different. This is supposed to go tooth and nail, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see that continued in the trend and when we get to the second map, and then the third map as well.
And then if there was a fourth, it'd be the same way, but there's not.
Yeah, if we did best of 2 maps, 1 in a row, it would just this series would go probably to the 8th. Maybe the 9th map, I think, probably about that.
You have to win by 2 maps.
Yeah, and then we just continue on and on and on forever.
But again, ladies and gentlemen, as we said previously, again, we're just going to rehost right now so we can get things underway for overtime. Because what happens in overtime, for those of you that are new here and watching us for the first time, in an overtime game, bomb sites are reset. Teams can go to whichever site they opt to go to, even if they successfully held it before. On top of that, the teams are randomly chosen by the game, which means that since we are not necessarily in an official overtime due to the rehost that previously happened, we need an admin to go for a coin toss, and that will determine the starting sides for each of the teams.
Which is completely fair. We'll just find out exactly where...
As fair as can be.
Yeah, we'll find out where these 2 teams end up going.
And with that, again, the winner who walks away on top of this best-of-3 series, not necessarily this map, but who walks away from this series as the victor, will take that 3rd spot seed into LAN. Unfortunately, the teammate or the team that doesn't win today will sit the sideline and will make an appearance in Season 3.
Yeah, so of course the pressure is very, very, very strong for both of them, and there's a lot on the line.
We've talked about it before. We've got Excellence from the last series that came in just sweeping the ground with many of these previously known Titans, and now we're here watching 2 Titans duke it out for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, and it's been back and forth. You know, Elevate's had some rounds where they just didn't look like they were on point at all. Flipside, on the other hand, has had some rounds where they feel like, you know, the same. It's just, I mean, that last round, a team kill, a self-team kill at that, and, you know, you lose the momentum which you once had, and it completely slips away. Then after that, you know, okay, we're going to split up, go our own separate ways, and try to collapse onto what's left of Elevate. No, it's not
I mean,
happening.
as much as that would throw a monkey wrench into a lot of people's strategies and a lot of people's momentum, I feel like Flipside is one of those teams where the mentality on that team, yes, it probably screwed up that round, but it's not going to be carried over to future rounds.
No, of
They're
course.
one of the teams that shrug it off, laugh it off, and say, whoops, I made an oopsie.
Yeah, of course. Flipside is going to be able to come back from that. And it looks like we will very soon be having... no, we're going to continue on. Just continuing on. Now, talking about this match, this is, of course, Elevate's pick. Now, they have shown us a couple of little things that are a little bit different than what we're used to seeing on Skyscraper, which is most notably the take from the drama to the top floor. It is a little bit different, but it ultimately is easily countered, and Flipside very specifically have countered it by putting that window inside of the tier room facing towards Drum. It very much stalls out the attack, and I mean, it's not very difficult. You know, you're talking about staring at one little doorway with an SMG-11 gas canisters. How are you not going to be able to stall that out? And since then, Elevate have pivoted off that attack and tried to deviate somewhat to coming in through the bottom floor, coming in through the north balcony, you know, going back to the old standards. And it has been, again, it's had mixed results for them. But I think that that change, being able to make mid-round adaptations or mid-match adaptations, is what's giving Elevate the ability to make this comeback happen.
I think you had mentioned we're going to get underway here momentarily, guys. We are funneling back in the game right now. Operators are being selected, so let's head on into the Skyscraper final moments here, the final rounds. There's only 3 rounds left to go, a potential 3 rounds, as we are in overtime. One of the things I want to touch on, you had mentioned about the most notable change or most notable new thing is that push from the east top floor. And that's one of the things I love seeing from Pro League is necessarily, yes, we see a lot of different variations on defense and how to hold bomb sites. But when it comes to different variations on attacking a bomb site, that's where it can get very interesting. Because you not only have different operators to choose, but you have different avenues through the map to go through. And that's what we're seeing here from Elevate. Now, Flipside is going to start on defense here for our first overtime round. It's 4-4 at the moment. We are going to see the bomb site go upstairs into the tea room karaoke. Not unexpected. Definitely what was expected, we'll say. Let's see if Elevate's going to decide to push in from the east balcony or east building yet again.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds remaining. Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I'm dry! Get a good look at them! Sensor deployed. Changing mags!
Looks like Elevate's setting themselves up for that same east take. Going in towards the drum. They just like to do this east clear first and then start to push towards drum. Mint's going to be challenging onto this Twitch. Actually, wow, amazingly not. No engagements are going to come of that, despite the fact that, of course, Mint did see the Twitch using his heartbeat detector. He didn't try to fight it.
Now it looks as though Adam is going to try to drop down and help out Mint a little bit here. He got droned out after killing off the drone, so he's going to move in towards restaurant.
Now, the attackers do have control over east, but I have to wonder if that really means too much. Elevate seem to place a lot of emphasis on it, and usually the east side of the building doesn't influence the round very much. I mean, obviously you can open up that east wall, but that's so easily countered by just sticking a gun barrel in that direction.
Now, Mint magically appeared at the top side. He's going to be inside of the B site, which we saw the nade come out from Shuttle over to the bar. They think that Mint is still there. However, after a quick drone from Shuttle, they're going to realize, okay, no, he's actually rotated off. But the drop hatch is open, so he will be able to get back downstairs should he need to. Sky's going to work his way into barbecue right underneath of Mint. So the floor gets opened up. Now, unlike England on smoke inside of the B site, there will be no smoke inside of B in that corner.
Elevator trying to start to work on that vertical power, but it's not really accomplishing anything as of yet. Also, we've got some Elevate attackers who are going to be stalled up in the drum, again, because hot and cold playing from that mirror window.
I think the mirror window got opened up, I want to say.
It might have been opened up from below. That would be really good. That'd be a good counter there from Elevate.
It will. Skies move his drone up here to that second floor hallway by the north stairs. Looks like it does get taken out. Sky's realizing, hey, it's gassed on. I cannot move up just yet. 35 seconds to go, still a 5-on-5. Barbed wire's going to get destroyed. Sky's moving on forward. Adam's already got the angle. He's going to take a couple bullets there into the shoulder there, Skies. England going to give a couple, call it cover fire. He's going to move in, gets a little blinded by the team flash. Adam then gets blinded in return. It looks like he might be traded out here, but Chapstick and Laxing pick up hot and cold to Pojo. It's now a 2-on-4, 2-on-4, yes, we have. As Chapstick goes to the plant, Sky, Shuttle, and Laxing going to try to cover with Mint and Chapstick, or Mint and Chala, last two alive. Mint gets taken down, Chala's last man alive, and it looks like Elevate comes out on top. They're going to take the first lead of this overtime round.
So Elevate looking pretty strong. Whoa, what a shot from Chapstick. Elevate looking pretty strong here on these final rounds of Skyscraper. That was a very concise and definitive round in favor of Elevate. Now they took control over the east side of the building, they took control over drum, then pivoted downstairs, hurt the roam game just a little bit, but really just forced them back into the bomb site. Then they started to execute, and they collapsed all together, and then they still maintained control over that roam game downstairs. Just winning out each and every one of their individual engagements. Very, very good job there for Elevate. Now, we are going to see, as it is overtime, the top floor defended from Elevate. And this is going to be an attempt to finish this map in their favor.
Now, again, England reinforcing his walls inside of B site. He's going to be playing the same spot, same thing. I'm hoping that we're going to see Flipside try to take advantage of this knowledge, this common, this consistent play style from England, and take advantage of it quickly, so that they don't need to stall out, they don't need to expose themselves, they can ultimately get this quick kill.
5 seconds to insertion.
Laxing going to toss out one camera out there onto the northeast pagoda.
Defender has left the area of operation. Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Pretty standard camps coming out here from Laxing. Pretty standard setup coming out from Flipside. Now, that might work against them. You can tell throughout this entire match, Flipside's been pretty focused on that west balcony, that north balcony. Whereas Elevate, when on their attacks, have been a little bit more focused on the drum. They have, of course, pressured from the north balcony also and the north stairs. But they do place emphasis on drum, and Flipside simply does not do that. Now, you have to wonder if that's limiting Flipside's attack or if that's actually working towards their favor. We'll find out in just a moment whether they win this round or not. If Elevate manage to walk away with this round win again, they will win the map overall.
Now it looks as though England will open up some of the floor, looking down onto the window. Adam throws in one breaching round, and that's going to get rid of some of the barbed wire. Still plenty of time here for Flipside to progress onto the site. It looks as though a lot of pressure is being put on from Chala, though, onto the B window. Oh, we actually saw the feet there, I think, from England. England gets blinded on that. He's going to go for a crouch stance. Now, last time Chala actually aggressively pushed into the window, he killed off England, but got traded down and returned for a refrag. Now, this stalemate, unfortunately, is not what needs to happen. Oh, Mint with a hip fire through the floor. Landed onto England, a wonderful toss.
Flipside not ready to give up yet, and that's B control now for Flipside. They still have to worry about that Geisha pressure, though, and pressure from the south stairs. Although this might be really all the Flipside needs to do to push into B. You can see these shots coming down all the way into the A bomb site through both the A and B bomb site walls. Chapstick is going to need to play nice and safe and snug inside that
This is
yellow
why
corner.
Pojoman died last time. Oh, that's going to injure Chapstick. More shots come on through. Will he tag him? There's a nice kill. Pojoman showing he's learned how to cook a grenade correctly this time. 3 on 5 now. This is where Flipside's going to push on in. There are 30 seconds left to go. Laxton trying to go for a long East Room peek, or East Room roam. He's actually going to come up behind. I think that might be Adam inside of the terrace, inside of Drum. There's Pojoman. He takes down Skies. Hot and Cold gets taken out by Shuttle in return. Laxing now moving in through Drum. He's going to come up behind. It looks like goes for Mint. Mint takes off his head. Last man alive is going to be Laxing, and then Pojoman comes swinging around, and he'll pick off the kill with a 5.52.
So the same level of execution there from Flipside, although much simpler. Honestly, their attack is much simpler. They come from downstairs, they start applying pressure vertically, and that's one thing that I really like about Flipside is that throughout this entire map, they have been really utilizing that vertical pressure. Now, a lot of the times, a lot of teams on Skyscraper will not use their vertical pressure, or even on some, like the majority of maps, it just doesn't get utilized. Flipside's not that team. They have been making good use of it, disabling that B bomb site. Once they disabled the B bomb site, they're free to then pivot into the main hallway and apply pressure to the rest of the Elevate defenders inside of A. And then once they have control over both bomb sites, well, they have got the choice of which one they want to plant in. Now, it is 5-5, Elevate to Flipside, and all that needs to happen here now is Flipside needs to either win this defense here on Kitchen and Kitchen Barbecue, or Elevate needs to win the attack on Kitchen Barbecue. Now, Flipside were unsuccessful in their karaoke hold, which means they're going down here by their own choice. They are, I guess, trying to stir the pot a little bit, saying, you know what? We're not winning upstairs. Let's try this instead.
See, one of the things I do like about these less favorable bomb sites, even though this is the second favorable, it's still less favorable than the first, is that it allows for more variation. And what I mean by that is that because it's not so solidified as this is the way to hold this site, you're seeing teams carry out different ways of setting up their defense strategy. As we saw last time, we saw a 4-1 split, 4 members topside, and that's exactly what we're going to see again here from Flipside.
Yeah, and it's worked out really well for them in the last time they were here. The spontaneous amount of aggression from Flipside, which was just, hey, 3 people inside T, caught Elevate off guard, certainly. And you know, Elevate, they do, again, they invest a lot of people in taking that top floor. And if they cannot take top floor, Elevate's attack kind of falls apart. Looks like Shuttle's going to be pushing into the karaoke yet again. Last time this didn't really work out too well for him.
And we do have Chala, who's inside of the Geisha room, trying to figure out where exactly that Hibana charge just went off, though. Unless that was to open the wall of kitchen. Yep, that's the wall of kitchen. You already see, I think that's laxing on Blackbeard looking in through there.
So the defuse plan from Elevate's going to be denied there, but Shuttle's going to actually get a kill onto Adam as Adam attempts to apply pressure to Karaoke.
Now again, this is what we're seeing here. Pojo Man's going to stop this defuse, as you just called it out. He's stopped. I think that was
Echo Drone.
on placing it. Chala though gets that MP7 and onto Chapstick, takes him down for the kill. 4-4 now. Wonderful job. He's going to see England. England has the diffuser in hand. Chala not able to land the shots that count though. Hot and Cold pushes in, tags 1 kill. Looks like Pojo Man gets the bearing 9 onto Shuttle. A 4-on-2. It's not looking good here for Elevate. This again is their map. This is the last round, round 11. Laxing and Sky's last 2 alive. There's a minute 10 to go here. Sky's going to force his way into Dragon as Laxing's outside on the west window. This is going to be outside of that barbecue room. Again, wall has been opened up. Not enough to vault through, but enough to toss his drone, as we're going to see Laxing do. He actually spots out Hot and Cold, realizes it's there, and unfortunately, there's not going to be anything that Blackbeard can do about it. So Laxing had to push in from a different avenue. Sky's going to open up the doorway here from Terrace into the drum room. We are going to see this unfold here. 40 seconds left to go. Sky's got to go a 1-on-3 against the 3 men topside. It's going to be Chala, Pojo, and Mint. Now he gives away his position by hitting open the camera. That's going to focus all eyes on that stairwell. Yourself shots going in through Geisha window. Laxing looking on up. Looks like he sees Pojo Man, but cannot tag it. That's going to be the last member of L8 being spotted on out. Spots given up. There's a nice kill there from Skies. Tagged down Hot and Cold. Looks on up. Pojo Man gets the kill. That's also Diffuser fallen, but Skies gets a double kill. Now we have Sky's last man alive here. He's got 2 more to go, Chala and Mint. Now they're both going to get in the crossfire here. Mint sees it, and so does Chala. They know he's coming, goes for the rush. There are 7 seconds, 5 seconds. Goes for the kill there, and Chala sees him. Misses the target. There's going to be Chala swinging it over. Flip side comes out on top. Map number 1 goes into their hands after the 11th round. And now we are going to get underway with map number 2 momentarily.
So, honestly, I was half expecting Skies to clutch that out. He wins those.
He does.
That was a good attempt there from Elevate, and it will be, unfortunately for them, Flipside coming out on top in Elevate's map.
Their map, yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the things, as we take a look at the highlights here, that's one of the things that a lot of pro teams will not allow to happen. They will not allow for an outnumbered engagement to go one-on-one, 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 because we said it was a 3-man topside defense. And ultimately, Skies was trying to get those one-on-one engagements so he could win them.
Yeah, and he won 2 of them.
He won 2 of them. Chala, unfortunately, had the help of, I believe that was Mint, to then come out on top.
I can't believe the feel if Skies is committed. I mean, obviously hindsight's 2020, but if he had almost, just committed to that last fight with Chala, just going full throttle, tried to shift W into him, maybe he could have come out on top. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there were 4 seconds at the time of the kill, so
he wouldn't have been able to get the Valkyrie no matter what.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't going to happen. If he had maybe 10, 20 more seconds there, he could have maybe clutched it out, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. A nice try there, really, truly, for Skies. But throughout this whole match, quite a lot of mistakes made by both sides. You saw that team kill by Shuttle. There's also that nade, which I'm sure will also probably be in this highlight reel at some point.
But we actually didn't get to see it.
Yeah, well, technically, I guess we didn't get to see it from his perspective, but it still happened. Anyway, so yeah, a couple mistakes. Well, quite a lot of mistakes for both of these teams, but as a result, still Flipside will come out on top, and they will push themselves into map number 2.
Map number 2 is going to be on Border. A 3rd map, and if we get to it, will be on Oregon. Again, I'm not quite sure how to read Border between these 2 teams. I mean, we've seen a lot of variations, a lot of different bomb sites being held from these guys. And so it's very up in the air to me.
I think that it will be one of the sort of. I think it's gonna be sort of the map that's gonna come to again the 11th round.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty even between the two of them. It's very heavily practiced as well between the two of them. I mean, there's obviously not gonna be any big surprises gonna be coming out. Some variation, I'm sure, but surprises, no. Unless they've come up with something really truly innovative that's we have yet to see, which I mean, is unlikely on Border.
It's unlikely. Maybe we'll see some different angles. Maybe we'll see an inspections room bomb site hold.
I don't know.
but
These guys aren't playing ducks with the angles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I
But
mean,
we have seen, what was it, last season between, I want to say Vertical Gaming and Flipside. We saw the cash room hold on Clubhouse. I believe that was during the playoffs, if I want to say that correctly. Maybe not. However, that unfolded. We did see in a Pro League match in a very tight-knit situation, we saw something come out that was brand new, that was then special. So let's head into the game here and just see what special stuff we are going to be seeing from Flipside and Elevate.
well, I mean, just to start us off, I guess a ventilation room workshop from Elevate. That's somewhat different. Not altogether different, but yeah, a little bit. You know, variation. It's fantastic. Usually ventilation is picked as the second bomb site on this map, and Armory, the rooms above ventilation, the primary bomb site, but Elevate's mixing that up. I don't think Flipside is going to be too deterred here or taking a miff or anything like that. They're going to be able to handle this pretty concisely, I'm sure, and pretty accurately. They'll just have to mix up their attack just ever so slightly. Looks like, again, Elevate's going to be investing quite a lot of utility upstairs. This is pretty typical for a ventilation hold. Reinforce the top floor, put the mirror windows upstairs, and try to hold as long as you possibly can. Some teams will draw a line in the sand and hold firm. They'll invest 3 players in their roam up in the top floor, and they'll stay there for the whole round until they die. And some teams will just have them fall off fluid as soon as the pressure starts mounting. I'm guessing Elevate's going to be in the latter camp, based upon the fact that they've opened up that small office drop down.
Reloading.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Now we do have Flipside, again, pushing in from the south. That's the valley spawn, south end of the map. Mint's going to be the only lone goat here inside of the west end. But he's going to regroup with his team momentarily, just after getting a little bit more information going into the box of the inspection security area. Teller's getting droned out by Adam as Pojo navigates over here to the southeast corner, working his way towards Chala, possibly moving into Tellers. This looks like it might be a Tellers push, I would say.
Yeah, it's going to be a Teller's push. So what Flipside is doing here is the same thing that VG and Excellence both did on Oregon, which is, hey, ladies and gentlemen, take control of office, take control of archives, then push in through Tellers, push in through bathroom, and then open up that bathroom wall into the A bomb site. The reason you do offices, archives first is because you need that vertical control so you can deny it to the defenders. Flipside's taking this nice and slow, though. There's only a minute left, and they are still only just progressing in. As you can see here, Adam applying a lot of pressure into storage is going to get lit up, but as well, he will light up skies. This is an angle that we've seen used before and used to great effect as well.
And now Adam did get a couple shots there onto the side of England as well, so that's going to be quite a feat for him. Chala, however, will take the first kill of the round on the Chapstick. England gets injured out, I want to say by his teammate possibly. He'll get picked back up. No, he won't. It's going to be Adam getting the kill down onto him. Skies gets the instant trade, however. He's going to move back into the B site.
It's an important trade. 4 on 3 now, 35 seconds to go. Flipside's time is ticky-tocking away, and Elevate just needs to hold here. They also do have vertical control, as Flipside has fallen off that top floor. Shuttle is still upstairs.
Now Skies has been spotted out by Blackbeard. That's going to be a kill. Chala picks him off. No, it's actually Laxing. Will go on over, pick him up here momentarily. Shuttle trying to cover this down. Looks like Plant will try to be successful and misses. Not enough time. Shuttle peeks on down through. Pojoman will fall. A trade happened from Chala onto Skies. There's only 5 seconds left to go. Hot gets tagged a little bit. Goes for the shots, but Chala will be taken out of commission. And there's another shot. Hot and Cold goes for the trade. Mint now needs to cover for the shots. Oh, there he goes. Tags down 1, tags down 2. Shuttle comes out hot. I think it was a 4K for him. We'll have to see in tall. No, that's a 3K happening from Shuttle.
So that round is due entirely to the fact that Flipside, despite having the man advantage, fell all of their players off the top floor. You need to maintain control over where you're trying to plant, and Flipside certainly did not do that. They allowed Shuttle to stay upstairs, and thus that vertical control allowed Elevate to win the round. So that's the extent of it.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Now,
as many bombs
Flipside
as
going to
they
be
can.
going into the top floor defense, and they will doing the more standard setup here, which, well, kind of makes sense. I mean, I don't need to do that variation that Elevate put forth, despite how well it worked for Elevate. Now, I'm curious to see if they're going to be trying to hold CCTV, or if they're just going to go for a standard anchor. Based upon that mirror window on the A wall, I'm guessing they're going to try and hold CCTV. Yep, they will be putting that CCTV window down. And that makes a lot of sense.
5 seconds to insertion.
That mirror window on the A wall is going to allow for whomever decides to play it easy information on the run out to west balcony. The mirror window inside of CCTV is going to cover the south door to CCTV, and it will also apply pressure to the main hallway as well as offices. Now, there's no way for the attackers to very easily move their way into CCTV, and because of that, a lot of the top floor control will be maintained for the defenders. This guy's going to be going to the first step of taking control over these east stairs, and that's an important step in the overall take here. If you can get this mirror window open, which is unlikely, but if you can with that Twitch drone, it would be very significant.
And I mean,
yeah, he's not going to be able to get it up.
yeah, he won't be able to. So that will leave a little bit of, oh, we see
He's
Hot
gonna
Cole
hunt
trying
that
to
down.
chase it. He's like, nope, getting it out of commission.
Twitch drones are so very important when you're dealing with these mirror windows that are crucial to the hold overall. You can see here, Elevate, they're going for an office take. They're going to contest with the mirror window from CCTV, of course. Given that the walls have been opened up, they are going to have, or the defenders, that is Chala in this case, I believe, is going to have direct line of sight onto this office take.
Now, we do not have anyone inside of the sandwich inside of office, and so that will allow Elevate to
it's not necessary,
more
of
easily
course.
push in.
It's not necessary, of course, given the fact that there is that mirror window. It would be nice to have that crossfire, but it's not essential. Nade's going to go clear over Pojoman and not get the kill.
They're going to have a nice crossfire between Chala and Mint. Chala was all the way tucked away back inside of the CCTV with that mirror window we keep on talking about. And then Mint was actually inside of the break room on the other side of CCTV. He had a nice crossfire into the main door of office.
Looks like England's trying to go downstairs to disable the Chala mirror window right now from below. It's going to take a lot of time. Meanwhile, the Thermite has managed to make his way to the B window. And Adam in break room will be taken out by Shuttle. Good shot there. Actually, that was not Adam in your break room. It was Adam nonetheless, though.
We will have the wall into the B site get opened up. That means Archives will likely be the spot of entry here for Elevate. Pojoman trying to tag the shots down onto England, and it looks as though he will be successful. Still has a C4 in hand. He's going to be able to toss on up if he needs to.
A bomb has been located.
There's break room.
Guys, picks off the kill there onto Mint. Pojoman, he was met with a couple bullets there from Shuttle, who navigated downstairs after England was unsuccessful in trying to open up more of the floor. So that means Laxing will get the shots on the trade onto Hot and Cold. Last one to last is going to be Chala. As he comes on out from behind the mirror window, he'll get picked off there by Skies. That's going to be a successful round here for Elevate.
So Elevate pushing their way into the offices and straight up winning their fights. To be quite frank, they just challenged the angles and won straight. There's not much strategy involved there. They did push into the B wall and get that wall open, which was great, but that really comes down to the fact that Chala just did, well, he wasn't hitting the shots on the cross. Then on that roam game, I mean, even though Flipside technically came out on top of the roam game, still couldn't win it. They just lost too many anchors too quickly.
And here we are seeing a Tellers and Bathroom hold from Elevate.
This This is Flipside's map, correct?
This is Flipside's map, and I think Elevate has prepared for it.
Oh, very clearly.
Attackers have discovered
So.
the location of a bomb.
Now, okay, so the big shocker, yeah, Elevate's coming to Taylor's bathroom, but the more important, like the question is this gonna work? That's the important part here. Is this going to work, or is this just a random site pick?
5 seconds remaining.
It couldn't possibly be. Not
Well, it's
not
not,
with the stakes.
random at this level of play, at this stake.
Oh, random at this level of play happens all the time, but with these stakes, yeah, no, not possible. Now, obviously, you can tell here, Elevate have a very clear site set up, but what is the plan is the question, and how will it work? Will Flipside read into it and be able to counter it? You can see the mirror windows set up, all facing east, expecting to be taken from offices and the main tellers. The teller wall has been opened up, allowing for England on that smoke on his first floor teller window to have quite a lot of control. But if Flipside comes from anywhere that's not east, they're going to have to fight through quite a lot of roamers, sure, from Elevate. But they will come up on the back end of this hold and will be given a good, significant advantage, I have to say.
Now, they have cleared out CCTV as well as break room, so you're going to see them push into there momentarily. And as we called it out earlier, we actually have multiple members from Elevate going to be roaming around top floors, going to be lasting and shuttle inside of office and archives.
Yeah, and despite the fact that Flipside are coming at this from the right way, again, they're going to have to grind through quite a lot of roamers to get there. And here starts the grind. Laxing's going to be the first one to meet contact with the enemy. Or possibly Shuttle playing inside a fountain.
Not quite sure. Adam
Also
realizes
Skies.
Laxing has gotten off of the top of the archives. He's moved back over into the offices. Skies,
Skies.
however, comes up onto the west stairs, takes the head there off of Adam. A trade comes down from Mint, who's going to pick off Laxing, and then Skies gets taken out by Hot and Cold. That's going to be a nice refrag and a trade, leading man count in favor of Flipside. A 4-on-3, now 4-on-2, with Chala picking off Shuttle as he rotates on over top of the half wall.
So now it's all down to Chapstick and England. They are the two anchors in this equation, or at least two players playing on the floor, and this is just a collapse onto the top floor from Flipside. Direct counter into this hold, it seems.
There it is. That mirror window's going to get opened up. England's going to have to move on over inside of the teller's office again. That is where bomb site is. There's 40 seconds left to go, and you're going to need to have Flipside try to move in a little bit more quickly, because right now they're progressing fairly slow for already knowing where at least one of the two remaining members are. Chala, however, will expose himself. He'll be down but not out just yet as Chapstick tries to go for the refrag, does not see his feet, tosses out the C4, and that will be a bye-bye there to Chala. He's also going to tag Pojo Man down with that C4. Mint's going to try to pick him on up. 20 seconds to go. Now we do have England, who has been injured, so last man alive is going to be Chapstick. They know he's directly in here. One headshot down. He's got two more people to take out. He's got Hot, and he's got Pojo Man. Pojo's going to move on over to Tellers, trying to get this plant down, as England will get picked back up with 7 seconds to go.
5 seconds remaining.
There's one shot down. There's another shot down, and that's going to be Hot and Cold. Wondrous job with one clip of the Bearing 9. He'll take out two members from Elevate, secure round number 3 in the hands of Flipside Tactics.
So, as I talked about before the round even began, the straight counter to somebody trying to point a gun in one single direction is to come from the other direction, and Flipside did just that. They attacked from the back end of those mirror windows, a back end from all of the focus from Elevate, and Elevate just weren't ready to receive that and lost their fights. They lost control over the top floor, and it was pretty simple from there for Flipside to win that round. Now Customs Inspection is going to be the defense from Flipside, and I have to imagine we're going to be seeing a Penta hold here on Customs Inspections. Now this is, again, one of the abnormal bomb sites on border, and yeah,
Attackers need to
Penta
locate and
has
defuse the bomb.
very recently shown us a way to hold this bomb site, which is very, actually, efficient, covers all the bases. And yeah, again, I'm expecting Flipside to be doing something along those lines.
Now this is going to be, I think, one of the first times we've seen all 4 bomb sites chosen on border.
Oh, you look at that. You're right. We have seen all 4 and only once each. First round was Ventilation. Second round was Armory. Third round was Tellers. Fourth round, here we are on Customs. What a peculiar match
10
this
seconds
is.
left before insertion.
So, Flipside going to be playing invested heavy
5 seconds
inside of CCTV. They are going to be opening up the A wall. They are going to be applying a lot of pressure to the A window via holes in the floor in CCTV. And the linchpin of this defense, the main focus for the defenders, is maintaining control over CCTV. Thus, the main focus of the attackers will be establishing control over CCTV, and that's pretty much just going to be where the majority of the attention lies. Now, attacking on CCTV when it has that eastmost window is very difficult. You can see Mint playing at it right now. He's going to be, again, basically how the defenders hold this out.
Drone active. Deploying drone.
And if Mint is unsuccessful in applying the pressure to that south door when he needs to in just a moment, it will likely be an Elevate victory.
England trying to decide how best to progress onto the CCTVs. Chala was spotted out besides the monitors. Looks like Adam might go for an aggressive peek here. We saw it before. Oh, we saw the little hole in the wall.
I think that's a mirror window. It's usually a mirror window.
There it is, yep.
It's going to be a mirror window there from Adam, and that's going to be coupled with that mirror window inside of CCTV. This is that double mirror setup that is oh so useful in holding this area of the map. And you can see here, it really is stalling up Elevate. I like this hole also. Even if the mirror window fails, Hot and Cold's going to be able to take out Skies, pushes in through the door.
Now, I believe that hole might have been pre-opened up, but it was also a little bit opened up more by the nade, I think, that got thrown out there by England. However, Laxton gets a shot down onto Mint, and then Adam picks up the trade onto England. We're going to see this go into a 4-4. Still over a minute left to go in the round, but Chala's got something to say about that as he takes off Chapstick.
Skies is in break room, though. That's very dangerous here for Flipside.
There's a couple shots coming in from Chala. He's going to move on over. Window has not been opened up yet, so Chala still trying to come out with a pistol kill here. Adam will pick up that kill into Skies now. Adam's going to tuck his way back on over to the west balcony. Laxton comes on in from the rear, and Chala will meet the bullets. A 3-on-2 now, as Adam's still waiting to get the shots onto Laxton. Looks as though Diffuser will get picked up by him. He's going to have to drop through the hatch here momentarily. 40 seconds to go. 35 now at the board.
So Elevate have this top-down control, and they have eliminated Adam, evening out the man count, but they still have to make the push into the bomb site with only 28 seconds. Diffuser's still down. It's only now going to be picked up. Hot and Cold and Pojo, all they need to really do is hold inside of the bomb site patiently. Wait for these times, or wait for the time to tick away.
Now they know that the drops are going to come on down inside Laxing and Shuttle. Both will fall. Shuttle's going to have a couple bullets come his way. Laxing actually gets dropped down. Shuttle's going to be taken out as well here by Hot and Cold, a wondrous duo. And that's going to be Flipside Tactics securing round 4. It's 2-2 now.
So Pojo and Hot and both, they've realized, all right, 20 seconds to go. Last two attackers have control of CCTV. What are they going to do? They're going to drop it at the bomb site, go for defuse plan. So what do we need to do? We need to vacate the site so we don't directly confront these attackers, wait patiently for the defuse to start coming out in the last couple seconds, and then apply the pressure that is necessary. They did just that, and they won the round. What happened upstairs was Elevate. They challenged onto what they needed to, which was CCTV. But Flipside held out for plenty of time, 2 minutes, 30 seconds to be precise. And because of that, Elevate didn't have enough time in the end to actually execute an attack onto the bomb site. Now, a complete slugfest yet again, 2-2, the scoreline. Elevate GG will go back onto defense of the Armory. Well, actually, I say back onto defense of the Armory. This is their first time into the Armory as they defended Ventilation first and then Tellers second. Flipside will go on to attack here. We'll see how they choose to address this.
Now, it doesn't look like it's going to be a massive CCTV room hold, which we've seen a majority of teams do. They'll hold that site down, look on in.
It's been the focus of Flipside throughout this match, but Elevate doesn't seem very keen on it, to be honest.
No, it looks like they're going to most likely try to hold possibly office through fountains.
Camera activated.
We're going to watch Flipside try to set up their attack side as they are moving over towards this southeast balcony. They're going to be here on the south end at the moment, but ultimately, What's how they progress onto the site?
They're going to take control of East Stairs, then they're going to take control of Office, and then they're going to push into B in all likelihood. That seems to be their attack strategy thus far in this round. Now, Sledge being a little bit far away from his team is abnormal, but he's going to make his way back. And Flipside now have cut this top floor in half. They have CCTV control, they have Office control, and now they're just, well, vying for options, seeing where they want to go. England is going to be contesting the Office from the Fountain. It's very dangerous. He has smoke. Can, of course, very much slow down the attack.
Attackers have located a bomb.
I believe he also has a mirror window to work with, which is very powerful in this situation.
Ooh,
Wow.
Adam comes out on top in that. Perfect timing to go for the little pixel angle peek and navigate away. Go for the long shot there into England.
A little bit greedy there from England.
Now that's going to make it a 5-on-4. Shuttle's going to get the refrag, though, tuck himself back into Archives, and then move back over to Fountains. I think taking this position was definitely the right move, trying to make sure that Offices is not given up so easily.
Very important that he's maintaining control over this mirror window.
Flashbang's going to come on out. Chala throws in his last one here, and that might stun Shuttle just a little bit. However, it's not going to thwart him off too much. C4 is going to come out, but not get blown up in time, as we do have Shuttle getting injured here, back behind. Now his knee will be shot down, and that will be Chala picking up that frag. 3-on-4 now, still in favor of Flipside Tactics. Laxing and Sky is going to be on site, as well as Chapstick. However, Chapstick's going to be closer inside of the Archives. We'll have to see.
So the B-wall didn't get opened up because Chapstick C4'd the Thermite, but there's another Thermite, so it's going to be opened up inevitably. Only delayed there from Chapstick. Only 27 seconds left to go, though. 3 versus 4. The attackers now pushing into the A-bomb site, or sorry, B-bomb site. Chala will take out Laxing, but Chapstick's still alive in B. He will eliminate Mint before getting refragged himself. It's all down to Skies now in a 1 versus 3.
Now it is, like I said, 3-on-1, 10 seconds to go. Skies peeks on that from Break Room, tags one. Chala's going to be holding the angle here as Skies pushes on in. Unfortunately, that window is not vaultable, so he's going to come on through. Chapstick gets the headshot. That means Flipside Tactics wins round number 5, and they're up. They're up 3-2 now.
Yeah, just barely getting away with a lead here. Now remember, if Flipside manages to win on Border, it will be a 2-0 in their favor, as they were successful previously on Skyscraper earlier today. But 3-2 lead is not a lead. It's, you know, obviously been seeing constant round exchanges between these two teams. So I'm expecting Elevate to win here on this Armory attack, and then we're going to have 3-3, and then it'll probably be another trade back by Flipside, you know, back and forth, and we'll go to the 11th round again of Border. And
Well, it's possible, but I mean, Elevate started out 2-0. Flipside's on a 3-round streak here.
Yeah, they've been doing really well. No, you're definitely right, but still, I think that I do think we're going to be making our way to overtime between these two teams. There's so much on the line. I mean, some of these rounds have been won through pure force of will. Just pure force of will. Neither of them, I mean, obviously, Flipside and Elevate both want to make their way to land. So they're going to be defending the Armory, like we talked about earlier, and they are going to be investing heavy in this CCTV hold.
5 seconds left before insertion. Attackers recovered the diffuser. Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Now, CCTV hold has been working out pretty well for Flipside so far. Elevate's done a pretty decent job of picking it apart, but overall it's been favored towards the Flipside.
Now, still plenty of time left to go here, ladies and gents. There's still 5/6. Yes, 5/6 of the round. 2.5 minutes left to go in the round. And we are seeing Elevate push their way in from the east balcony. Looks as though Hot and Cold takes a shotgun down into England. Looked very much like how we almost saw Slash last series try to win, but unfortunately he didn't come out on top. This time, the smoke does.
Yeah, but he does inevitably get traded back.
Attackers have located a bomb.
A nice attempt there at a hold, and at least he managed to trade himself out early on. But that sandwich control being forfeited is going to give Elevate a lot of pressure here into Offices. Now, Chala is, of course, playing in that mirror window in CCTV, and or actually not Chala in this instance, I suppose. Whoa, what is that? Last time this, okay, this is an interesting run out from F3.
Oh,
the
Claymore!
So, Yeah.
Attackers drop
What a
the diffuser.
predicted... That is just an abnormal Claymore, to be
Yeah.
honest. But good prediction there by Elevate, expecting that run out from Flipside. Now this office window's not going to be able to see all the way into deep B, so this defuse plant's probably going to come
Attackers
out.
have recovered their diffuser.
Sky is looking like he's going to back on out of the stairwell, out of the balcony.
Oh yeah,
Move
I
on
guess not.
over.
That's probably the smart play there. They have the man advantage. They can just take these fights.
They have man advantage, but they don't have vertical advantage. You have Pojo Man underneath of a C4 ready to toss it on up, so now it's just a matter of where is this plant going to go down.
Yeah.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
There's a Valkyrie, as we just saw a
Defender
little
has left
glance
the
there.
area of operation. Defender has been discovered.
I like what Flipside's doing right now, at least the top two players, is they are creating distractions, allowing them to focus themselves on, okay, is he coming from archives, is he coming from CCTV, is he coming from break room? And it's keeping the eyes off of Pojo Man, keeping the thoughts off of Pojo so that he can get the C4 down. However, Shuttle is going to be hunting him. He will find him, take him on out. A double kill for Shuttle. Last in alive is going to be Adam. And this looking like it will go into the favor of Elevate. A
So-
4-on-1.
Very predicted exchange of rounds.
His only chance here is to stop the defuse planter. He does so. Gets a couple bullets into the back, and as he turns his back to the middle hallway, Shuttle comes on swinging around. That's going to be a 3K for him on the round. Elevate comes swinging out hard. We have a 3-3 at the moment.
Yep. And the round exchange continues. We are going to be having Flipside moving back onto defense. Sorry, Flipside moving back onto attack, rather, and Elevate moving back onto defense. They are going to go, I'm guessing, into another defense of the army? No. We'll see what their choice is. Yep, it's going to be an army. Very predictable there from Elevate. They've had a decent go of messing around elsewhere. Their tellers was kind of directly countered, though, from Flipside.
Attackers need to
Didn't
locate
work
and defuse
at all.
as many bombs as they can.
And I don't expect them to be going for those experiments anymore. So what happened in that last round? Elevate took control over offices very early. Yes, we did see Hot and Cold try to trade. Well, he traded himself out, fair enough. But he didn't waste any time at all, and which allowed Elevate plenty of time to push into offices, then challenge onto the site players. They did just that. They put themselves in a man advantage. 3-2, and then they simply maintain control over the roam game, deny that C4 from below, and push into B. Simple as.
5 seconds.
See how they choose to defend this top floor.
Attackers recovered the diffuser. Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Looks like they might be trying to take control or maintain pressure on CCTV. They're opening up some holes into that rec room. Now the curious thing there is, are they going to use rec room pressure into CCTV or into offices, or is it going to be vice versa?
Loading mag!
Flipside trying to clear out the roamers? That was interesting. Flipside haven't really been playing on their upstairs attack much. They haven't been paying much attention to that roam game. They've been primarily focusing on simply just pushing straight in horizontally. And it's been working alright for them.
It looks as though we will be seeing an east balcony push in towards offices.
Pretty standard.
Yep.
Dropping mag!
Adam, however, will hold down the rotation. Now, he's got a very keen position here inside of the break room and CCTV, which he's given up in favor of Mint holding it down. Underneath, however, is Skies playing Pulse. That's going to be the one roamer. And he's inside of the bathroom at the moment, which is right inside, right underneath of the offices.
So all the while that Flipside push in through the office, Sky's going to be looking for that C4 ability, but he will be taken out by Adam. You and his teammates giving some great drone potential there. Drone potential there for Adam. So now that vertical game doesn't need to happen. Hunting down the roamers this time, Flipside put themselves in a good spot.
Now, last time Adam won this engagement over England, is he going to go for a repeat? I would not expect Adam to, but I would not expect England to.
It's pretty dangerous.
Flying in, that's going to force Adam to move forward. Oh, the shotgun comes out heavy and loud, and that will land right onto Adam, taking it out. Now the SMG-11 is going to be in the hands of England, as he goes for a second gas grenade toss out. Gonna give him a little bit of some utility.
Flipside obviously need to take care of this smoke before they can make this push happen, and it's just not happening right now.
That is the last gas grenade here for England, so that means it is now fair game to rush him if he needs to. However, their 3-speed has been taken out.
Anybody who rushes the smoke is going to be traded by Chapstick, though, so it's not really looking very good here for Flipside walking into this crossfire.
I was about to say, this is what should be happening. Hot and Cold should possibly just open up Fountain Wall. He's got the ability to. And that would actually just force Pojo, or that would force England out of position.
Doesn't look like he's going to do it, though. He's just taking control of that main lobby. It's just a rotation over to the A bomb site. Hot and Cold's going to take out Laxing. This rotation might work for Flipside. Joel's going to trade it back, though, onto Mint. And as Hot and Cold walks into the small office, he will make it through.
Plant will not go down, however. England's going to be the last man alive, and he will successfully get the round in favor of the defenders. We are going to have round number 7 go in favor of Elevate.
So way too much time wasted there from Flipside. A nice rotation towards the end, but it really was not enough. Now it's going to be match point in favor of Elevate. Flipside has one last chance to push this into overtime and try to get that 2-0 map score line. If not, if Elevate manage to win this round, they will go to map number 3.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Customs defense going to be coming out from Flipside. This did work for them previously. The way that you hold this is you invest heavily into CCTV, try and deny that CCTV control, which allows you to maintain vertical control of the B bomb site and A bomb site at the same time. And CCTV is pretty easy to hold these days, what with those mirror windows. And if you really need to, you could default off of CCTV and play the bomb sites from, well, outside of the bomb sites. Wait for the attackers to push in and just collapse, get that retake.
10 seconds to
This is what we saw Flipside do last time, and it worked pretty well. Now, the question is, how is Elevate going to take this time? Now, last time they struggled with taking it to CCTV. Spent way too much time doing it. And because of that, their ultimate push into the bomb site was, well, delayed. And they only had about 30 seconds to make it. And it was a 2 versus 2, didn't happen.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Looks as though Elevate might be trying to push in from the main lobby, that passport area, the passport check, where we see the wall getting opened up now by Shuttle.
A bomb has been located.
Now there is not much pressure at all, if any, going to be applied to that CCTV room. We're going to get box opened up. A window is going to be opened up here. It has been destroyed for a little bit.
A straight A take, and no one from Flipside right now is playing the downward angle in CCTV. There is, the angle's open, but nobody's playing it. Mint's going to rotate. This is good. This is good. It was almost, it could have been an Elevate straight plant because nobody's playing the position, but Mint has managed to rotate in time.
Chapstick is going to drone that out. See, the floor's opened up, and so you're going to see him try to go for some shots in return.
in position.
He's trying to figure out where exactly is it open. I cannot get a shot. Now, a minute and a half has already gone underway without too much of an engagement here between the two teams. And like I said, England wants to push in, but he knows the ceiling is open. He knows the floor is open. He knows someone could be watching it. That's where you just need to cook a grenade, see if you can get it tossed down and force him on out. Skies actually has gotten into the bomb site, though. He's going to pick off Hot and Cold. Looking up to the drop hatch. England also frags out Pojo Man. Chala then gets a trade there onto England. So a one-man advantage here for Elevate. Diffuser gets planted, though, as we have Mint popped off the drop, or popped off the angle down under the windowsill. That means there is going to be a retake happening with Chala and Mint above, but it's not likely to happen at a 4-on-2. Still taking a look to see who's here. Mint's gonna have to fall or at least go down some stairs, looking down towards east stairwell. Chala still trying to struggle to find out where these attackers are. This round will almost certainly go in favor of Elevate, and this will be the end of map number 2 here momentarily. Sky's looking to pick up one shot down, goes for the frag, tags it down, and then last minute alive, Mint, but Laxing has something to say about that. Map number 2 goes into the hands of Elevate GG. and we will now be getting underway with map number 3 on Oregon.
So, Flipside lost that round because they didn't utilize their vertical pressure whatsoever. And now we will have map number 3, like you said. Good job to Elevate, keeping themselves inside this match.
Lots of kills coming out there by Shuttle. 13 for him on the board on that map number 2. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get underway with our third and final map in this best of 3 series on Oregon. Winner of this last map will take the series, will take that third spot to LAN. Loser will unfortunately secure a smaller amount of money and not go. But we are going to get underway with some highlights here. Let's take a look at Border and what just went down.
15 seconds remaining. Attackers have dropped the bomb. 5 seconds remaining.
Here we have it. This was Shuttle picking up the 3K. Finished off the round in a clutch because I think that was a 4-2 victory, a 4-2 lead by Flipside on that
Attackers
round.
have located a bomb.
Jeff gets down to them all now. Tossed out a C4 and downed another man, but unknowingly though.
Attackers are activating the diffuser. Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
And here we have it. Just basically, we're seeing almost every single time there's a highlight here. We're seeing frags go back and forth, some kills back and forth, and trades are constantly what we talk about is what will get this to be a pro league match. If you can get trades each and every time, you can consider yourself a pretty decent team. Set yourself up in a good position, which is what we're constantly seeing here between Elevate and Flipside.
5 seconds remaining. The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers have located.
This was that round that we just witnessed where, again, vertical pressure from Flipside not utilized whatsoever, and because of that, Elevate was allowed to just waltz on into the bomb site.
So speaking of Oregon, I mean, we saw all 4 bomb sites on Border. Oregon kind of has seen more, we'll call them variations with regards to Red Tower. We've seen some of that. We've seen some kitchen and dining. Now, I ask you almost every single time, do we ever see anything? Never. Are we going to see anything? Possibly not. But we have definitely seen some variations today. And with all the cards coming out of the deck here for every single player, every single team, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Flipside head off somewhere.
Anything's possible. Either Flipside or Elevate, of course, could bring us to either bomb site. It's whatever the heck they want to do, whatever they've practiced, and we'll find out. I mean, Oregon's a map that you could play kitchen, you could play tower, you could play anything that really floats your boat, as long as you've practiced it well. I think that tower is probably the least defensible bomb site. Kitchen's got some merits, you know, that each and every one of them has holes that could be poked inside of them.
Now, thinking about Flipside's or Elevate's defense on the top floor, we typically see them hold down in kitchen as well, whether it's with a mirror window or just a Paulus and Valkyrie. Do we see that kite game happening from either of those two teams?
Yeah, no, I definitely think that Elevate's probably going to kite pretty hard when they're coming to a top floor defense. Flipside as well. I think that's definitely going to play a lot of a role here. Also, actually, I think Flipside, if any team's going to be anchoring hard, it's going to be Flipside. But overall, yeah, I expect to see kiting from both of them.
Now, ladies and gents, like we said, these are the same 3 maps that we saw in the previous series. Oregon's going to be the last one of the evening. We are waiting for just everyone to file back into the lobby here. Again, Oregon is this map. Winner takes all, goes to LAN, with securing that third spot to party up with Excellence and Vertical Gaming. Those are our first 2 teams, our first series of the evening. Thinking about the season as a whole, as we are underway in the last map of this season before LAN. LAN's quote-unquote separate in some areas because we're no longer in the bracket structure. Did this season turn out the way you were expecting it to? Like, were you expecting this amount of competition? Were you expecting this different style of play?
The only unexpected thing that I've seen from this season so far is that Excellence made its way, well, dominatingly made its way into the finals and came out #1 seed in North America. That's the only unexpected thing for NA. For EU, no big surprises, and for Latin America, no big surprises either for me.
Were you surprised at all about the? We're going to get underway, ladies and gentlemen, with the Oregon map here, our final map of the night. let's get underway and look at the operators. But talking about surprises as well, were you surprised at all that we didn't have a new quote-unquote meta change with DLC operators or new maps or anything, but we're seeing different strategies and different meta from Season 1 to Season 2?
No, that's necessary to evolve. Meta shifts whether you add DLC operators or not. And you know, there's always new things to discover on Rainbow Six. It's one of the things that makes the game so great is that there's always room to flesh things out and find new avenues, find new ways to defend, find new ways to set yourselves up. It's all about countering your friends. Now, Elevate's going to start us on defense of Oregon, and they're going to go down to the basement. Very standard here. So he's going to be attacking onto this. No operator surprises whatsoever on either team. Reinforcing full into the meeting hall. Not going to be much of a west side roam, it seems. Double mirror window into the closet. So no hold towards the north. We've seen a lot of teams attack into the tower and through construction tunnel, and it seems like that's what Flipside's going to be doing. So those double mirror windows is actually going to be to the detriment of Elevate, it seems.
Yeah, it's basically just going to be a direct counter strat. They realized Elevate does double mirrors, so they're going to push it through red tower and construction. Now the shotgun play coming out from Laxing on Valkyrie is something we don't typically see much of anymore.
Flipside have control over tower now, so they just need to push in through tower stairs and construction tunnel. Pojaman playing inside the garage, that's interesting. A little bit spread out from his team. He's going to be dealing with 3 different roamers right now. Well, if you count Skies as roamer playing at the top of the main lobby stairs.
The shuttle is going to be closest to the red tower. He actually drops in through the hatch and actually goes into box with Laxing, who get back onto site. Now it's a 5-man on-site defense, and they have forfeited all control of red, or of meeting hall. And this push seems to be progressing fairly slowly for having no roamers around. Flipside's generally very efficient with clearing out the roamers and making sure that it's all clear. And I believe that's what Mint's job is going to be doing, is making sure that there are no going to be late roam games happening.
Yeah, Flipside have done a really good job, yeah, like you said, of taking control of this meeting hall. Now they also have the main lobby being opened up. Seems like it was just a tower to main lobby take. Now they can pivot however they really want to. They have all the options in the world here.
Frag grenade is going to come out from Mint to land onto Skies. That forced him off of that corner wall inside of that B site.
Get coordination between Hibana and Sledge to get that Hibana to clear out those ADSs, and then the Sledge nade to take care of whomever was playing on that reinforcement. In this case, Skies, that's a pretty significant player off the board.
40 seconds still to go, and Chala's going to be the one spearheading this entry point down from the red tower into the corridor. Looks as though Twitch will be taking out that shuttle, getting the shot down through the corner angle here. And there's another trade, though. Laxing with a C4 kill, Shuttle with another one. Shuttle with a 3K takes off the head of Mint and Hot and Cold. There's only 1 man left to go. It's going to be Chala, a 4-on-1 now. And as soon as he gives away his position, we are going to see the collapse here from Elevate. Flashbang's going to come on out, does not do the work. Chala's going to go for a peek, and it looks like Laxing will have the first angle onto him. But Shuttle swings on out, steals it in front of him. That's going to be a 4K for Shuttle, going loud and hard here in the first round of Oregon.
So that seemed like it was going to be going into favor of Flipside. I mean, they got that initial nade kill. They had full control over the top floor. They had all the avenues they could possibly need to make the attack happen. But Shuttle stepped up and got a 4K, and that's the end of that round. So moving on, Flipside now going to be going to the basement defense as well.
Now into this basement defense, we typically will see a Capital come out every now and again to try and stop a Mira or attempt to counter the Mira play on the stock windows facing Laundry.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
But seeing as how we had Flipside pushing from the back, I'm expecting that they're also going to be expecting that sort of push.
It's likely that that's how that Elevate's just going to take from the tower, similar to, like you said, how Flipside took. but they also have, actually, it's almost entirely, it's almost certain that this is going to be a construction tower take from Elevate, and the reason being, they don't have a Hibana. If you're going to be tacking into the main lobby, almost certainly you're going to be bringing Hibana. You can't do it. You can do it with a Thermite, although it's so much more risky. You have to actually place your body at risk and expose it to the top of the main lobby stairs in order to get that Thermite charge plant. Whereas with Hibana, you just kind of shoot the Hibana from far outside, nice and safe and snug. As you can tell by the Elevate spawns, it is going to be a tower and construction take. Same take we just saw from Flipside.
Now what it looks like Flipside's doing here is realizing, okay, so we don't necessarily, or we know exactly where they're coming on through. Mint's actually going to go for a little peek here through Garage, get a couple shots down in return, and have to scamper away.
Almost got the Thermite. If he had gotten that Thermite, it would have put his team in a fantastic position to win the round. But unfortunately, he missed the shot. So, position not so fantastic. 2 minutes to go. Elevate working on taking control of this tower. Nice and slow, not rushing anything. That's smart.
They do seem to be going a little bit slowly with their Thermite. Now we hear the Thermite just blowing up now as I was just talking about it. I was expecting Thermite to be downstairs inside of Blue a little bit earlier to open up the wall, but instead he's used it to open up the meeting hall wall and hopefully force out some of the roamers, which are still Chala and Adam.
You can see Elevate shifting now for the actual construction take into Blue, like you said.
Is that wall soft next to Mint?
Can't tell from the single. Would make sense though, playing a mute inside of a soft-walled bunker. Sky is going to take out Adam upstairs in the attic, and the Thermite charge will open up box.
Now we do have over 1/3 of the round left to go. Like we said, Skies has picked up the kill there onto Adam inside of the attic. A 5-on-4 now. Mint's going to move back over towards the front lobby as Chapstick's now hanging on to the box corridor. Looking for that shot down onto Hot and Cold. EMP is going to come on out. That'll allow England to navigate on over across the doorway. You can see 4 out of the 5 members from Elevate are all tucked away inside of construction and box, and this is exactly what I think Flipside wants. They want these C4 tosses to be nice and easy for them. We already have one here on Pojo Man, and another one's in the hands of Mint. We also see gas grenades here that are going to come out from Hot and Cold momentarily with 30 seconds to go. Elevate will have to push in soon. First gas grenade is going to go out. That's going to stop the plant there. However, right now, that's not enough to then put a board inside of this entire attacking push. So second gas grenade is going to come on out. Chala might get this plant down. C4 will land on the Skies. Laxton gets taken out. England's going to be removed as well. Chala, or Chapstick gets taken out here, and Shuttle will finally go down by Mint, and that's going to be Flipside collapsing and retaking the site very nicely.
So a bit of a curiosity for me is how many teams have committed to this tower construction take that we see happen so often. I mean, you see it, you know, we see it together pretty much every time Oregon's play. This is the attack a lot of teams go for this basement attack, right? And I'd say about 7-8 times out of 10, it's not successful. It very rarely works for the attackers.
It's because there's really only one spot to plant, and it's right on the other side of that shelving unit.
Yeah, this is also, you're shoving yourself through 2 lanes, and we've talked about this before. It just almost never works. And the real curiosity for me is why do teams keep trying it? You know, I mean, it's got to be working amazingly well in scrims. You know, it's got to be like such a consistent attack victory in scrims, but that is just never, it's just not reflected in Pro League. And it is a genuine curiosity for me why it keeps finding itself repeated. I mean, now we've seen a 1-1 trade, and just in the final map of this best of 3, we've seen the first 2 rounds go the same way, but for different teams, because both of the attacking teams opted to try and force their way through 2 little tunnels, 2 little avenues, and the defenders simply held those 2 avenues. Yep, well, Elevate's going to be going down, or up into the top floor now. And they've got a little bit of a variation here for us, ladies and gentlemen, how they're holding this. Of course, they're bringing the Frost, but that's not a big variation. Most notably, that mirror window that's going to be facing towards Big Kid Storms from the A-bomb site. That is truly interesting.
Looks like we're going to have a rotation hole here from
You can see where
Chapstick into the
Laxing is right now.
bathroom, I think that might have been. No, that was actually Pantry going towards Meeting Hall.
So it looks like they used an impact grenade to open up that position for Laxing to make it so he could play on the bed itself, which makes him a little bit more safe than he normally would be. Mid with a nice angle, and as you can see, into Meeting Hall is going to pick off Mint, or actually, sorry, excuse me, that was Mint. Yeah, no, he's going to pick off himself. Mint's going to take out Shuttle, put his team now in a man advantage. That's pretty good cut off there from
The
Mint.
attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recovered the bomb.
We're going to see Flipside rotate over and looking like they might do an armory take here.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Flipside's got to be feeling pretty confident here moving forward in this round, having gotten that early kill.
Attackers have
Especially on the
recovered
Shuttle, who 13 kills I think last map, and he got a 4K earlier this map. He's having
on
a good
fire.
game. Shuttle's in a good way right now, so having him off the board is very good.
Now, I believe what we are witnessing Chala do is try to play this, hit the C4 or hit the barricade game.
Drones ready.
And we saw that work out not so well for IQ last series. Slash had thrown a C4 to finish
bomb
off.
located by attackers.
Yeah, luckily for Charlotte, there was no C4 in the vicinity. It's not going to happen this time. Flipside now going to be pushing into the site. There's a lot of roamers still from Elevate, which means they're just going to try and get some straight site pressure here.
Glaz going to push in through the smoke grenade. However, the shotgun comes out from England. There's going to be the SMG-11 kill. There's another gas grenade. That's going to push him out. Pojamin will also have to fall back and rotate back to Attic.
Yeah,
He's going to
unfortunately.
save the day with that one at the moment. Laxing still going to be tucked around inside of the bed. He's waiting for this corner plant. The flashbang will come on out, and that should allow Adam to move in forward. However, not the case just yet. England has been injured. A 4-on-3 now. Chap's going to move back up, try to pick his teammate up. That could turn back into a 4-4. It will, and as though we are going to see the plant possibly go down by Hot and Cold. He's going to rotate on over. Adam's going to move in now as well. Pojaman picks up a double kill. England snags one before it gets traded out. Chapstick as well will follow meet the bullets in the face. Laxing, however, will be the last man of 2 on 1-on-1. Pojo comes out on top with a frag. I'm sorry, Laxing comes out on top with a frag in the frost trap.
Yeah, now Elevate walk away with a 2-1 lead. Good job there. Very chaotic round. Bear Traps MVP denying that flank from behind on Laxing. Good job there on the setup. And all together, a nice hold from Elevate. And they only had 2 people on the site at one point, but the rotations came in and they managed to stack up on the top of White Stairs. Now, flip side, they're going to be going onto their kids' dorms defense, and so far it's been a completely defender-sided map. Still no surprises coming out from the operator selection from either team. Not throughout this entire map.
Attackers need to locate and
Although,
defuse bombs.
I don't necessarily expect to see a blitz.
I'm still not a fan of the troll, Chapstick. I still have your number. I still have your number. That seems so long ago too. Like, these maps are going by. I mean, we're going to overtime almost every map.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds left. Attackers recovered the diffuser. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Now, Flipside is going to have 2 members topside, as there's going to be 3 downstairs with Adam, Mint, Pojo trying to hold down the kitchen and kitchen corridor.
It's a pretty heavy roam game downstairs. And we talked about it before, usually that roam get... If an attacking team is going to come from the west, the only reason that will be successful is if they're able to get rid of some players downstairs. If they don't get any picks on the players downstairs, or if there are no roamers downstairs, then those attackers basically give themselves nothing by taking control of kitchen. In this case, the attackers are not going to come from the west, though, so that roam game actually worked to the advantage of Flipside. They're going to be going for a Armory Master take here to start things off. If Flipside gets some picks here, or even if they lose a couple people, it's not going to be the end of the world. Roam game in this situation is good.
Drone's ready. Deploying sensor.
Now, with only 2 members from Flipside actually on site, they are going to have to call for a regrouping here shortly, as the wall is getting opened up. Chala didn't stop it in time.
There's only 2 people on the site right now. Mint's obviously going to be able to C4, and Pojoman has a follow-up C4, but
I think Adam moved over to White Tower, I want to say, so he might be able to rotate back through. Yes, he is there waiting.
A bomb has been located.
He does not see anyone over inside of that pressure. There goes the C4 tossed by Mint, takes out the Thatcher. That's England.
it's only the first C4. There's still another one on Pojo. However, Elevate could still make this push happen.
Chapchik is going to try to go in and get this plant down. Chala sees him, goes for the tag, drops him down with that MP7 kill. Wonderful shot, wonderful angle.
Good kill there from Chala. It looks like Elevate's struggling to get this defuse plant down, and Flipside are playing pretty passively. Despite the fact that they have a 5-on-3 man advantage, they are still just chilling out.
They still have control of the top of the white stairs, top of those back stairs, which is paramount to securing that middle dorm. And so that means that's where Adam's going to stay for the time being. Jay Shuttle trying to pick up the kill here. Looks like Pojoman got the shots down on Disguise. Laxing and Shuttle going to be the last 2 alive in a 5-on-2. 30 seconds ago, Chala still has this beautiful angle from the A site. Looks like,
oh, he can see him.
He sees him, but he cannot get the shot, and Chala comes out, picks up another kill there. Last minute alive is going to be Laxing. He's inside of the dorms, and there's going to be Adam picking up the kill from the back stairwell. That's Flipside winning round number 4.
And the slugfest continues. 2-2, I believe that is the scoreline now. Continuation on that defense win. Nothing but, well, defense wins. Now, Elevate going back onto a defense. They will be defending the basement almost certainly. Look at that. And Flipside will be going back onto attack. I'm guessing it's going to be a tower construction take. Or, actually,
I feel like we might
based
see
on the glass,
west.
we might see, yeah, based on the glass. I mean, they did bring the glass to that tower construction take last time, but I don't know. Actually, no, that was their upstairs take, wasn't it? Yeah, we could see a main lobby take, which would be quite interesting. That'd be the first mix-up we'll see, I guess, for this map. And I think it's necessary for Flipside to win around, given how, given the track record of that north side take. I think the south side take is going to probably be the right way to go here. We'll see what they choose, though. Now, I'm assuming, of course, I'm guessing that it's going to be a south side take exclusively based upon the fact that we have a Jackal and Glaz combo, plus the Capitao. That's altogether
Screaming front lobby south side take.
Exactly. That's altogether 8 smoke grenades, I believe. So, yeah, that's 8 smoke grenades. So that's a lot of visual disruption, as well as a physical disruption with those fire arrows, which will disable those mirror windows in the closet. Altogether, I think this is gonna be a main lobby take. And here it comes.
Now there is one roamer. It's going to be Laxing. And
Yeah. So we really do not want, or Flipside really does not want, or cannot have Mint die on this roam game, or roam hunt, I should say. Because if Mint dies on the roam hunt, then you lose 3 smokes. That is not okay on a take like this. You need all of the possible disruption.
Laxing, look, he might have gotten away from that top floor. He's going to be downstairs, I believe, somewhere close to Meeting Hall.
Drone is ready.
Or he's on the back set of stairs here.
See you on the other side.
Now, Laxing and Shuttle will be the duo inside of the Meeting Hall. Sky's going to make it a triple. They're all tucked around in the same spot. Skies has gotten upstairs. However, I think Hot and Cold either heard it
Love
or
this
he's
Claymore.
just prepping it. Yeah, so the great thing about that Claymore there, as you just called that out, is if an impact grenade, C4, whatever it is, opens up the wall, the Claymore is actually tucked around in the doorway, so it won't actually be destroyed.
Yeah, so Elevate not likely to be able to flank from the attic, although there is a small gap that they can make it if they go all the way to the east of that attic wall. So at that flip side now starting their attack onto the main lobby.
Fire arrows happening there. That's going to be some more smoke grenades, and this is going to be an early plant. Now the gas grenades will come. Charlotte's going to have to eat a little bit of that.
Whoa, look at that plant.
Poach is going right up against the wall. Oh, and a wonderful shot there. Chala taking Skies down. Wonderful Pojo, man. They think it's all the way back in Laundry. He's close up on the wall. Look at the plant right there. He cannot even get it down. England, I don't think, realizes it. So right now, that just... Oh, I think he knows it now. Mint going to tag another as Chala gets one down. Shuttle actually going to electrify Pojo, man. I think that was right up against the wall. He didn't realize it, and therefore that will be the end of him. Shots coming down from above as Laxton comes up. And there's going to be another kill. 2-on-2 now with Diffuser planted. Shotgun in the hand here of England. They're going to try to go for this plant, but they need time. And it looks as though Hot and Mint are looking for this shots down. Oh, he's going to get hit. Laxton comes around for another one. Can he tag it down? Mint, he's going to get injured as well. Defender's going to win this round. What is happening? Elevate with a tremendous retake. Flipside had it in the bag. A wonderful strategy to go up quickly. Get that plant up against the wall and have it covered. But ultimately, Laxton came around tremendously well with the flank.
And yet, now Elevate walk away with the lead. Now, a lead, but a deceptive lead. So that is just a continuation of the trend of, hey, ladies and gentlemen, defenders win on Oregon. We still have yet to see an attack win. That was the closest one we've seen yet. And now Flipside are going to go down to their basement defense. And I really, by the way, I just want to say that was a great attack strategy from Flipside. It's different than anything we've ever seen before on that floor. Okay, yes, sure. It's so similar to just a normal lobby drop-down take. But it was overall pretty different. Specifically considering the Capitao play and the plant up against the main mirror wall. And I really do like the variation that Flipside is trying to institute here in this gameplay. However, it was not quite enough. They didn't account well enough for that that rotation from the Valkyrie. And of course, the C4, hey, look at that. It was all the way to the left, or to the east. So the Claymore didn't do anything. Now, Flipside, again, defending the basement. And if they lose this, of course, it's going to go into match point for Elevate.
And we're going to have a lot of investment inside of the meeting hall.
Same as Elevate.
Elevate has decided they're going to go a little bit like Flipside and push in from the main lobby as opposed to the back, which was unsuccessful as called out earlier.
Man, it has been just the same thing for both these teams. The same mix-ups, the same curveballs, the same sites defended, the same attack strategy.
Now, Adam is going to be in the top of Red Tower, and I don't know if he's been spotted out right now or if these are just random shots coming out from J Shuttle.
He'll likely be spotted out in a moment. Yeah, J Shuttle's going to see this, and he's going to go for the shot. He's going to hear it, if nothing else. Adam's just going to try and waste as much time as possible here, and I think he's going to be pretty successful. I mean, he's already wasted a minute. He's got to get at least another 40 seconds in order to be fully useful, though. Laxton already taking some damage there. Seems like from a run-out Chala, who is now rotated back in a meeting hall.
Now, this meeting hall presence here from Flipside is still holding down a lot of force.
Ooh, Adam's going to get a kill into chat.
It's going to be a very necessary kill. That's actually the thermite down. Now, Hibana has done her job. The wall, or the hatch inside of the lobby of Laundry has been opened up.
So interestingly, Elevate seem to be going for a main lobby take and now have completely shifted onto, yet again, a tower take. I'm not sure what the choice or the
Chala's right on the other side of the wall here. He's waiting for the sound cue to go for the push.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Realizing that, hey, I can get these kills. Now, he does back on out here. He might drop, but I wouldn't expect it. I would want him to stay up top, grab that angle onto the box, because right now, Shuttle's going to spot him out, but there's no one going to push just yet. No, Chow's going to back on down. 60 seconds to go, tuck himself inside of the box corner.
Yeah, and here comes that construction take from Elevate, but there's only 53 seconds to go, and they are at the disadvantage. This is going to be very difficult for them now, even more so.
Still roaming above. He's going to grab the kill there into Skies. Looking down towards the hatch here. He almost sees Shuttle here.
And the fact that Adam has been allowed to roam up here is really detrimental to this attack for Elevate.
Now with 2 members left from Elevate, they're going to be England and Laxing pushing on down. Adam and Mint need to get back to site, coming around for the flank. There are 30 seconds to go. Chaps is going to try to move in forward. Chala picks up a double kill though onto England and Laxing, and that will be Flipside Tactics securing round 6, 3-3 now. And this is definitely a going to be going to overtime most likely.
Oh, almost certainly. Again, the trend continues. Nobody has won an attack round yet, and Elevate went back to another. They went back for another tower construction push. And because Adam was allowed to stay alive in the top of tower, he secured 2 kills and completely disrupted that whole take. Now, Kids Dorm's gonna be the next defense for Elevate. No mix-ups so far on this map, and I think that's understandable given the fact that a lot of the pressure is being put onto each of these teams winning their defense rounds. Not really going to want to take a risk and experiment. The first team to lose a defense round essentially is the team that loses until we get to overtime, and then the whole game changes.
Now we're going to see Castle come on out here by Shuttle. A little bit of a different setup from Elevate. This time they are not going to forego with Laxing playing the Frost tucked away inside of the bedroom of A.
How is Flipside going to attack this, you think? You think they're going to go for a tower B window take? You think they're going to go for an Armory Master take?
I'm seeing the drones in red tower. I think it's going to be a red and north window. I mean,
yeah, I think I agree.
They're not going to see, or they're going to recognize that there's no Frost.
I think, and I don't know why, but I think they're going to go for a Tower Master Armory take. I think they're going to take Tower and then shift off to just a normal, you know, from Armory Master. Because that's what we've been seeing them at a shift to, and I don't know what the deal is there, but, you know, just kind of covering all the bases.
And that is a really good Valkyrie. It's actually tucked away inside of those Shack 2 glasses right to Mint's right side.
No IQ on the board, so it's likely it will never be found.
Until the review of the VODs.
Of course. Well, at least not in this match. As we're playing it right now, they're probably not going to find it.
Now they are rotating over to Armory. You are seeing that here. As they didn't even clear out Red Tower. They just merely moved over, shot a couple windows open, and said, hey.
Well, I think Hotton's in there right now.
But he just had Diffuser all by himself over there.
Yeah, he's going to be pushing in through the attic. So you push in, you take control of tower, you push in through attic, and then you take control of Armory and Master, you push there, and then now you have control over the southwest, or sorry, not, excuse me, the east side of the top floor and tower, and then you just come from the east side, push on into the west. Seems to be the strat here from Flipside.
And they have used up about half of their time. They're realizing, okay, hey, no more ADSs here. We're going to get rid of that barbed wire. Allow for us to push in here. You do have England. He's going to be tucked away. There are 3 members from Elevate underneath. It's going to be Chapstick, Shuttle, and Skies.
Yeah, it's on Mint to deny this flank, but there's still the, of course, the C4 coming from Chapstick. So despite the denial of the flank, there's still going to be at least 1 kill on that.
Attackers have located a bomb.
60 seconds to go. That's going to be the second gas grenade from England going on out towards the defenders. And he picks up the headshot there into Adam, taking out the Ash. More smoke grenades coming on out, and that's going to allow some cover here for Mint to push in. And there's another kill there. Hot and Cold picking up the headshot into England with a nice frag. 4 on 4. Shuttle still trying to hold down the stairwell, and this is what Shuttle's looking, or this is where Mint was trying to hold down the angle. Now Diffuser is in the hands of Hot and Cold. He's going to be moving in, I believe, from Master Bedroom. Yes, he is inside of the closet. Another kill. Skies, though, fragging off Pojo, man, for the trade.
He's all the way in tower. How did he got the tower in a flank, and now he's eliminated Pojo and Mint.
He was downstairs the entire time. Shuttle going to pick up 1 as well, and this is going to be Chala, last man alive. Shuttle getting a double kill to end the round in favor of Elevate. It's now 4-3. This is match point, series point, going to land point here for Elevate.
And I was thinking we were going to see the first attack win there, Flipside looking very strong, and then suddenly a Wild Skies appears behind everybody else. Comes from tower, gets a double kill, and ends that round kaput for Flipside. Now 3-4, like you said, match point, series point, land point, etc. And Flipside are going to be defending Kids Dorm's main hall. That's going to be that top floor we just saw Elevate defend. And it should be a repetition of what we've seen throughout this entire match, but should Elevate present us with a disruption of said repetition, then we will see them win outright. And then when we go to overtime, I guess it's probably going to favor the team that gets defense first, if we go to overtime. Interestingly, despite the fact that we are on match point right now, we're doing donuts somehow. That's unfortunate. So, Flipside going to be defending this top floor. No great bamboozlements here. Pretty much just a standard setup. Not going to be using that elevate mirror window facing towards dorms. Neither of these teams have been pressuring into main dorms this entire, well, this entire map.
Yeah, there's not been too much action.
No. Now, we based upon the fact that we've seen now 7 defense wins in a row, I don't think this is going to be the round to change all rounds and to mix things up. I don't think Elevate's going to be able to change things so much that we see this be finished here. I think it's going to go to overtime, but anything's possible. Elevate has the ability to step this up and really make it happen. And it's just going to come down to, honestly, it's going to come down to one person making the play, making the play to win the round, and being not afraid of losing, just forcing it out, because that's what we've been seeing a lot of, is just really slow play. You know, clearly both of these teams are afraid of losing. They don't want to not go to LAN. It's a big deal if you lose here.
I mean, we've seen Elevate do this before. I actually think it was one of their group stage matches. We identified that, hey, they did very well if they just played their game. And we talked about it before. We kind of made the correlation that some of the things they were doing are some of the things we see in ranked, where you're just like, why do you do this? Why are you sitting here? And they would just push in. They'd be in little nooks and crannies that you weren't expecting, that aren't part of this high competitive pro league meta. And next thing you know, they were taking round after round after round and winning. And so I think Elevate needs to stick close to home with that and make sure that they don't deviate too much from that.
Now, it looks like they are going to be a little bit slower, though, in this round at least. At 120, still nobody dead on either side, as there hasn't been a single engagement thus far in this round. Only 1 minute to go. That's a third of the round, and the attackers are only just starting to set themselves up around tower.
Yeah, they look like they might be pushing in from attic, and the Laxton going to be outside on the A bedroom, or the A balcony window. Again, he's just trying to hold down the rotation. Mint probably knows he's there. He's on his camera at the moment.
We've seen collapses in less than a minute. You can see here the fire arrows are trying to come onto hot and cold right now in big dorms. England's still going to need to rotate back to the site, though, when this push happens.
He will. First fire is going to go out. Second fire is going to go out. Hot and Cold's going to rotate on over to the site, or over to the B bomb. He's now tucked his way under, and underneath of that is going to be Pojoman. So if they try to repel in, C4 will come on out. Mint tossing it up. The one finishes off Laxing. Adam gets a kill from underneath there on Disguise. A wonderful clutch. Now a 4-5-on-2. With Shuttle being taken out, Shala and England. I'm sorry, Chapstick and England, the last two alive. Another repel inside, and that's actually underneath. Mint tries to go for a kill, but Hot and Cold comes out strong. Pojoman with a team kill, C4 to finish off Hot and Cold. Chala, however, will get the last kill of the round here.
And that will be overtime. 8 defense wins in a row. And who's going to get defense? Lucky number Flipside.
Oh, yeah, lucky number Flipside.
Now they are going to get defense first, and I'm guessing they're going to the basement.
They're going to change it up, go top floor
here.
Look
at that.
I mean, honestly, that was a very successful hold for him.
Yeah, I'd say that's probably a good bet to go back where they just were so very victorious. So it really comes down, it falls to Elevate then. Since Flipside got they got the lucky lottery ticket here and got defense first on Oregon here. No, arguably on some maps you really don't want to get defense first, like on Clubhouse, because if you get defense first on Clubhouse, you defend basement first. Yeah, sure, you win that, and then you lose the attack on the basement, and then you have to defend bar for the final round. But on Oregon, and very clearly both of these teams have been completely incapable of winning their attacks rounds so far. Either that or it's just, you know, of course, the their defense rounds have been so extremely solid, whatever the case be. This is going to very much favor Flipside. And I would say that, you know, it honestly just falls to Elevate to step it up, is what it really comes down to. It falls to Elevate to step it up, and it falls to Flipside to mess it up, given that they now have the advantage of 8 consecutive defense wins being backed into their overtime defense first.
Drone spinning up.
And we're going to see Elevate looking like they might go for this north this north window red tower take. We are seeing the majority of them start over by dining hall.
Activating drone. Ready.
I believe Elevate can break this mold. They're going to start disabling the mirror windows that Pojoman is using inside of Kitchen. Try and push him off this roam game. If Pojoman makes it out alive, that'll be fine. No big deal. Losing control over Kitchen isn't the end of the world. However, if he gets eliminated here, that's going to propel Elevate forward very, very significantly. Reloaded. That'll be really great for their attack. This is also, by the way, the first time we've seen a clear from west to east.
Oh, and unfortunately this wall don't think it got opened up all the way.
Pojoman. He's actually going to get a kill from this position. That's really difficult to do. Good shot there from Pojoman. And
still laying down a tremendous amount of pressure here from Kitchen. He's in that fight or flight mode, and he's standing tall. He's ready to fight. He doesn't have that speed to necessarily go for the kite, and therefore he's going to stand tall. Laxing's going to come from the left side as Pojoman peeks on out.
Whoa, just barely staying alive there, Pojoman, trying to hold this round as long as possible. But Sky's in England with a nice set of kills. Adam and Pojoman being eliminated. This could be good for Elevate.
Now again, this is the first round of overtime. We are going to see Hot and Cold, Chala, and Mint be the last 3 alive here for Flipside. They're going to be topside except for Mint, who's underneath. I want to say he's actually inside of the meeting hall. Yes, he is. He's over here inside of the meeting hall. We're watching him right now at the back red tower, making sure it's all clear because he could easily pop on out of the window, but he knows that someone's above him. It's going to be Chapstick. Tosses up the C4 and says goodnight to him. That's going to be a 3-3 now, and that's going to allow Mint to rotate back on the site. Free as can be. Skies has control of his top stairs, though. Laxing picks off the kill into Chala, and now it's 35 seconds to go. 2 on 3. Mint needs to get back to site right now. However, right, it's going to be covered by Hot and Cold. There's gas grenades coming on out. Hot and Cold is going to be inside of the Kid Storms. There's a gas grenade stopping the white stairs push. Now, Hot and Cold is in a very good predicament. There's no one coming in from the windows behind him, so he's going to have the ability to rotate over here, and it looks like Mint goes for the trade. No, Skies takes 1, he takes 2! Sky's going to get the clutch here in a 3 on 2, and that means round 1 of overtime will go into the hands of Elevate GG.
What a shot from Skies. And the very first, ladies and gentlemen, attack win here on Oregon between Flipside and Elevate will be for Elevate. And that will propel them into a very comfortable position now that they are on defense, overtime, match point. All they have to do is win the 9th defensive round on this map, the 10th round overall, and they will get their spot at land.
I think Flipside is anticipating a downstairs hold, and Kids Dorm is where we're going to be going instead. So this whole Glaz Jackal combination where they showed us this very nice, unique attack strategy on the basement will not be the case. I want to say they put other eggs in one basket, and I don't think it came out right for them.
Yeah, and we were talking about earlier. So we've remarked on that west side take into the kitchen, and the only time that's been successful is where the defenders draw a line in the sand in kitchen, and they die there. And this is what happened for Flipside on the last round. They drew a line in the sand in kitchen, and they died. Yeah, they got a trade back, but they still died. They lost 2 players for the price of 1, and it was not worth it there for Flipside. The west side take working out for Elevate, and yeah, now we're gonna see Flipside all the pressure mounted onto them now. They got the lucky lottery ticket, and just unfortunately did not work out for them.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how Flipside is going to utilize their downstairs attack strategy, or the operators for their downstairs attack strategy on this top floor attack. Because honestly, these are the 5 attack operators they chose for downstairs. These are not the 5 you would typically choose for an upstairs push.
You're absolutely right. This is clearly through and through. This is a basement attack strat here setup, and they can make it work though. They can make it work onto the onto this Kid Storms. But the thing is not only is there the operator pressure, but oh no, then there's that. So okay, there's the pressure of having just lost the first defense round ever in this map, and now you're a man down. You got to be feeling disheartened right now, Flipside.
Yeah, I mean, you just took Capital off the board. That's going to be 2 smokes, 2 fire arrows, some flashbangs, and a nice weapon off the board. Now,
a nice weapon.
Nice. I love the para.
Well, okay, all right.
Sorry, you don't like the para?
No.
You don't like the para at all. I like his weapon. It's not the best, obviously.
It's got a low rate of fire and crazy recoil that's just wacky as a noodle. But that's all right, you know, to each their own. Now, Flipside, after taking control over the tower, they're going to be shifting over to the Master Armory take. Very standard here from Flipside.
Chala still trying to hold down the fort from looking up on top of the roof of Attic, seeing if he can spot any angles. Fortunately for Elevate, though, they've got this all under pack. They just need to hold down the little tight angles, stay inside of their corners, and to not let too much get in their way. They are going to have to open up some of the floor underneath in Classroom if they want to get rid of the bandit batteries.
So this is a problem. Flipside's about to start walking into a crossfire between Dorms and Top of White, and they're going to lose that fight. I've seen probably once or twice in all of Pro League an attacking team force their way through a White big Dorms hold successfully without actually having man advantage already.
Oh, and it looks as though England's going to get tapped there on the shoulder. Gas grenade's going to come on out. Another smoke grenade happening here. Now, unfortunately, they are not going to get this wall opened up, I don't think, because I believe the Bandit... No, they will successfully, but they're going to need a little bit more than just one hole. 20 seconds to go. Mint picks up one on the shuttle.
That's huge.
That's going to be the Jaeger now. Some more nades coming on through. Sky's going to rotate back. He's going to kite on over towards the middle lobby. Push his way up to the south stairs, the east stairs. Adam gets a kill as well as Mint. England tags the shots down onto Chala. A 2-on-3. Can Adam get the shots out? No, Lexing goes over. Oh, the hit fire from Lexing. Can he get it? It's a 1-on-2. Defenders are going to win. Elevate comes out on top in a 6-4. They're going to go to land. They secured this map. They secured the series. Congratulations to Elevate GG. As it says right there, a hard-fought victory in favor of Elevate GG. They're going to go to land here in Cologne, Germany.
Congratulations to Elevate. Condolences to Flipside. A nice, valiant effort there. It all kind of fell apart when they lost their first defense. And from there, Elevate GG, they didn't. They locked it up, and they managed to continue that trend. An
unfortunate ending for Flipside, but as we said, someone has to win, someone has to lose. And when it comes to 2 Titans that made it to land last season, obviously, we're going to have to say goodbye to one of them.
You know, it's worth noting that the polls said that both VG and Flipside would win today, and by 60% for each, and the 30%, the 40% prevailed.
I think the community's got to get up on their confidence on some of these other underdog teams.
Yeah, it looks like it.
But, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be our 3rd and final map in this best-of-3 series. As you just saw, Elevate came out on top 2-1. After winning the 2nd and 3rd maps in this series. Now, we are going to take a look at some highlights here. It's going to be on this 3rd and final map of Oregon, which ultimately was quite a show.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this was... It was a constant back and forth. The defense wins, to be real. I think it really, if I'm being honest, I think it is due to a little bit of a lack of initiative. When you're on the attacking team, you need to be able to make plays. You need to be able to force things out. And we saw one serious attempt from Flipside in that towards that notion, which was that basement
that's
attack.
this round right here.
Yeah, this round right here, and it was thwarted by just the just initiative coming from the other side. That Laxing shotgun. I mean, Laxing clutched up a lot of rounds, including that round and then the last round here with this bandit. But again, when you're on attack, you need to be able to make plays. And both of these teams just played really slow in this map, and it was due to the pressure of we're not going to make it to LAN if we lose.
Well, what happened on that almost successful or partially successful attack by Flipside is that we talked about it. The Claymore went down inside of the top floor hallway, and typically if a C4 opens up, they're going to run on through. Laxing just happened to toss a C4 in the right location so he could escape without getting hit by that Claymore.
He got a little bit lucky, but also, you know, you got to hand it to him. He threw the C4 in the right place, and because of that, Flipside lost that round, and ultimately, you could say the map. Easily you could say the map. But more importantly, again, it just really comes down to these teams slowing down on their attacks, getting a little bit too scared. I think it really is the pressure.
Now, ladies and gents, we are going to take a look at our final brackets at the end of this North American scene. Taking a look here, I want to start with Group A bracket. We're going to go through the very start of this entire series and the very start of this entire season. Starting with Group A. Now, we saw this bracket for almost every single week, almost every single part of this season. Flipside, Tactics, and Omen started on out. Flipside worked all the way to the top, all the way to they got to second place after defeating Continuum and defeating, I believe it was Excellent. No, they didn't defeat Excellence. They defeated Omen. Omen Esports and Continuum are who they had to beat to get to spot 2. Excellence went flawlessly 2-0 against Continuum, 2-0 against Flipside to secure that first seed spot. Now, moving on to Group B, we saw almost a similar tale, if you will. So Group B is how this all turned out. Excellence, Flipside, Continuum, and Omens took on Group A.
Yeah, Vertical Gaming got a 2-0 over Bittersweet. Infamy getting knocked out by Elevate GG. They went down in the loser bracket, Infamy and Bittersweet. Bittersweet managed to come out on top, put himself into that decider match. Meanwhile, Elevate GG lost to Vertical Gaming a 2-0 pretty decidedly there. And Elevate GG got put down in the decider match where they managed to win and get that second seed. Vertical Gaming, meanwhile, came out in that first spot flawless through their group. And yeah, that's Group B. I think we also have the playoff brackets, which we just witnessed today. It started out last week with Excellence Gaming going 2-0 over Elevate GG. That was pretty dominant. And then in this, also in the other end of the spectrum, we had Vertical Gaming go 2-0 against Flipside.
Yep, and then today, as we just got to see both of these matches go head-to-head, Excellent and Vertical coming out 2-1 in favor of Excellent. And then Elevate GG and Flipside Tactics, I think, went to a total of, out of the 33 rounds, I think we went to 27 or something in that nature.
It was pretty high up there.
Yeah, around 27 rounds or so. That went 2-1 in favor of Elevate GG in a very clutch moment at the last round there, with Laxing picking up the double kill. Now that means Excellence, Vertical, and Elevate GG are all going to be in the LAN event in Cologne, Germany, coming out of the North American scene. And this is going to be the second time that the organization of Excellence GG, or Excellence Gaming, and Elevate GG are going to be at a LAN event together. Previously, it was Season 1, Year 1 at the Xbox LAN Finals.
Yeah, and they made those organizations have made the transition over to PC. And also, importantly, worth noting, it's going to be one of the first times for a long time that Flipside hasn't been at a LAN event.
They made Season 1, Year 1, Season 2, Year 1, and they were not 3.
They weren't Season 3.
They weren't Season 3. They weren't invitational.
And
they made last season.
Yeah, so
unfortunately, they aren't here.
They missed one season. They didn't get invited to another, and
yes.
But yeah, now they're gonna miss their next. So they're about 50-50.
About 50-50, yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be it for tonight. Again, if you are here just for the North American scene, unfortunately, this is going to be the last of the North American Pro League scenes for this season. So, if you're not able to tune in tomorrow for the Latin American scene or Thursday for the European scene, be sure to tune in, August 25th and August 26th for the LAN event in Cologne, Germany at Gamescom. Now, we'll have more information that'll be thrown out there on the Rainbow Six Twitter account, so be sure to stay tuned for that information as it unfolds for a full list of the schedule. But if you are here for some more Rainbow Six Pro League Siege here in the final week number 7 of Season 2, be sure to tune in tomorrow evening at 11 p.m. Central European Time, 5 p.m. Eastern Time for some Latin American scene. Now, we already know the 2 teams coming from that region and the 2 teams that are not, but they still need to fight for their seeds and for the prize money. Now, that means Thursday will be the European scene, the last day of the European scene. We know 2 out of the 3 teams going. It's going to be set up very similar to today's games, but it's going to be the European scene. That's going to start at 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. From here in Katowice, Poland, at the ESL studio, we want to wish you a farewell. My name is Sean Bloodbath Rosenbaum. Here's Kickstar. You guys all have a fabulous night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Peace out.